Alrighty, hello there, live tubers and future tubers who watch the VOD. Should be getting set up here pretty quick. Still fiddling with some audio settings, as always. Turning the music balance down a little bit for the game. But mostly just because my microphone is today not super loud. Also, streaming quality questions. We'll see if that works. Maybe I should... my modem has been real funky lately. Maybe I should reset the modem before I start. See a red light on OBS, which I don't like. What is this? I've had really hard time with... One of the reasons I haven't been streaming is been really struggling with my internet connection the last little while here. So stream probably temporarily going to go down for a few minutes. I think I'm just going to try restarting that first here. Put a little note up. Yeah, it's been just very frustrating. I have to probably contact my internet provider. Anyway, yeah, I'll be right back. Sorry, guys. Good start to the stream. Alright, looks like we're all streaming again, although we'll see if it continues to work or not. Have some questions. There is a little bit of tower defense you can do. Factorio is primarily a factory building game. Like I'm playing with a bunch of mods, so it's gonna add a bunch of extra stuff. So you're building a base. There's lots of logistics, belting, building automation. Like you get mines and processing, and then crafting and turning those into other things sort of automatically. But all while you're doing that, there are local wildlife monsters that will attack your base, and there's the combat side of it is you trying to progress your military tech to keep on top of the increasing assaults by the native wildlife, basically. So I generally play with a fair amount of walls and defensive turrets and stuff in between, like pushing outwards to clear out their bases and stuff. It's a bit of a tech rush to see who because the enemies kind of evolve and get stronger based on what you do with pollution and stuff, and you're trying to extract more resources and tech up and all that at the same time. So it's not really a tower defense exactly, but there's some similar aspects in it sometimes. Anyway, I'm just going to start playing here pretty quick. I'll assume... I'm not going to make episodes out of this. I'm just going to stream it and leave the VODs public on YouTube. So if someone finds this later, that's the plan, just to let some streams go, basically. I usually don't do that. I usually record them separately, but for today, I figure I'm going to try the... just stream it and leave those videos for YouTube. This is a pretty long game. It'll take a while. It is pretty complicated. You can see here, these are some laser turrets and some walls being fed by machines in the background. So like, it is super complicated though. It's lots of fun. So for record keeping here at the very beginning of the stream, I'll just very briefly go over some of the mods we're using. There's basically 2 major overhaul mods that add stuff to the game. Krastorio 2 is a overhaul with endgame technology and some increased complexity. The base game is pretty complex, but Krastorio, or however you pronounce it, adds a few more things, which is kind of cool. Now, I've played some other mods for Factorio that added like a whole bunch of different metals, like tin, silver, gold. I don't know. Like the base game only has copper and iron for metals. But I've played some other mods that had way more complexity in mining and processing. Like instead of just mining ore, you got like a mixture of stuff, and you had to separate it and crush it and separate it and mix it with water and process it, and it made things very, very complicated. We're not going to that level of craziness today. Krastorio adds some complexity, but not enough to be super painful, basically. So this is a more balanced version of that kind of stuff. But it's a big overhaul mod, so it adds lots of stuff from the base game. But the main one I'm going for is actually space exploration. So the vanilla, I actually don't know exactly how this works. It's fairly late game, so it'll take a little while to get there. But the base Factorial just takes place on one planet, and your goal is to launch a rocket. Like, you land on a planet, like you crash land here or something, and your job is to harvest resources, tech up, and build a rocket ship, basically. Space exploration sort of continues that, and then once you start building rockets, you start building, like, spaceships and space stations and expanding onto other planets with their own resources, and then you've got, like, a logistics network sending resources back and forth. Hey, Commander, or new name on Twitch, but yeah, welcome back. It's been okay. So anyway, space exploration adds a whole bunch of high-tech, late-game technology, buildings, weapons, bunch of stuff. And then most of the other mods on this list are just the recommended mods from space exploration and Krastorio. I wasn't trying to get too crazy. So these are just some of the classic companion mods that just do like one thing a little bit better. It probably won't come up too often, but once we see them, like, oh, there's a couple boats. Alien biomes is basically integrated into space exploration because each planet has its own biome. Some stronger enemy creatures, little lights on the factories to tell you if they're working or not. Just quality of life stuff. Combat mechanics is a little bit different. Rather than auto-aiming, you have to manually aim a little bit. There's a few differences. I'm not going to go through all of these, but there's like mostly quality of life. There's a library of it's kind of like if you played Minecraft. It's you basically need like a wiki in the game to look up all the recipes and stuff. So there's a little bit of stuff like that that just makes it a little bit easier to play in the game to figure out how things work. There's a grappling gun. I highly recommend this. It's a small little mod. Lets you travel around much quicker in the early game rather than slow walking everywhere. And you can hop over cliffs and rivers and stuff. I haven't got to the Jetpack yet. Logistics Manager, I don't know. There's a lot of stuff I haven't got to. Milestones gives you a little bit of that, like, achievement, congratulations, you killed 5 biters, you get a reward kind of feeling. Just a standard modern gaming mechanic mod. Recipe book, yeah, that's the one I was thinking about. Just shows you some more information about what's going on. Robots are your little, eventually you automate construction and logistic bots to do all the work for you, and this lets them apparently break eventually, so you have to repair them. You get cool buildings like shield projectors, and there's just a whole bunch of stuff. That's pretty much it for interesting things. Text plates that you put, letters on the ground for labeling, so it's easy to see. And oh yeah, the vehicle driving is kind of nice because instead of having 360-degree movement, it kind of snaps it to I think 16 specific angles, so it's easier to follow a straight line and not eventually crash into a tree or something. Anyway, the mods, honestly, I try not to go too crazy here. It's 2 main overhaul mods and then a bunch of companion mods, so it shouldn't be super complex. We're going to start a new game, and single player, because I don't want to try multiplayer with this. It's been a bit fiddly. It should work these days, but I've tried multiplayer Factorial before. It was just a little bit tricky. But I want to just do go at my own rate, basically. Now, one thing that I am going to do as we create our... I might end up making a couple seeds. Depends on how it goes. I'm not going to try to save scum for, like, the perfect start. But one thing that really sucks when you start a new map is if some of your starter materials, iron, copper, stone, coal, if they spawn on top of each other, it's a real pain. And I would probably restart over that. But otherwise, I'm not going to restart, just to get the best start. Sometimes forests or deserts or rivers and oceans, sometimes just the geography you get can make a pretty big difference on how you play. And I'll just work with whatever we get. But I will say that if we get like coal overlapped with copper right at the beginning, I'm just going to restart it because that's just too much of a hassle to deal with. Later on in the game, it's no big deal, but early on, it's you don't have access to filters and sorting and stuff at the beginning, so can't really do that. And then there's other materials that we'll find on other planets and stuff. I'm not going to change like the frequency. Frequency is like how often you find a patch. Size is how wide the patch is, like how many miners you can put on it, and the richness is how long it lasts. So each deposit holds like 1,000 or 10,000 of that material. So basically, one miner with high richness could last the whole game, or with low richness, it just lasts a couple minutes. You enjoy the Star Ocean? Cool. I have Star Ocean 2 sort of in the works being recorded, but that's been put on hold for a bit. Lots of stuff. Is it bad you've never played Factorio? I mean, not everyone... It's not a game for everyone, but if you like these sorts of games, I highly recommend it. And we'll get to the actual gameplay in a second here. The terrain I'm not going to mess with. This is like if you're trying to generate a custom world, you want more water or trees or hot or cold. If you want deserts or snow, cliffs, you can change all that stuff. I'm just going to leave it default. I'm going to change the enemies, although I'm going to look at advanced first. I'm not going to change... I thought about changing some of this. I actually kind of... I'm tempted to make technology progress a little slower, but I don't know enough about how to balance it that I want to do it. I actually think technology honestly goes a bit too quick. Once you tend to set up a tier of research, you tend to just unlock all the stuff from it very, very quickly before you even have a chance to build or learn how to use it, kind of stuff. Like once you've got, tier 3 technology, so to speak, you just unlock like 10 to 20 new branches, and it's going to take you way longer to build them and understand how to make them than it takes to research the next one. So I think sometimes tech goes a little bit too fast for my liking, but I don't know enough about the mods and the balance to really be comfortable changing those. So I'm not going to touch those, but I will change the enemies a little bit, because I find the default... I had one little test game to make sure the mods worked, and I didn't get too far, but I wanted to make sure everything was compatible, and I remembered how to play and enjoyed it. And I think the default enemy stat settings are actually pretty chill, like probably too chill. You can turn them off and have a passive game if you want, peaceful mode. But I actually think I want... I don't know how much more. We'll go like 50% more bases. I don't want to like go to max level difficulty. I could just double them, like 200%. Like it goes up to 600%. So we can just go 200% frequency, so the number of bases, and then they're twice as big. And the starting area size is like your starting safe spot. So we'll leave that the same. So we've got room to build our starting bases. Like we want to make sure we can get iron and copper at the beginning, or else you're gonna have a really hard time. Because you don't even have much for weapons. You need materials to make your first turrets and stuff. And then I'll change their evolution a little bit so they power up. Wow, it starts at 5. The ticks go by 50. That's crazy. Well, I'll go from 5 to 50 then, and we'll up that by a tick, and we'll up that by a couple ticks. Again, I don't know if this is going to be too much or not enough, but I would like them to be a little bit more difficult. But I certainly don't want to go to max, and like it started at like 5. So we'll just add a little bit there, see if that helps. And then we'll let them expand a little bit farther. Minimum group size. Oh, I see how this works. Well, again, we'll kind of add like 50% to some of these minimum groups. So if they have a larger minimum group, it's less frequent attacks, but they're bigger, so you need better defenses, probably. Minimum cooldown, maximum cooldown. Yeah, that's pretty slow. Let's speed them up a little bit. Again, I don't want this to be too crazy. but I do want it to be a little bit challenging. So whether or not this is a good settings, I don't really know. I just tried to up them a little bit from the vanilla, and we'll give this a shot, basically. Gotta get playing the game, basically. Also, hey there, Robert. It's been a while. It's been a while. Life is hard, man. Life is hard. I don't have enough time for anything. Okay, this is some mod conflict stuff. I checked this out. Don't worry about it too much. There's a couple flags, but there's only going to be a couple minor warnings. Okay, Krastorio. We've crash landed. We always crash land, whether you're playing Krastorio or Factorio. But we do get more resources to start with than in the vanilla game. So that's kind of nice. We see all these notices. Coronal mass ejection. Well, that's new. I don't know what that does. Bunch of stuff. Oh boy. Just the beginning of the game, we're just going to get flooded with information. So the InformaTron, this is like a tutorial mod, I think, that's here to help us. And I actually recommend reading some of these things. And I'll go through them as time allows. There's lots of stuff to go over. So it looks like a bunch of stuff crashed into the planet. That's fine. Oh, that's cool. Just lasers from space. I haven't seen that before. That's not in the base game. So just a laser beam from the sun, the star, just burning the planet. That would be bad if it started right on top of you at the beginning, because, you know, probably just game over, man. Okay. So lots of stuff going on. We also had some meteors. Can't see it. It's in the fog of war. But there's meteors that crash in. That's also modded in, so normally there's no mod. Hey there, Moot Boy. The Long War days. Yeah, there's definitely aliens to shoot eventually here. Okay, so we start with some basic resources. You can put a little shelter down. That's fine. We'll just throw that down. That's our respawn point, basically. Keep switching to map mode, and then I can't move around. Oh, yeah, so it's like a gigantic storage box. Very convenient. And this is your respawn point. I think it also provides a little bit of power. So normally when you're playing Factorio, you don't actually get to electricity and power distribution for a little while. But the mods actually make the early game a little bit easier. We're going to clean up. I'm a little bit OCD. I'm going to clean up my wreckage here first. Before we get into building stuff. Just to, for one, you get some free resources, nearly. And for two, I just want to clean up my mess. I don't like having to build around this kind of stuff. So we're going to clean this up. It's going to take a few minutes. And then we're going to start. Well, first I should see, is my base. See, okay. I'm not super happy about the. I mentioned this earlier. I don't like the map with the coal and the iron overlapped. But there is an independent, really large iron mine nearby. Iron deposit. There's a small copper, which is fine. Iron's the highest demand early game resource. There's a local stone. I'm not super happy about that coal. But there's more coal not too far away. These things are pretty cool. We'll talk about those when we get there. But yeah, I don't like the overlap nodes, but this is actually like split reasonably well, so I can get my early game coal without mining iron at the same time. I don't like it when they overlap like that. It's a real pain. But I'll say that because this small coal is pretty close, I'm not too worried about it. So I'm not going to restart for that. I think we'll be fine. Anyway, let's finish some of this early stuff. Our poor spaceship crash landed here. The planet's name is Novus, I guess, technically speaking. And we are, a little guy. Actually, I think we might technically be a robot because we don't eat or anything. We've just got a hammer with us, and that's it right now. So we're just going to clean up our wreckage a bit. Maybe smack some trees. We do need the basic stuff. Iron, stone, wood, just like any kind of survival base building game. Going to Vegas? Yeah, no, I'm not a gambler, but life is just crazy, man. I don't know. I don't know if it's always like this, but for me, the last couple years have just been pretty rough. I have not had a lot of spare time and energy to do fun stuff, so that's why I'm here tonight, doing some Factorio, just kind of chill. Again, this is early on and stuff, but if you guys watching along or people join in later, definitely ask questions if you don't understand what's going on. I'll stop and explain it, no problem. I should put up a little scroller on the screen somewhere to be like, don't feel bad if you want me to explain how stuff works. Because sometimes Factorio is a little intimidating on how stuff works or how to get into it. And I don't mind trying to figure it out. I'm not going to say I'm an expert necessarily, but I've played it before and I can figure it out. sometimes even just going through the explanation process for people in chat is helpful for me, because then maybe I didn't totally understand it either, and actually doing a little bit of science experiment actually gets us to the point where I can use things more efficiently. Hey there, Greg. So one thing that you might see here flashing to my side, I'm not going to break these things. This is another thing from Krastorio. These are like assembly machines that normally in base Factorio you don't start with those. You have to research them and build them yourself later. But Krastorio starts you with some automated assemblers right from the beginning of the game, which is actually really cool. So basically, we can use these factories to start crafting automatically for us. But once I disassemble them, they're gone forever. I can't rebuild them. So we'll need to be able to research our own standard machines or factories to expand. But we do get a bit of a head start. Congrats on being promoted to the head of Microsoft. I don't know if I want to work at Microsoft. That sounds really boring. But yeah, we're probably like 2/3 of the way through destroying or salvaging, let's say, our ship parts. And just like I was saying before, all these things, these are like free materials here. This is your inventory. This is your logistics, which is, we'll get into this later. But logistics, you know, there's bots that will take chests and add it to your personal inventory. So eventually you can request and remove stuff automatically via robots flying around. But that's a fairly long ways off. Let's just be honest about that. There's some little fish. Honestly, a good thing in the early game is to grab a few fish. One of the only ways to heal early on is to use fish to make med packs. So having a few of those early is probably not a bad idea. Honestly, if I was trying to play optimally, I think the first thing I would do is put some automatic extractors to start building up some iron, stone, and coal. But I'm not exactly trying to play optimally. I'm trying to present it in a viewable fashion for YouTube and Twitch in the future, so that it's understandable the order of things I'm doing. I'm not trying to like speed run this or play perfectly optimally or anything. It'd be very difficult to play optimally. It's a very complicated game. So now I'm destroying my Make a Ship here. We'll get some stuff out of it. Pistol magazine. We got some ammunition. We do have a gun. We've got a little pistol here. You press WASD to move. C button is to shoot button, and it's gonna follow the cursor around. So that's kind of the mechanic for shooting. Would you work for Xbox? I mean, it's still Microsoft. I don't know. Game dev is an interesting beast, honestly. I don't know. Every single bill is doubled. Yeah, the price of stuff is crazy. I know I've talked about this, you know, long-term channel, long-term YouTubers, channel viewers, whatever you want to call them, know that I live in a housing cooperative, which is kind of an unusual, depending on where you're from, what part of the world you live in. Some places don't have those at all. The ship's cannons were chambered to 9mm. Apparently, yeah. It wasn't really a combat ship. This was more like a colony ship or something, like a mining ship, maybe. I guess probably the idea. But yeah, I live in a housing cooperative, which is rather than a landlord, it's kind of share owned by the people who live in it, kind of thing. It's owned and run by the residents, kind of thing. That's how co-ops work. Anyway, the good part of that is we have more control on the prices of housing and stuff, so we're not raising the rent on ourselves like most market rentals are. But you know, there's lots of other downsides that go along with that. So my personal monthly rent hasn't gone as crazy as some people, but there's other problems. And to be fair, we still have to pay, you know, plumbers and electricians and stuff. And yeah, we have to pay those guys an awful lot. Okay, so I've cleaned it up. We have our basic landing zone is clean. Who wants Newfoundland? That's the sharks and the it's just been taken over by chrysalids, I believe. This is what's happening at this point. Okay, copy paste. I don't care about that. We can copy and paste things. Sure, whatever. Let's talk about like first steps here. So we got a bunch of free resources that normally you can't craft easily until later on in the game. Especially stuff like automation cards and electronic circuits. Those are higher tech than you start with. And like we have to start with like, what's a iron pickaxe? What's a gun? We don't know how these things work yet. So like we're gonna get there. Usually one of the first things I need is iron. So I'm gonna start with a drill. This is a burner. I don't have to build it. I start with one for free. So burner mining drill, it burns coal or wood, or most things that count as fuel, to smelt ore. Or, sorry, not to smelt ore, to mine ore. So if you look at it on the right, don't worry about all the numbers, but it has a speed, it has an area, it only mines underneath it, it extracts a certain amount of iron, it causes pollution, and it consumes fuel. So it's fairly obvious if you read through those things. We can make a very simple automation chain here by connecting, oops, not like that, by connecting a stone furnace. Once again, I have one for free, and this thing just takes, you have to select the recipe in advance, but we're going to cook iron, and then it needs some fuel as well. Just leave a few in there. And now this thing will automatically output iron ore into this machine, and it will, once it gets enough, you can see the recipe here, 20 iron ore, and then it cooks to 15 iron plates. So it'll take a while to start making it, but we'll eventually start automating iron plate production. I mean, this is like pseudo-automation, because I have to add the coal myself. But we want to do a bunch of this early on, because we're going to need tons of iron, and stone, and copper, and coal. So we want to get that going, which requires building more of those things. So building a burner mining drill, which is, you know, the thing we need more drills. I need stone bricks, which I don't have any bricks. I'm gonna have to cook more bricks. So I do have a bunch of stone, so I can make a bunch of stone furnaces. I'm just gonna right click to add a bunch, 5 at a time. Craft these up real quick. Pseudo automation. There's some animation. Now technically I could also try to get these assemblers to do work for me. We start with a few electric poles, which normally, again, you don't start with these kinds of things. No, this one, right. Connect that. Is that out of range? There we go. I guess it looks like they're, yeah. These things are smaller than they look. Like, I thought this tile was covered by the power. So no longer are they not receiving power, and I think basically what I did is I connected this damaged ship reactor, which provides a little bit of power, and I can do a little bit better than that because the shelter I put down also provides a bit of power. So if I connect this up, this guy, I think if you click on the power grid, you can see the damaged ship reactor provides some power, the blue line, and then the shelter provides some power as well. This is just our total possible is 260 kilowatts. We're consuming 9 kilowatts just to have these things connected, basically. Nothing significant. Lobotomy Corporation. Man, yeah, that was a long time ago for sure. Too bad. I never really got into the sequel thing, the Library of Ruin or whatever. I never really caught my attention. Oh, there's another assembler right there. Well, I've got a couple more of these electric poles, so we'll just connect those up. All right, so all of my starter machines are connected at least. Also, this is a research lab. Again, damaged ship computer lab. We can technically research a few things if we have the cards for it. I don't know if red on its own gets us anything. Let me check the tech tree. We need basic tech cards to get anything. So this is a different kind of tech card, which is not basic. I have automation, which is, I think, tier 2 tech. But we did also start, seeing as I have one, I'll just put this down. We start with a bunch of free stuff, right? So let's see what we got. I have a burner lab, which can accept the red tech cards. But again, I still need the basic ones to research what we need right now. And this guy, instead of using electricity, uses fuel to do research. So, cool. Amazing story. I never got into it. I played it for quite a while. I just... the story seemed kind of weak to me, but it was really slow. I really preferred Lobotomy Corporation's cool, like, monster stories, and then how they kind of built on that. Like, Lobotomy Corp grabbed me very early on with the little story bits about all this. It's kind of like SCP stuff. Library of Ruina, or whatever it's called. Man, the bits about random dudes on the streets killing people was just so boring for me. Like, I didn't care. Some guy killing some people or eating some people just seemed like... It seemed really boring, but yeah, maybe I'm a little bit picky. So if I want to expand, I need more of these mining drills, which means I need stone bricks. How are we going to get stone bricks? Well, we're going to have to cook it. So we can cook stone bricks. We have some stone. I'll put them in there. We got some coal. This thing will start making us stone bricks. And I got lots of furnaces, so we can multitask. We can parallel process here, parallax it up. Although I don't have a lot of coal. I'll probably have to go manually dig coal like a scrub. So you can, of course, manually mine. It's really lame. We don't want to do this. This is very inefficient. Yeah, I mean, following streamers is a lot of work, honestly. It's a lot of time commitment to stay on top of all the... Heck, I mean, this is just the nature of getting old. It's my story. Alright, I'm just reviewing my inventory. I've also got these sentinels. I can put one of these down. I'm not exactly sure how these work, to be totally honest. I think they're kind of like mini radars. So usually on the map screen, eventually we'll build radars that will explore the fog of war for us and give us some vision on what's going on. So if there's like a biter base over here, they'll rescan tiles every now and then and you can see them. I'm not sure how sentinels work. It's one of those things. Keeps watch over a small area. What does that mean? I don't know. I think what it might be is like it just adds a little bit of vision in the spot where you plop it down. Maybe. I think we've got like this 5x5 starting vision based on, I don't know, something we've got. But the Sentinel might give us a little bit more. Maybe you can drop them in different places to see what's going on. I don't know. I haven't really figured that part out. We have started to construct iron plates, so that's working. We should probably have a few stone bricks by now. Yep. Pick them up. Okay, and with that, now that we've got 30 stone bricks, we can start making some actual mining drills. Now, we're also limited by single-cylinder engines. We've got quite a few of those to start with. But then I'll need more stone bricks. So what I'll do here next is to automate stone mining. Well, again, pseudo-automate. So we'll mine stone. Again, I need to get that coal going because I don't really have much coal. And then the regular stone will automatically move into the furnace and be cooked into stone bricks. So at least that's started. And then clearly we need more coal now to run all this stuff. We need fuel. And there's a couple cool tricks for fuel. One of the, as you may have noticed, the little arrow pointing out, automatically pushes mined material into the next machine. You don't need to use... There are like inserters and stuff that have arms that pull items in and out of machines. But basically, like, this will start it up, and they will... we'll see. We'll watch it happen. So it output into this one. The fuel starts burning. Outputs into that one. Fuel starts burning. Outputs into this one. Fuel starts burning. It takes, you know, I don't know how much. Like, maybe you get 10 mining operations per one burned coal or something like that. But it's a nearly, well, I wouldn't say infinite, but it is a pretty convenient automation trick. You can also increase the chain here. We have 4, like just, you know, a little loop-de-loop of 4. You can have a big long list of like 10 of these in a row. And they will all stack up coal over time. And basically when I want coal, I'm just control shifting to pick it up, or control clicking, sorry, to pick up the excess fuel. So now I've got 34 fuel, or 34 coal, and anytime I want more, I can just click them, bam, 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 I'll pick them up. Nice handy little hack. I'll probably expand it from 4 to 20 soon enough, but oh yeah, we're gonna cause pollution. I can show that off right away here. The red thing is pollution. We're already polluting the planet, and the more we do that, the more the natives get angry with us. We can also take our coal that we just mined, hold shift? Control? No. What's the button? I gotta remember all my hotkeys. There we go. Control right click, and you can click and drag with the right click, and it spreads out the it's even distribution mod that lets you put them into all at the same time. Very convenient. All right, so there we go. Now we can fairly quickly pick up coal, fuel our machines, and start getting resources. You know, again, relatively automatically. Not super automatic, but that's kind of like first steps. Phase 1, get stuff. Phase 2, use stuff. You know, we're getting there. And maybe one of the things I kind of a personal goal maybe for myself is to do limited manual crafting, as limited as I can, basically. I like to try not to do too much crafting personally, because it takes a long time and it feels kind of feels like we're doing it wrong to me. Like if you're crafting everything yourself, also convenient trick, Alt, you can see what the recipe is. Shift right click, Shift left click, bam, copy the recipe. Right, so I don't like manual crafting. Like if I look here in my crafting list, I'm like, let's build some belts. It'll just do it automatically if I have the materials, but it also it'll craft like the components you need to make it. I'll demonstrate with a burner inserter. I need a inserter part and a cylinder. It's gonna craft the inserter part, and then if I needed to craft the cylinder, it would craft that. But it does all the sub processes first. You see you later there, ex-commander. It does all the steps to make it, you know, in a row, but it takes quite a long time, and I kind of feel like that's against the theme of the game. So what I'm going to try to do as much as possible is use these machines, assembly machines. Hey there, David. Or awesome guy and David. Sorry. Chat. Reading chat and playing at the same time. Can you believe it? So you can select pretty much any recipe and have these machines make stuff for you. Now, things that we're going to need early on, well, we'll need some iron gears for a bunch of stuff. We'll need these single-cylinder engines. We'll need sticks. We'll need cables. We'll need iron beams. We'll need inserter parts. So the more we start automating that, or at least, again, pseudo-automating it, because we're not really, it's not fully automated in that, you know, we have to refill these with coal, we have to pick up the iron, we have to move it around. But it's a lot easier to, at one time, go, okay, pick up all this iron. I think I can, there's probably a button. Yeah, control click, did that pick it up? There's probably a button I can click that will just pick up all the output. I just forget what it is. I'll figure it out. Control click? Yeah, control click. Picked up all the output materials at once, so very convenient. It's much easier on an automated system to just pick up all the stuff and then fill up the next one with it, right? That's saves a lot of time. I did not mean to put 100 in there. That's too much. Yeah, my clicking is hard. Anyway, so the point is you want to start automating stuff like this. So we're gonna have one for iron gears, and I'll just throw in 200 of these. Now it's not gonna go anywhere until we have inserters and stuff, and I'm gonna need way more iron, clearly. So we're gonna start expanding our resource extraction, and I'm just gonna start automating different bits and bobs that I want to have automated. So we had gears. Let's have sticks, some iron sticks in there. We're going to have, we'll do engines as well, which will need, you know, some of those gears, plus some of that iron plate. We'll get these automating a little bit. And technically this is using electricity, so you keep an eye on your power. We only produce a little bit of power, and we could easily overload our power production by running all these machines at the same time, but we do start with enough passive electricity to run a few machines to, you know, just to kind of show this off, to get used to it. Yeah, the chatbot's still dead. I haven't, you know, I have to basically rebuild it, and it's going to take some work. It's on my to-do list, but my primary to-do list is to actually record and upload some episodes, so that comes first. Okay, so with that, I need those iron plates, right? I definitely need more iron. Early game bottleneck is usually iron, so not a huge surprise. But now we're getting like the sub-components built automatically. So we'll build some more. I guess I also don't mind building the final product in my inventory, but having it build all the subcomponents, I find like that's a bit slow. Anyway, I'm not super trying to go fast. I'm just trying to be explain what I do while we do it. All right. All right, then you need to copy recipes. Okay, so that's 4 iron mines, sort of automated. We've got the 2 stone mines working along that way. Actually, I want 1 more stone mine. Although we do need bricks, we need lots of bricks. We also need occasionally. Just gonna make a little chest because it can automatically fill this up. You do need actual just regular stone sometimes too. So some recipes require stone bricks, some require just regular stone. So we'll have both of those getting produced. And maybe we'll expand our coal income a little bit here. We've got 4 more of these. There we go. So we just have a little chain. Expand the coal mines a little bit. Do a little bit more pollution, you know, no problem, no problem. We should probably get a little bit of copper going. We will need copper eventually. So we might as well get it started. I'd say iron should have the priority early game for sure, but a little bit of copper isn't going to hurt. Let's... What am I short on? Oh, just regular iron. Yeah, I definitely need more iron. I got to significantly expand my iron production. Yeah, it just takes a while to get going. Let's just do like 2... I think 2 copper mines will be enough for the early game. And what I really want to do now is expand iron, and then we'll start talking actual research and technology soon. Because I think this is... I don't like to overinvest in some of these early low-tech solutions, basically. Like, they're totally fine, but we can do a lot better without like, if you could spend like 10 hours building up all these kinds of pseudo-automation basic starter stuff. Also, hey there, Rocket Man. You could spend a very long time just getting this kind of technology set up, but honestly, you're probably better off trying to research up and get better technology rather than spending a long time here. So my general idea is to get a couple of each: coal, copper, iron, enough to get the basics started, and then we start looking at a better long-term solution. There's also an assembly machine there. I definitely want to, like, at least double my my iron for sure. In fact, actually, I wonder, one thing we could do. We'll do this every now and then. Is a little bit of math. So, these iron burner drills are extracting. You can see on the right side. Can we see? They have a mining speed of 0.25 per second. So if we watch this bar, it should take 4 seconds per iron, right? Yeah, so it's about 4 seconds per iron, probably exactly. And then we use 20 iron ore to craft 15 iron plates. And these have a crafting speed of 1, so it's the same as the recipe. So 48 seconds. So basically, one furnace uses 20 ore every 48 seconds, right? And we know we can make 1 ore every 4 seconds. You're following me. So if the miner is working for 48 seconds, it will produce 12 iron ore, right? 48 divided by 4, I'm pretty sure that's the math. So we actually should run, this a little differently, is what I've decided. It's not 1-to-1 ratio, it's actually closer to 2-to-1. And I'd rather it be a little bit more efficient. So we're going to do super complicated setup here. I know. You could never imagine such an amazing BlueAnkylo build. We want these to be iron. And then get them all. Starter coal set to get them running. So now, with 2 inputs, we should get actually a little bit more iron ore than we can cook. Is that more efficient? It's actually less efficient in terms of coal, maybe. But also then the burners, the stone furnaces are running they've got more uptime. So Factorio is kind of a game of efficiency and stuff like that. Basically, the drills will turn off eventually because this will fill up because we're gonna be mining a bit more iron than we can process. But whatever. I mean, you know, it's kind of. Is it better than our other solution? I don't know. It's different, and that's why I'm doing it. And we'll expand a little bit here, because I do think we're gonna need a ton of iron to get started with the next step of the game. So we'll go with something like that. That's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 12 iron drills. That's maybe more than I normally go with. We know that that's divided by 4, so you get 3 iron per second. We probably aren't cooking it quite as fast as that, because it's going to be a little bit less, but, you know, something approaching 3 iron per second over time. You know, okay. That's a start. Also, I've got some, I don't want to carry this around in my inventory, so we're going to dump off some of our starter. Inventory gets filled up with unprocessed resources when you destroy stuff, so get rid of them. Okay, what's our actual next step? We need to get tech, right? So we need to get these basic tech cards going. To actually unlock new recipes and stuff. That's the goal here. There was a meteor. It's off the base though, it's fine. I'm trying to make sure I've got a few of these building automatically. I need some of these. So then one of the things was like, okay, we're gonna need some. Oh, sheesh! I didn't even actually set up my copper properly. Sheesh, what am I doing? Let's make copper a little bit bigger because now we're gonna start talking cables. I think. Actually, we can probably do the same thing with copper. Hold on. I would expect the ratio for iron and copper mining is the same, so we can do something like this again. Speed them up. Get them all running. Okay. So we'll start getting some copper plates. But the plates, we actually don't need the plates, right? What we actually need for the science, which we can see on one of these screens here, we need these things. We need basic tech cards. So you need copper cables and wood, and then we can start researching, basically. Well, at the moment, there's no way to automate wood, so we're going to have to do some tree chopping. And, you know, that's always a fun part of the game. Now, do you think 8... I think 8 coal mines will keep everything running. That's a lot of coal we're making. And the time we set that up, I got lots. We're just going to be doing some mass fueling for a little bit here to make sure everything's working. But our pollution, probably getting a little bit gross. Burning all this coal up. And, but... look at this. Iron. Now we're getting good amounts of iron. There we go. And suddenly we've got almost 200 iron. Good. So, cables will be next. Let's keep making some of these basic early game products. Actually, we probably have enough engines. That's a pretty good start. We have enough sticks. That's not a lot of sticks. Sticks and stones. But we will need cables. Maybe we'll use... we've got one more assembling machine. I'll use this one to make some electronic cables. Or, sorry, copper cables. And these guys use copper plates. Easy enough. I actually have a bunch to start with. So then the only thing we're missing is the basic tech cards themselves. And I technically started with one burner assembly machine. We didn't have to build this one, and I don't think we have the tech to build those yet either. Oh no, we can make more of these, but we need automation cores, which are... do we know how to make those? I don't think we actually know how to make... there's a sub-component we don't actually know how to make. That's kind of funny. So, we have the recipe to make burner assembly machines, this guy here, but we don't actually have the recipe to make the subcomponents. It's hilarious. Anyway, it's cables plus wood, and we're going to start making some tech cards. We will need lots of copper eventually. So let's get the cable manufacturing going. And then we've got gears, we got sticks, we got engines. Hey, almost feeling like a factory, sort of. A factory where human workers carry everything between every machine. No belts, no robots, just machines that you have to refill manually. Technically, we do have the ability. We start with a bunch of transport belts. So maybe I will do one little tiny bit of basic of how this kind of works. This is pointless, really, but I'll put my burner lab down. Say somewhere over. Actually, no, there's a specific spot I want to put it in, just for. It's 3 tiles in between. So this is a spacing we'll use in the future for lots of stuff. Put some belts down. Belts, conveniently, in Factorio are free in that they don't use any electricity or upkeep at all. You have to build them, but once you've built them, they last and keep working forever automatically. Very convenient. And then we can take inserters, which is what these are, and they will pick up from the output slot. The belt will carry it down, and then the inserter will take those, put them into the machine. Now, I thought these are burner inserters. Where is he getting his power? Oh, okay, there's a mod that did this. Right. Usually, you would have to put coal into these manually to make them work, and it sucked. Burner inserters are lame. But there's a mod I'm using that adds kind of a bleed effect, so that I'm never going to put fuel here to make this thing work, but if I put some fuel into the machine, it didn't work. Maybe it only works on the output? Because I think this guy stole his coal from here. But I guess I still have to put it for the site. Okay, never mind. Maybe. Oh, it's because they're not actually. Yeah, okay, it is. It has no power. How is it? Is it using? Okay, I think what it's doing. Yeah. It's stealing the power from the machine next to it. I don't know how it did that. These things shouldn't work. Unless they have fuel. Okay, well, I'm confused. Normally, I ignore them entirely because they're a pain to deal with. But, I guess they just work now, so maybe I should stop complaining. Anyway, let's start researching something. Let's research... I'm going to need to cut down some trees because I have no way to automate wood. So, hey, let's cut down trees quicker with an iron pickaxe. So we'll get that researching. The way this works is you consume the tech cards and time to get a point of research. We'll need 25 points, each one taking about 30 seconds. But we can speed that up in parallel if we build more machines. Parallel processing. Need copper plates. So we'll probably want more than one researcher, so get that going. And I'll just build some of these manually, but, you know, like I said, automating as much as I can is kind of my general objective. Right, I need inserters as well. I definitely want to automate crafting inserters as soon as it's practically feasible, because they're a real pain to craft manually. All right, so this is already stopped because we ran out of wood, so we're not gonna have enough tech cards even to do what to even get started here. Is there any forest nearby? Not really. We kind of are in a there's a forest down here. Forests do also consume your pollution that you produce. So cutting them down, you know, might have some negative impacts on your polluting powers, you know, if you care about stuff like that. All right, let's get this technology running here. Focus on progress for a second. I suppose you could just only chop down the dead trees for wood. That probably wouldn't affect the absorption of pollution. Be very nature conscious. Only harvest. It's like an elf. You only harvest sticks from trees that naturally drop their branches. We never use live wood for anything. As if. This oasis is getting clear cut. I don't know how much wood you need to get through the early phase of the game. One of the things we'll definitely be looking into as quickly as possible is automating wood, which is another thing that's not in vanilla Factorio. There's no way to automate wood. There's very little use for wood in the base game other than an early fuel resource and crafting for a couple basic things. But in the mod pack we're using, wood is a mandatory automation. There's a lot of things that need it. All right, we got 100 wood. That should be enough for a little bit longer. Gotta get some more coal, get my smelters working. Let's put wood in there. Oh, I've got tech cards we can keep researching. Grab coal, let's refuel my machines. I'm not gonna make, like, belts. One thing I think is a terrible idea is trying to use belts to automate the distribution of coal at this phase of the game. Like, we will eventually. But while you're using burner drills, I think automating... Oops, that was not what I wanted to do. Oh man, that's way too much coal. Well, that'll keep them running for a while. They can only hold like 100 each anyway, so they'll all be maxed out. But yeah, I don't think automatically transporting the coal at this phase of the game is valuable. I think it's a waste of your energy, probably. But we'll start automating with like the final phase. Like we'll start. You don't start from the. I'll start from not the bottom, but from the other side, because so how come this burner has no fuel, but this one does? That is a mystery. I don't understand these burner inserters. I mean, yeah, I can put... But why is this one working? Also, for those of you that were around a couple years ago, these are our new Grabbies for sure. Grabby had many, many, many children. And they're all here. And they demand our coal. Just interesting. Anyway, let's keep constructing. Fuel the fires of industry. Getting a pretty good stock of normal resources. Still a little bit low on iron, honestly, of all things. Yeah, still not... I could probably expand the iron industry if I wanted. That'd probably speed things up a little bit. I'll think about it. The question is, can I keep my tech working? Maybe I'll build a couple more labs to speed this up. This is going pretty slow. We could do like this. A little bit of symmetry. I hear people like that. Oops. Nope. Oh, I see. Just being dumb. Forgot how to do stuff. Just blue forgetting how everything works. Classic. Need a couple more inserters for this. And yeah, again, this is a minor criticism, but I don't like. I like my inserters to grab the last tile of the of the belt, so there's not a bunch just sitting there not being used. Just, you know, a little bit annoying. So we'll throw in a little bit more. This is more labs than we'll be able to produce science for a while, probably. But this is our little baby automation, so it's nice to show it off. Also, seeing as these burner inserters seem to just work magically anyway, good testing purposes. All I need to do is put coal in the labs themselves, and they seem to be pretty automatic. So that's good. Now I'll probably want like I'll show off another type of automation here, maybe. Oh, I can't build those yet. Right. We actually need to learn how to make automation cores for me to expand my factories. So that'll be the next thing I try to figure out how to build. We've got a better pickaxe. This means 50% more mining, and I think also chopping down trees. Yeah, automation core. Maybe we should start with that, but I stand by my tree chopping powers because now we can go chop some trees down quicker. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's 50% faster. So, seeing as we have to we're mostly automating the coal, iron, copper, stone, but we can't do that for wood. So I feel like manually chopping quicker is a good idea. Now, I'm not sure exactly how much time we'll have, but we will have to start thinking about defenses soonish. I'm pretty sure we've got some time before we have to worry about it, because we can't really build anything military yet. But it should be on the relatively near future plan to make some turrets. At least enough that if we're under attack, we can retreat to some turrets and walls, so that we don't just game over, basically. We have some defenses to hold the middle of the base, and then we can rebuild what gets eaten. Just finish this little forest off. And we could also research med packs. I mean, it's vaguely military and also very cheap to research, so we'll get some of these going. Like I said, once you get the automation going, and this is even just barely automated, tech honestly tends to go pretty fast. Okay, so what I was planning on doing was doubling this, and I was going to show off another cool little trick. So to do my cool little trick, I need to build some sort of box and my first constructed assembling machine. We'll get that going. Also, I'll refill some of these intermediate resources here while we're building stuff. I've actually got a pretty good amount of sticks right now. You know you're doing well when you've got tons of sticks. But we do need to automate the automation. I know. We need to get there. The most factorial sentence ever is automating. Oh, I missed this guy. We started with a biter. That's what a biter looks like. I think this one is just meant to be your pet dog. We could probably also just kill him, but I'll keep him around for a little while. I forgot about that. Something from the mod added that guy in. Okay, we probably mostly need iron gears. Power is still very confusing. Power for them. So what I want to do is, this is another, like, this is like +1 to my pseudo operation plan. So we're gonna take our not really automated and add a little bit more automation. And I'm gonna need a couple more of these inserters. We're gonna need like tons of inserters. Maybe the first real thing we automate for realsies is gonna be inserters, because you need an awful lot of them. So, the way this is going to work is we're going to put everything we need to make basic tech cards, which is just copper, cable, and wood, into this chest. So I got one drop-off point, and then both of these machines feed from it. Also, instead of just putting one stack in, I could put like 1,000 of each item in there, and then this would keep running for quite a while. Until we run out of like coal and stuff, because the power is not automated at all, and that's the biggest weakness of the early game. Is you can't automate power until you get electricity. So you always have to take your coal and refill all the machines, which is you can't really automate that efficiently. So I'm still not sure why some of these inserters just work, and some of them need to be manually coal fed. So they're stealing some wood. I think it has to be like the box or machine that they pull from. If it has coal or wood in it, they can add some to their fuel inventory, but you can't pull from the receiving end. So the belt items don't have any fuel, so these ones need to be manually added. Seems to be the way that works. So it's better than it used to be, but it's still a pain in the neck, basically, is the way I'm seeing this. But I do have a fair amount of research set up now, which is pretty cool. Got a pretty good stock of some of the basic components. Probably that's the word I was looking for earlier. So next up, more research. Let me just get this copper running a bit more. And I could still, for all these things, to make them slightly better than what they currently are, is have, like, again, a box. I could do the same. I'll do this again once here. Rather than, like, 1-to-1. And this is still not fully automated by any means. But we can do the same kind of thing here where we... And I will be doing this a lot in the future, where I will... You can also put a maximum, too. You can block those tiles in the chest so it doesn't just fill up infinitely. Depending on what you're looking for. But by doing this kind of trick here, it reduces the amount of, like, work you have to do. Like, I can just throw, thousands of copper in here for scale. They'll pull them in and refill this and keep it running until this box is empty, or until this box is full, as full as I will allow it. And then I can just grab them all at once and move them over to the next box. And I would say, like, that's kind of my compromise on relatively autonomous early game. I think that's probably the way I would do it, because chests are pretty free. You can pick up a whole stack with one control click. Like, you can pick up, like, well, not one stack, one box full of, like, if you had, I think 200 per stack, you could have, I don't know, 5,000 copper in here at once. You could just control click it to your inventory, move to the other chest, control click it all instantly. Like, that's pretty efficient. And that will work until you get electricity and more automated stuff. More belting, basically. Belting is a bit of work. Okay. So that's working. We did research med packs, right? What I'm going to try to explicitly do here is every time I research a new tech, I'm going to try to take a minute before I go to the next tech level. I want to at least take a second to show off what the new recipes are and maybe build them rather than just rushing through the tech tree. So the automation cores, I didn't show how to make those, but that's one of the reasons why we needed the sticks, the gears, and the plates, is so that we could build these. And we need those to make inserters. The equipment, the med kits we researched, fish, wood, biomatter, and first aid kits to make a better med pack. Well, unfortunately, we don't have biomatter yet. We'll get some soon enough. So for now, the only kind of first aid kits we can make are these kind, fish, wood, and iron plates. Which maybe I should craft up a few more, because 5 is not very much. And I did mention, like, you should probably be catching fish when you could. There's not really a fishing minigame, you just click the fish and catch it. I'm not sure how the fish repopulate either. That's just a mystery. I don't know. How do fish even work, Oh, for the long term, I will probably eventually start using out-of-game music in the background. I just figured for the first start of the stream, I will use the basic game's sort of atmospheric music in the background just to set the tone, set the vibe. But it's pretty minimalistic, so sometimes it's nice just to have some rock and music to go to. Alright, anyway, so we can make some med kits here. I'm not going to worry about automating stuff like this right now, but I'd rather have 25 than 5. I'll pick up a few more trees to get the research going, and then we'll, I think we'll maybe go for guns next, just in case, I don't see any enemies yet. But you never know. You never know. We're certainly stinking up the place. Also, different terrain types slow you down more. I think this wastelandy desert stuff actually makes you move. The sand makes you walk really slowly. So this is not a very good base platform. Yeah, you're faster on the dirt than you are on the sand, I'm pretty sure. Alright, let's put all our wood in there. We need to select a new tech because we've actually backlogged the research already. So, not too many options. There's the next tier of tech, tier 2 tech, ready to go. There's also a crusher. I don't know if you need a crusher early game. We could build one. You can crush I think you can crush stone to turn into sand, which we'll need later. But let's learn about guns, right? That's not gonna take very long. We need some guns. Maybe I'll expand my research here a little bit. My burst research. I think I want 10 of those, just for fun. But I need to restock all my coal here first. Oops. That's not really what I want to do. Make sure those guys are working. Those are working. It's not a lot of coal each, but it's enough to get things running. Okay, so we've researched gun. The power of gun, which gives us bigger guns, shotguns, and the ammunition that they need. Also, slowdown capsules, which kind of like a little slow grenade for enemies. So right now, like, we just have this little pistol, pea shooter. It's not very good. The bullets, basic bullets, do 8 damage. And we shoot at 3 per second. Well, we can do better than that. Let's build the submachine gun, which we have all the ingredients for already, but we'll need new ammunition. And I don't know how much I'm going to need. Let's build 50. Again, I should probably make it automated at some point. Well, I will make it automated at some point. For now, it's a little bit difficult. Tab to switch. But now, instead of 3 per second, we can shoot 7.5 per second. Although I guess the pistol has like a damage bonus. I don't know how that works. But we also went from 8 to 10 damage at longer range at higher speed. So I don't think there's really a huge competition. This is certainly better than that. I think. Anyway, at least that's my story. We can also make a shotgun with a bit of wood. I don't know. Shotguns are cool, I guess. I'll build one. But I need some wood. The trees are too far away. Kind of annoying. I kind of remember the shotguns being good against big clusters of enemies because it's kind of like an AoE shot more than a... I need lots of iron and copper to get ammo. So, I mean, I'm not going to go super heavy into military tech until we need to, but it's nice to have the basics in case I have to defend myself. I'd probably like to have some armor because right now we have literally no armor at all. So that's something else I'll probably try to get soon. I was going to make 10 research labs, then I got sidetracked. Also, I think we make cables quicker than we can put them in the box. So there's that. Oops, dang it. Stealing the coal. Not supposed to do that. Alright, so we'll make, we'll say 25 shotgun shells, 6 ammo per batch. The rifle magazine is kind of more efficient as well for metals, right? Like, 1 iron, copper, and 2 coal gets you 30 shots, whereas the shotgun shells, it's 2 copper and 2 iron, but you only get 6 shots out of that. 6 ammo per cartridge. So, I think I prefer the submachine gun rifle ammo kind of stuff, because I think in terms of resource cost, it's just a little bit cheaper. But hey, we got a shotgun. It does fire like multiple projectiles. So you can hit a bunch of stuff at the same time. But it shoots really slow. You know, standard shotgun stuff. Okay, I was going to build a few more labs. And then we'll do the next tech. It should be abundantly obvious by now that I'm not trying to go fast. I could start trying to automate the inserter parts, but as long as I'm not crafting the sticks and the gears manually, it doesn't feel too bad. Alright, so let's get the input set up again. Easy enough, I say, failing to place one. And, again, I don't know how these inserters are sometimes fueled, but not always fueled. It's a mystery, because I put them down, they had no coal, but they started working. It's really weird. I think they're, like, you know, by the vanilla game, these things don't work at all unless you put coal into them yourself. But there's this bleed effect now where they can steal some coal from machines, but it doesn't seem to always work the way I think it should. Alright, maybe I'll just make some more med kits in the... Right, that's what I need the wood for. We'll make a few med kits in the background. I just want to get rid of those fish. Clean up an inventory slot and just fill up while I'm talking. Oh, it's... So I actually... I see. We actually start with, like, high-quality med packs, I think. No, they both heal 50, but the med packs heal poison as well, I guess, if you're poisoned. But yeah, I've actually got more than just the 5, so I'll put them... I haven't used my hotbar much yet, but you can have some of those over there for emergency clicks. Alright. Let's get... Yeah, turrets. That's the stuff. I was saying military is important. Let's get some military. And honestly, this is not going to take very long with 10 machines teching all at the same time. So we could have done this all in the background while I was crafting guns. Alright, so gun turret. Yep. Light armor, I'll get this going while I talk about turrets. I'll make a couple turrets to start. We need iron beams, right? I said I need those. Let's take some sticks, change this to iron beams. I never made any of those, because they don't get used in too many recipes, but we can make a little automated there. Gear supply is pretty good. Engines, honestly, this is probably enough engines at this point. Yeah, I'm actually quite enjoying the amount of automation we've got already. Like, this is a... When I first played it, I'd forgotten sort of how nice it was to have all these machines just making you basic resources in the background so you didn't have to do it all yourself. It just feels really nice. It feels like I'm playing the game properly. Let's go grab a bunch of coal while we get the materials for our turrets. Now, we're not under attack. I don't know how soon we'll be under attack, so I might be a little bit early getting into Miltech, but I think it's still a good idea. I also need walls. I don't know. You can't build walls to start with, can you? No, I think we have to research walls. And turrets on their own without walls aren't all that amazing. Why are you not getting cables? Sometimes the inserters are kind of dumb. This machine could work if they put the cables in, but it was filling up to two recipes worth of wood before it fills in the cables. So the inserters are just a little bit too slow for the processing speed of the machine. Math? No, this is the math stream. The math stream. I labeled it math, right? Anyway, we're starting to get some iron beams. And we also unlocked armor. So we'll stop research for a second because I'm getting ahead of myself again. Light armor just takes iron plate real easy. We'll just craft that up. Nothing to worry about. You can see some resistances on it. So early on, we're only going to be fighting biters that do physical damage. But we take 20% less damage, or -3 per hit, I think. Physical 3, I believe, is -3, and then 20% is, you know, anything else is 20%. You also absorb 20% of it as well, if I remember correctly. So that gives us a lot more survivability than nothing. And then we want turrets. So now that I've got some gears, some engines, some beams, we can start crafting a few of these. I'll make like 4 or so, and that'll be enough for a while. I will need some more ammunition, and I'm pretty sure they use rifle magazines, although I can test. Maybe you can have any kind of turret by just giving them different kinds of ammunition. I'm going to put it in the middle of my base. They actually have a pretty wide circle, like, attack range. But it's somewhere that I can run away to if I'm under attack. So can you put pistol ammunition? No. Can you put... No. So you need to use rifle ammunition. I'm not super surprised. So we might want to automate rifle magazines manufacturing soon. But that's one little turret there defending us. And turrets shoot pretty quick. They're accurate. They use the ammunition you give them, so you can upgrade them a ton. And I'm going to make, like, 4, I think. A little square of 4, and then I'll put a wall around them. And I think that'll keep us safe for actually quite a while. Although I'll need some ammo, so... There's other things to craft as well. We'll get that going in the background. So, walls. How do we get walls? What are walls? What is a wall, even? But now I feel a lot safer, because if I'm under attack, I can, no matter where I am, if I run here, these things will start shooting, and I don't have to, like, I can kite the enemies, and these guys will shoot them down, as long as it's not a huge wave. So that should... should keep us going for a little while. Also, I've picked up a bit of tech that I don't want. Just put it away in here. Clean up my inventory. Inventory management, it's going to be a thing. Okay. You can look ahead. So yellow means you can research it. Red means there's prerequisites that you don't have yet, right? So you could try to find where the walls are. If you looked... You can also, at the bottom, I think there's the... You can click on things you've already researched to look at them up. There should be, yeah, walls right here. Stone wall. Oh, I thought this was something else, like a gate or something. Yeah, no, we can research walls really easily. Let's get them. Let's also make a couple more assemblers. Maybe postpone the ammunition for a little bit. Yeah, stone wall, that did not take very long. So all you need to make it is bricks. I mean, of course. The basic stone wall is not of a high-tech. We're not talking, future missile tech science stuff. But this is actually the main reason why I wanted all these stone bricks to get started early on. Because you can't craft stone bricks in your inventory. You have to cook them. So if you want to make a wall, you have to have some stone ovens going automatically in the background. Or else you, well, you can't just quickly put down a wall. Alright, we got lots of iron. That's actually looking really good. Real good. Keep the cable production. Keep going with the steel beams. I mean, iron beams. There are actually steel beams. We just haven't got that far yet. Keep making these. Just keep making stuff. If you don't know what to do, just keep building stuff. Keep processing, you know. Progress is industry. Just build more. Okay, so with that, we can make walls now. I've got a reasonable amount of ammunition stocked up. We've got some turrets. I can craft some walls. They build really quickly, so these are one of the things I don't mind manually crafting because they build so fast. And walls, I mean, the enemies we're going to fight in the early game are all melee. Oh, I see why it was there. Because it had to... You want to cover both of them. Okay. So the walls have 350 health. It's actually less than the turret. But because the enemies are all melee, you can... and you have ranged weapons because we're from the future. We're future robot species, right? We can do multiple layers of walls as well if we want, and then the enemies have to take a long time to chew through all that, and they get shot to pieces by the turrets while it's happening. So, I mean, this is not like amazing tower defense. No enemies yet, but I'm ready. I got 4 turrets surrounded by double layer of wall. I could always sneak in there pretty quick if I needed to, especially if I left a wall on my hotbar, which would be smart. Because now I can pop in there, hide in here, while the turrets protect me if I need to. Because we can destroy a wall very quickly, but if you have to shoot your way through, it takes a long time. Alright. The area is looking quite polluted. I wouldn't be surprised if we get attacked pretty soon, though. So I'm glad we got this done. Let's get this crusher. I mean, red science is the path to the future, certainly. And we need to get to trees and stuff soon. Welcome to the jungle. I don't remember this. What the heck is this? I mean, I want the greenhouse to automate my wood eventually, but... Huh. Anyway, let's learn how to crush things. That sounds good. So we've got a pretty good amount of science. 10 science labs. I think that's enough for now. That'll speed us through. I think we've got enough iron for now. I could build a couple more... I did build a couple more assembly machines. I'll get up to 5, and then I'll build myself like 10 inserters. Because there's lots of other things that I should start automating, like, or at least pseudo-automating, like bullets, and maybe walls, and who knows what else. If we need to build a perimeter wall, we need a lot of walls. Can you get rid of pollution? Eventually. So pollution is a kind of a complicated mechanic. Most of the stuff you do, burning coal, mining, etc., creates pollution, and you can see the color of the red tile is sort of how much is in there, and it spreads out over time. Trees will consume some pollution. So if you have a big forest, you'll see like one side of your base is not, it's like kind of eating it up kind of thing, like CO2. Pollution is mostly carbon dioxide. Whereas if you have a desert with no trees, it'll spread out way farther. Now, eventually we're going to run into some biter bases, some alien creep, kind of like Zerglings a little bit maybe, and they also consume pollution, and they eat it out of the sky, kind of. They'll suck up these red tiles. However, when they eat up the pollution, they multiply and evolve and get stronger, and then they make attacks on you in retaliation. So that's the natural pollution method. You continue to build to create more pollution, and the world absorbs it in one way or the other. However, with high enough tech, there are ways of mitigating pollution. I think there's high tech that lets you do carbon scrubbing from the atmosphere. Even some of these machines, we can reduce the pollution they make. Like this machine, it makes 10 pollution per minute. But there's eventually with higher tech, you can, for one, stop burning coal. You can use like steam power and nuclear power and stuff like that, and that helps. But you can also reduce the pollution of these things with modules and stuff eventually. Okay, we have researched crushing. I'll try to build one of those in a second, but we'll keep researching stone processing next, because we got lots of stone. Yeah, and what I want to do here is... This is all getting a little bit squishy, but this is going to happen in the early game, because I don't want to expand outwards much. We're going to automate walls here real quick, just to get some going. Now, the walls actually craft very quickly, so you would need quite a lot of inserters and stone furnaces to keep this machine running, because it takes half a second to consume 5 stone bricks. So it can eat 10 stone bricks per second, and we're only making 5 every 16 seconds. And then the inserters themselves are also pretty slow. So there's a bit of a balancing, like, but the main thing is I can forget about it, and eventually I'll come back and we'll have like hundreds of walls ready to go. So baby automation just to get some passive construction in the background. The other thing I wanted to do some passive construction on was the bullets, just so we've got a little bit of bullet automation. Rifle mags. I'll do my double chest setup again. Just the very bare bones starting. And it's actually conveniently inside of the range of the turrets. So if the enemies did attack this, we would hopefully defend it so we wouldn't lose our ammunition constructor. But again, it's not really automated because I have to put the iron and the copper and the coal in here manually, basically. So it's not a very good automation. And we'll do way better later on, don't worry. I 100% promise I will endeavor to make everything automated by the time we wrap up this series. As much as feasible, all automation. But this is still much quicker than crafting it in your inventory. It's slower than automated belts and stuff, but automated belts, I can barely do automated belts right now. I don't really have the resources for stuff like that yet. And I need better inserters that use like electricity or something. Oh yeah, I was gonna build a crusher, so we didn't do that yet, but let's build one crusher. Try not to get too far ahead of the tech that I'm researching, because that can get out of control very quickly. So crusher needs more automation cores, so I just need some copper plates basically to get that going. I should probably get automation cores automate the automation. Yep. But I know they're kind of a pain, so I haven't started that yet. But maybe let's look at what those would look like while I'm crafting the crusher. If I want automation cores, we need sticks, gears, and plates. So, you know, we'll do our standard, at this point, kind of standard setup to get at least something going in the background. Couple chests. We need, what'd I say? Sticks, gears, copper plates, was it? Yeah. So we'll start getting some basic automation cores. Again, I actually don't want, like, thousands of them even, so maybe even just like 1 or 2 stacks would be enough. And then I can just pick them up and it's all ready to go automatically. Just like I can pick up some bullets. Just be like, ready to go. We might actually be getting to the point where we need more copper income. But if we can just power through a little bit longer, we'll be able to start upgrading from coal to electric. Coal-powered everything to electric-powered everything. And I like to do my automation more once we get to electricity, because it's just a lot more long-term survival, much more long-term workable. Why did you stop? Oh, it used up all of the stone. Ah. That's the first miner to run out of resources. Cool. To cause the least amount of disruption, I'm going to do this a kind of a dumb way, but it's what I'm going to do. The stone will output to an empty square, and then the inserter will carry it a little bit further. That way I don't have to rebuild everything. So that'll do. And that way we'll continue our wall production. We didn't get very many walls. And I still want stone bricks for my own construction, but I'll spend some of the ones in my inventory just to get this running a bit. All right. What was I saying I was going to do next? We've got bullets. We've got automation cores started, but it's going to need a lot more copper. I was considering expanding my copper. Yeah, let's make a little bit more copper income. Let's just double it. I think we'll want more copper before we can get to the next tech level. Especially playing at a sort of slow pace here. I'm sure, you know, people that are really good with the game, you know, they know what techs to beeline and they can avoid a lot of the boring techs and just rush into the really efficiency automation stuff that saves you a ton of time. But I'm not really too worried about that, you know. All right, so automation cores, automated, sort of. That's good. There was something else. Oh, the inserter parts. I was like, we could technically also get these going. Maybe I will while I'm doing this kind of stuff. The crusher is something I need to talk about here. Because that's what we just researched. This was just a temporary project while I finished research, and then it turned into a... Oh yeah, now I gotta upgrade my copper. This is also a classic Factorio thing. You do one thing, and then you find out that, oh, now I need to do 5 other things to get that one thing working. I'm doing fun wrong. Yeah, I know. That's. I'm just waiting for someone to come to the stream or leave comments on the video to say how I'm definitely playing wrong. That happens. You can't be a YouTuber without that happening. This tile is also out of stone. We're running out of stone, guys. It's actually very hard to run out of stone. Stone tends to be one of the most available, I would say one of the most available resources in the game. It's much more likely you run out of iron or copper or coal, I generally would say. Okay, so I was trying to get this going. Sticks and gears. Now I could definitely have set this up to share this box to be picked up by both of these machines, but it's fine. We'll throw some coal into these, but I don't want to have all my coal hooked up in these dumb inserters. We'll get to better inserters, and then I won't feel so... Like, it's just... This is kind of a... In a way, it's sort of a waste of time, because, you know, we're building a lot of inserters that are just going to get replaced by better inserters and more sensible long-term solutions. But, yeah, this is fine. Alright, so we've got a few hundred iron. Copper should be speeding up a little bit. We did build a crusher, I just didn't put it down. So what can you do with a crusher? This is a non-vanilla machine. This is another Krastorio, I believe, machine. Or maybe, yeah, Krastorio 2. So with these guys, you can crush stuff, almost anything, I think, and it's kind of, maybe not everything. The idea is, most things are just destroyed. So it's kind of like a deleter. Like, again, and for some, I would say probably more people have played Minecraft at this point than Factorio, but there's mods for Minecraft that make automation better in that game as well. And one of the things that happens is sometimes you need a way of deleting excess components or crafting or stuff that you just don't want because it's just taking up chest space. So you can use this to just delete stuff. You know, I don't want this this piece of wood, right? Like, just get rid of it. Just get rid of it, and it's gone. But the problem is it uses a lot of power. I can't really use this machine yet because it uses, you can see at the bottom right, 233 kilowatts of power, which at the moment is like almost all. Well, I could technically use it right now, but it is almost all the power we're making. So it's not really, we're not really ready for this just yet. The main use for this, however, is to take stone and turn it into sand, and we'll get a lot of sand pretty quickly out of stone, and eventually we'll need sand for stuff. We just don't need it yet, so this was kind of not very helpful at the moment. Anyway, let's get on to tech level 2. We've done all the basic tech stuff. Let's move on. I've automated most of the things a little bit. Now that I've got these coming in, I can make my inserters a little bit quicker. I definitely want to have, you know, for ease of use, we're going to need tons of belts, tons of inserters. Did I use all my belts? I know we started with a few belts. I thought I started with more than that. I don't know if anyone saw where my... Oh, no, they're in the corner. They're right there. Where'd my belts go? Where's my car? Dude. Okay, we've got more of these cylinder engines than I need. We're going to stop that. I'm going to set up another stack of steel beams or iron beams because they're pretty slow to craft. Copper cable's actually doing pretty good. Oh, is this another dead spot of mining? Still no biters. I did try to turn up the biter aggression a bit, but I might not have turned it up enough, honestly. Not that I want this to be like a huge aggro campaign. I just was hoping to show them off, before we get 5 hours in, basically. And yeah, I am dropping frames every now and then. I think it's just my crap modem that I got. My old modem stopped working entirely, and then I went to the ISP to get a new one. And I think this new one's worse, honestly. Sorry, if the stream's a bit framey, that's probably all it is. Probably. It's very inconvenient for someone who's trying to be a somewhat regular streamer. Let's stock up like 20 miners. We're gonna need a lot of these later, so I'll just build those while I'm waiting for my tech, because we're gonna be expanding into more mining, more industrial-sized expansions pretty soon. Let's keep the cables going. I need some more assembly machines as well. Let's... Oh, right, I need sticks. Oh, right, I don't have a stick maker anymore. I turn that off. Alright, I'll talk about the next tier of tech here in just a second once I get some of this going. Okay, we get some sticks going at least. I want to pick up these automation cores because I wanted to build... I just need iron. I want to build some more assembly machines just so I can set more automation. You need to automate to make automating. Actually, what I should try to get to soon is the the machine that makes more automation machines. That's what I'm really missing. So I could build an assembly machine that makes more assembly machines. But if it becomes sentient, we might have a problem. All right, so research. So red science is the next thing. Basically, all the next tier of technology will require some basic tech, which we already, this is very simple. It's just wood and copper or whatever. But now we're going to start needing red tech as well. And, to make red tech, we're going to need to do a couple more things. So we're going to need automation cores. Surprise, surprise. We got to automate to make more automation. But to make those, we also need blank tech cards, which are copper and iron, which is actually not that bad. That's a pretty simple one. So I think the next step has to be some basic red science automation. There's really not too many other choices. But once we have red science going, you can sort of sneak peek here. Well, for one, we can shoot better. Oh, yeah. But also, we get steel and... Sneak peek. Well, we've got different kinds of inserters that might use electricity. And somewhere down here, better automation and power is all. So I think red science gets us a long way. I think like the basic science, whatever we call this, yellow science, is all just coal based. But I think red science will get us through all the early game electric stuff. And also my grapple gun. How do I get my grapple gun? Steel grapple gun. That's what we're doing next. As soon as we get this going. So let's get some red science set up. It shouldn't take too much work. We do need some copper over here. I'm not sure I actually queued up enough copper plates, but we'll see. We can expand it. We can build more. So we can use this same belt and science setup to start doing red science. In fact, we could do one cheap, because we started with 10 red sciences. If there was a really cheap red science one that we wanted, there's only a couple that are costing 10. But we could already do one of those really cheap ones. We can either do glass text plates or fuel processing. I don't know if either of these helps us really at all. But seeing as it only costs 10, we can do it right now because we know we started with 10 red science. Yeah, the red ankylos, they'll be coming. There's no way we finish the red science without getting attacked. Like 100%. There's no possible way. I wouldn't believe it. Okay, so we've got a very simple basic science on the left. Red science, a little bit more complicated. Not super complicated, but more complicated. Move you out of the way. So the goal here, we'll start from the top down, is we want red science. And I'd like to have, again, similar... Well, you can check the speeds, right? So these guys are 20 seconds to make 5, or 1 tech card per 4 seconds. These guys make 5 in 20 seconds. So same thing, basically. You make 1 per 4. So if you can keep them fully supplied, you'll get 1 every 4. And we want to... I mean, I'll keep it as balanced as I can, basically. So that's kind of the plan. And I'll try to do 2 of these at the same time again. Now, there's one more thing I didn't mention, but the speed it shows here, 20 seconds, it's actually multiplied by the machine you're using. So these things have a crafting speed of 0.5. So at the moment, it's actually 40 seconds for 5. But I'm not going to worry about that specific distinction, because when I upgrade these machines, I will upgrade them all. So the ratio will always be the same. Even though the actual throughput will be different than what I'm saying. It's not complicated at all. This game is very simple. Very, very easy to understand. Alright, fuel processing. We'll get there. I think basically if I make this machine, I can take coal and turn it into, like, fuel. Processed fuel. I'm not sure if there's any reason to do that right now. It's just something we could do if we wanted. I'm not going to worry about that. So what we need to do, though, is get these automation cores over here and some blank tech cards. I think I'll start with the blank tech cards because it's the easier of the two. And we have unlocked the fuel processing and the fuel. There you go. Let's... Blank tech cards. The recipe was... iron plates plus copper cables. Okay. I'm thinking of spacing here so I can make this kind of simple. Probably don't like where that is. Because we don't have a lot of resources, so I want to keep this... We need 2 secondary inputs. Automation. So iron... Sorry. We need iron plates plus copper cables there. And we need automation cores, which require... copper plates, iron. So it's all iron and copper. I'm trying to decide if I want to have just a box where I put the iron and the copper plates and then have automatic distribution from there, or if I want to just have boxes of the intermediary components like gears and sticks and stuff that I just move around. Like right now, I could just pick up these and move them in. Kind of sucks. Red science is hard to automate when you unlock it. So until I get electricity, even just basic electricity research, I need 50 of these basically. And then we can start... Yeah, I feel like... I know I wanted that grapple gun, but I think this has to be where we go first. We need logistics for electric inserters. We need electricity to power and make cables, like to make the poles. We can't even build electric poles right now. And then we need the production, which means we have to get to steam engines, I think. Yeah, once we can get to steam engines, we got to go through piping. Yes, we need fluid handling. We need water in pipes. And then we need to have a steam turbine. And then we need the electrical sub. At that point, things are a lot more easy to automate. But that's going to take a fair amount of science, right? That's 50, 70, 80. That's pretty cheap. That's 100 red science we need to get electricity going. Let me just look at my ratios here. We get 5 reds for every automation core, but then it's 1-to-1 tech cards. So we actually have enough automation cores to make 100 red science right now. Okay, that kind of solved it for me. I'm not going to worry about automating it better. We're under attack! Hey, hey, hey. Get out of here. They're eating my iron mines. Alright, there's a little red thing. I'm going to miss that all the time. My little friend helped defend, and my turrets was in range to shoot him a bit. Some of them. And we didn't actually lose anything, so congratulations. Now you get to see another thing that I could have built earlier, but I didn't. The repair kits. I'll probably also need to automate these. But yeah, we can repair damaged buildings. So yeah. Hey, I said we wouldn't finish red signs without getting attacked. There you have it. Now, I don't know exactly where they came from, other than up. But that does tell me the direction. Well, what do we think the direction they came from? I'm going to make a small turret base up here next. Yeah, we're going to take a pause. I'm going to do my red science, but we must defend the iron mines. So first off, I'm going to do a little expansion here for gunnery. Not very difficult. And then as soon as I get this set up, we'll get attacked on the other side probably, but that's fine. I just put my central base up. My central defense just to cover, because I didn't know where the nearest enemy biter base would be. But now we know we're getting attacked from the north, at least sort of. I can put up some defenses on the north side, and then I won't have to worry about my machines getting damaged. And I don't want to make like a full perimeter wall. I mean, we don't have the resources for a full perimeter wall. It's expensive enough even just to build this right now. I like to do about a double layer of wall, especially early game walls. They're not really very good. When we get better walls, it might not matter, but this should be enough to get us going. I also don't put a ton of ammunition in these guys early on, because ammunition is pretty expensive. You know, 20 or so is probably enough for quite a while. Because remember, each of these is 30 bullets. So 20 magazines is like 600 shots. That's plenty. I'm going to clear this up. I believe rocks block projectile fire in this mod. So, or maybe just in the base game at this point. I don't remember. Oh, look! That's a lot of biters. Wow. Did I build enough turrets? Yeah, enough. Not too many. I'm glad I moved 4 in there. I might want some more, honestly. Let's go to 8. This is a good spot. I need some more walls. I want to expand that to a 4x2. Because now we know exactly where they're attacking from. Boy, the timing on the defenses there. Whew. Does Blue know what he's doing? Not really. I'll pretend like I do. Probably won't need... Well, I'm going to keep the central defenses until I mean, there'll be more attack from other angles soon enough, so don't get too comfortable. Now, I'm not sure how the targeting works in defensive turret mode, but... like, there might be some value splitting up your turrets a little bit, so they target different enemies, right? But this is fine for now. I definitely need to start crafting some more ammunition. Alright, so that's twice as much. I could also go on a hunting expedition to go find where the base is and start trying to clear it out. Because they do have a place they spawn out of, and once you destroy that, you know, they can't attack. But I'm not ready to go on the offense yet. Definitely not. There's a red technology gun I want to get before then. Okay. Where was I? Trying to get red science going. We can also start considering upgrading our turrets as well. Once we get things working, we can upgrade the damage per bullet and stuff like that, which is nice and efficient. This thing is slowed down by the inserter, so if I just put a stack of coal there, it'll keep it running a little bit faster. Okay. So I think I was in the middle of saying, this is easy, right, as I was attacked. Automation cores, what I was saying was, we have enough to make 100 science. Which is all we need to get the electricity going, which is what I'm really trying to get first, is to get some science going. So some electricity to make automation easier, because automation kind of sucks right now. So... get these set up. Also, if you've noticed, the inserters, or exserter, they put it on the opposite side of the belt. There is ways of changing that with higher tech, but if you want to use, there's 2 lanes per belt. You just need to have inserters on both sides. So the red will end up on one side, the yellow will end up on the other side. You can share belts. You can mix them together. Not everybody likes mixing belts. There's some compromises that causes as well. But we will manage. All right, so automation cores, get in there. Oh, right. Put them in like this. And then the other thing we needed was the tech cards, which just needs probably 1 machine. I believe, if I remember correctly, basically the speed of the blank cards is very quick. So these get made way quicker than the red cards. So 1 machine should be able to supply 2. I'm pretty confident. But we do need iron and copper cables. And once again, I'll do my chest loader. Just so it's a little bit easier to see. I kind of also think it's probably easier for you guys to follow along. To see how my recipes work. If I set it up with this style. I don't technically need the buffers, right? Like I could not have this and just fill this one up manually. But I think it's a little bit easier to see how the overall factory is working if you've got like, this box has those 2 icons, flows into here, you get this icon, and then this icon uses those. It's kind of I don't know, it just seems, I think it's a little bit easier to follow along with. Look, I like it this way. I don't have to explain myself. So what's working? What's not working here? Oh, we just don't have enough yet. We need 5 blank cards to make 5. These things also decide they demand fuel for now, not for long. And we have red science, again, pseudo-automated. We still need to input automation cores manually and some iron and copper cables manually. But all things considered, that's easier. We also need to keep this thing stacked, because otherwise we won't be making automation cores. Although we've got quite a few already. Steel beams for turrets, engines, gears, sticks. Fill up sticks and gears, grab some more iron. And then maybe our research. Oh, we got our first red tech. Yay, achievements. The most important part of any game is getting achievements. Oh, I will say this damaged ship reactor was never really very useful. I'm just going to get rid of it. I could have used this instead of the burner sciences, but just get rid of that. And we did get some resources out of it, whatever we got. Gears? Sure, have some gears. I need better automation of these subcomponents, though. This is not ideal for sure. Sticks and gears, sticks and gears. Grab some copper. Can make sure my cables are going. Oh, right, I have to actually start science, too. Just because I made red science doesn't mean we're researching anything. Okay, so we're going to start with logistics. Just, it's cheap and easy. These labs blasting away the science and the pollution. It does look like I'm making tech cards with 1 quick enough. It's filling up faster than they're using them. So that's good. We can throw enough resources in here to keep this running for quite a while. And I'll probably run out of automation cores. Actually, because it only uses 1 automation core per 5 science. So this actually will last maybe longer than you'd expect, even with just a low number. That's good. Sciencing. Okay, so the first tech we did here was logistics. The reason I did this first was I can make the belts, like this basic belt system. But all the cool parts, I did not know how to make. So, loaders, I don't really know how to use loaders yet. I'll build one because I don't know how to use loaders. Underground belts just let you go underneath other things, so it kind of lets you stack multiple layers of logistics on the same tile. Inserters and red inserters, or long-head inserters. The red ones just grab from 2 tiles away instead of 1 tile away, which means you can have a double belt and having machines on both sides drawing out of the double belt, which is great. So all good for automation, very simple. Now, I wouldn't be surprised, just the way, because we have some forest down here, so I expect the attacks won't come from the forest sides. It's probably going to be like, this side will be attacked, and something from this side will be attacked. If I was guessing, I'd say north, east, north, northeast, and also south, southeast. But we got to get this electricity rolling, so let's keep going. Next science. I do not have a lot of coal right now, so to get our proper steam, like this is a tiny little coal mine, we're gonna probably need to expand pretty quickly to get good steam power going. Also, we're under attack. Looks like the turrets did just great. Oh yeah, I mean we took some wall damage, but none of the walls are even halfway dead. So I think this was good. I think 8 turrets will be good for now. Some stragglers, nothing to worry about. But I mean, I only have defenses on one side of my base properly, so we need to cover other areas as they get attacked, as we learn about them. Oops. I do not want to craft 20 gears per. Oops, that is definitely I pressed the wrong button. I definitely don't want to craft every subcomponent of a turret in advance. We have, splitters. Oh, yeah, splitters are cool too. You just take one line, one belt, and split it into 2 evenly. It's those are all just mandatory components for logistics. You've got to have those to belt stuff around. It's just mandatory. Let's build like 10 turrets, and then make sure our bullets are being mass-produced here. It would be a pretty big shame if my coal mines got destroyed at this point. As we get electricity going, I should probably be seriously considering expanding my defenses. I am probably at that point. Alright, that's electricity researched. On its own, this doesn't do very much. It unlocks another motor type. Turbines, which we need, but also we need other stuff. Wood electric poles, so we can expand our grid. And wind turbines. We could technically, rather than going through boilers, go for wind power. Sounds kind of lame. Let's get basic fluids for water at least. Let me think about this for a second, if it's worth any effort at all. First off, I need some sticks, and I'm gonna build some electric poles, because we know we're gonna need electric poles. I need to automate this kind of stuff too. I just need to automate everything. We started with nice medium poles with good areas, but we can't even craft those. So we're gonna be using little baby poles for a while. Thinking ankylos. Because I have a pretty limited amount of coal, I might try a little bit of wind power just at a really early game. It's a mod power source. It's not in the vanilla game, so I'm not sure how powerful it is. I'm gonna be still teching towards steam engines, clearly, to get real power. Just for comparison, a steam engine, once you get it all set up, it does burn coal. You get 750 kilowatts of power per steam engine, and it does take some materials to build them. But the wind turbines only make, I think, 20 kilowatts. But they're much simpler to set up. So, maybe it's worth putting a few of those down. I don't know. Oops. Sure. Let me see. So I'll need a fair amount of space for them. That's one of the things. Is wind turbines take up a lot of area. I need some more. Oh, I missed it again. My dang stone mines keep running out of stone. Yeah, okay. Not an emergency per se, but I definitely need to be building more stone right now. Alright, let's get that stone production up a bit. So I can't build a burner assembly until I get a bit more stone. I've got a few, so it's fine. I have researched steam tech. So the red science, you know, it's working. My science production is pretty good right now. For the basics anyway. And I have 10 wind turbines. I'm going to put them like right behind my turrets just to get them kind of out of my way. I'm going to run some power up this way. And then run it along this way a bit. This kind of keeps out of the way of my base, out of my eventual iron mines, and lets me just test out if I like this or not. Is that is connected? Okay, cool. So we're going with hippie power for the very early game. That's 10 wind turbines. They make 20, right? I'm pretty sure it's 20 kilowatts each. Yeah. So 10 gives us 200 extra kilowatts, which is not even as much as we had from our free stuff that we started the game with. But I mean, you know, maybe we don't need to go super high into power early on. We just need some free power generation so that we can start switching things over. Because what I really want to do is get rid of these dang burner inserters. And just a little bit of power, even from wind, is probably enough to do that, is what I was thinking. Because what we need are these inserters that use basically electric inserters. They use 13 kilowatts each. It's not very much. It's almost one turbine, half a turbine. But then I can stop worrying about these things running out of coal. And it is clean energy, technically. You'll have less pollution if you use wind. So, you know, there's that. The thing is, I need a lot of other resources too here. So what am I doing? Burning through resources fast. Gears. I probably need like massive gear production upgrade. All right, so scrambled brain. I am making inserter components. I am not making small electric motors. Let's start that. Unfortunately, I believe small electric motors are a bit of a pain to automate, but let's check, because that's kind of the next in our intermediate items. Well, it's not that bad. It's gears, cables, and plates. Maybe I could do... I've got a few of these. So if I wanted this one, for instance, to be... I'm trying to think of a way of having a... I think I can do this. I want a chest that holds the iron plates. And I want that to feed the gears, which automatically goes into here. I don't want to store iron gears on this side, because I've already got a different machine that makes gears for my inventory. So this one would make iron gears out of iron or iron plates. This one needs the iron plates and the iron gears and also copper, which... It'd be nice if I could just put all the stuff into one chest. I can do that. Because these are 3x3... if this is making copper cables, then it's just a little... Yeah, okay, I kind of like this. I don't like using the burner inserters or anything, but I think this will do. So, then we need an output, of course. Uh-oh. Hold the phone, we're under attack from the right. Oh, we are seriously under attack. mean, the central turrets, they did the job. Second base is to the right somewhere. I lost a little bit, but I mean, it could have been worse. Could have been way worse. Before we go into electric turrets, we're gonna build another defensive outpost. Yep. But I mean, you could try to preemptively build walls and stuff all around the outside of your base, but I do find it kind of works. I mean, I kind of predicted this would be the angle. Unless you're really good at the game, really experienced, it's very difficult to know where you'll be attacked from in advance. Because it kind of depends on the routing around water and cliffs and stuff. But they seem to come down this way, I think. So if I put like a turret line over here, and I did build my turrets, we should be protected for a while over here. Well, I might not have enough walls. Or ammunition. Stone bricks. The worst. Actually, I don't know if you need the corners, technically. Do you need the corners? Okay, we need just at least enough ammunition that they'll shoot. We need to get more than that, but at least they'll fire. Oops. I guess no, I need that. Left click to repair. Oh, they destroyed my wind power connector. They broke my connections. They also broke my one of these things. This was my card maker, right? And they messed us up pretty good, bastards. This is making blank science cards. At least they didn't destroy the chest. If the chests get destroyed, you lose everything that's in the chest. So that's probably one of the more risky things that you could lose, is a chest full of tons of valuable stuff. Gotta get some coal. Trying to get tech up. This is good. Actually, I'm quite glad that we're getting some attacks now, because this is the kind of stuff in my little test run earlier. This was not really happening, where I was not really getting pushed at all. The enemy attacks were just too infrequent to really have an impact on me. So this feels good. Oh, they did destroy my That's good. They destroyed my chest that contained the walls that I need to build to defend my base from them. That was clever. There will be tech eventually that can even automate stuff like that. So, one day, when something gets destroyed, it can be automatically rebuilt without you having to do the manual. That's fine. Okay. So, finish my defense. I need some walls. Boy, I need a lot more walls. Yeah, walls! Stone bricks might be my major shortage. Bullets are doing okay. We're making pretty good bullets. I won't need this central turret forever. Like as we expend all our... once we expand the borders, the central turret wall will be reclaimed. That's just clearly my backup don't die line. Yeah, I need a lot more. Need a lot more of those. Okay. Okay, that should be enough ammunition for this guy for a while. So that set just needs some more walls. And assuming I've got this in the right spot, reasonably well protected from the north and from the east. Although I would expect maybe the next one will be from the south or something, and it'll take out my coal mines or something. We'll see. Fun. Now, we could, if we wanted to, rather than unlock new stuff, like new buildings, we could just make our turrets better. And I think I will, actually. It's going to take 100 science, but I think we can afford it. This is just a passive 20 or 10% damage increase for all your weapons, or all your ballistic weapons. That is to say, but I think it's you double it for turrets. I think actually. So like our, by the way, I have no ammunition. I actually would like some ammunition. Our guns will get 10% that we carry, but I think the turrets that are placed will get 10% twice. Keep this going. So we'll see it here, but right now we're doing 10 damage per bullet, and we'll get that upgraded over there. Oh no, my shelter! Oh no. And some stuff that I can't replace. I'll rebuild the shelter if I can afford it. Luckily, you don't get a game over for your main building. That would have been terrible. Where is that? Oh yeah, I never finished my loaders. I don't even know how loaders work yet, but... Can we not rebuild the shelter? I thought I researched that. There is I haven't shown off a lot of things here. So many things to talk about. There should be a recipe book where we can type in shelter. You do have to spell correctly. Apparently, I didn't research it yet, so I can't rebuild the one I got from the beginning. It's materials we have. So that means... Oh, it's just here. We just didn't research it. Well... I would say for 100 science of red and yellow science, I say it's probably more important to get our defenses up anyway. So that's fine. We'll get there. The sciences are flowing just fine. Oh, we ran out of... one of the troubles of not automating it is I actually need to keep on this stuff. And we haven't really automated any way to get wood yet. So I do need to go on, unfortunately, regular wood chopping trips, which is not ideal. Probably look into greenhouses next to get wood a little bit more automated. So I don't have to keep... Like, technically, it's pretty inefficient to be chopping down trees like this manually. Both, for one, trees don't really regrow, and if you're counting on them to eat the pollution, the more trees you chop down, the worse the attacks are going to be on your base, right? And basically speaking. So automating wood production without having to chop down forests is probably in our best interest. So that's something to work on soon. Let's just get 100 or so, maybe, wood. Alright, and let's give this a shot. I was... Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh, boy. Turrets! Save me! Oh, I'm totally dead. Oh, I should have used my medkits. I had medkits. I didn't use them. That's bad. I'm glad I had my friend. If it wasn't for him. Good news is, you don't lose your stuff when you die. It just falls in a pile there. So, no real loss, I guess. Just me. Oh, yeah, and my recently constructed electric motor builder is gone. Yeah, we need more turrets. We need more walls. We maybe need to take a pause on the science here for a second. Well, the science to make my guns better is good. Yeah, we need... Oh boy, they're coming already. And the turrets are doing a good job. I just need the turrets to be on the outside of the base as I'm expanding. So, all right. Focus on guns. We got to put progress on halt here while we defend up a bit. So what do we need the most to get that working? We need ammunition for sure. That's in a bit short supply. We need turrets, which I've got. I need more turrets. Easy enough. Ammunition is coming. We can speed this up a little bit by manually filling it. Yeah, that time dead for sure. But we definitely need a lot more ammunition. I don't think... Well, the good news is walls get built very, very quickly. So I could focus less on manual wall or automatic wall construction, which is what I was trying to do, and just focus more on getting the stone, and then I can turn it into walls in the inventory very, very quickly. But it's cooking the stone bricks that takes a long time. So maybe I'll focus more on bricks. I could make a turret automated builder. Like I could make a assembler to make more turrets. Yeah, honestly, I didn't expect the friend biter to make such an impact. Although I think he died at this point. So I don't think he can save us again, unfortunately. But yeah, he was doing a good job. Okay, so bullets are now stronger. That's good. Yeah, let's... what did I say I needed here? Miners. Yeah, we need bricks even to make the miners. I probably didn't make enough stone miners as it is appearing. I should have... Oh, I had like 20 of these in my inventory. I didn't even see them there. Never mind. I had a whole stack of miner drills ready to go that I forgot I had. That's pretty classic too. Alright, there we go. Let's significantly increase our brick protection. That's fine. Let's finish walling up the right side, because I'm not super happy with this one thick wall. And then we're going to go to the left side and build another turret line over there as soon as I get some more bricks. Right, so double checking damage. So we had a 10% tech, right? We went up, it says, you know, bullet damage plus 10%. Our bullets went from 10 damage to 11 damage. Doesn't sound like much, but it definitely helps. And you use the same amount of resources to build each bullet, right? So it's definitely efficient. But you can see here the turrets went from 10 to 2.1. So they got the 10% bonus twice. 10 to 11 and then 11 to 12.1. So that means they are getting, you know, more of an impact out of those upgrades than we are. So that's really nice. 20%, 21% for them. But we can do one more tech upgrade for same price, and we'll have our shooting speed go up, and that will also increase. And that again, kind of multiplicatively, you'll do more damage per shot and shoot quicker. So you know, that's good. I don't have to explain it. That's good. Maybe less turrets, more bullets. I should, now that I'm a little bit time pressured here, I should probably always be, when I'm under assault, I should just always be crafting something. I don't like manually crafting tons, but given our current concerns, I probably should be, just to make sure I'm getting the most out of my time. So let's do another stack of 8. I mean, 8 seems to be working for now, and as we do better tech, we get more value out of the 8, and we can always expand it if we need to build more than 8 at a time. Still need more walls. That's pretty standard. Do that one more time. Yeah, 20 bullets each for now will last us a bit. So we've got north defense, east defense. I'm sure that means we'll be attacked from the south next. Clearly at this... Oh, hey! We can actually see our first biter base. Awesome. Sometimes. I guess maybe my little sentinel dude must be scanning. I wasn't sure how these work, but... They must do a little bit of scanning nearby, so I'll just throw the other ones down. It might give us a little bit more vision anyway. I don't really know exactly how sentinels work, but hey. Scanning is scanning, so... I think... Are you out of coal? Ah, we are, We're making a bigger dent on the local resources than I thought we would. That's okay. Okay, so we've got ammunition coming. We've got another stack of 8 turrets ready. What we don't have is the walls. Let's just make sure all this is working. Yeah, this is like 7 stone mine burner combos, and we're still, I mean, that's hardly making any walls at all here. I'm going to put another defense. I think because of the trees, the chance of a base being here is lower than over here. So I'm going to put it kind of on this area, outside of the range of the miners. And I'm going to assume that this will block. And to be honest, the turrets do have a pretty long range. It's not like they're short range. Like you can see that green highlight. They've got a pretty good coverage there. So that should be enough for now. Why do I have a red light? What's this? We're under attack over there. We'll double check that once I finish setting this up. It's not finished because I don't have enough walls, but at least there's turrets, right? So, given the proximity of this base, we're going to want to go deal with that fairly soon. I suppose one of the things is these stone mines only hold like 15 bricks, or these whatever these things are called. So they don't really stack up much. Ugh, I hate using burner inserters, but I'm a little bit I don't want to progress too much more down the tech tree until I get my defenses in order, so we're going to just put on pause a little bit the electric stuff that I wanted, unfortunately. And I'm just going to focus on defenses for a little bit here, just to make sure we don't get a wipe. It'd be real sad for the biters to come defeat our entire base and have a game over. That would not feel good. Alright, so basically, this should keep working longer, and I can pick up more bricks when I come back from my excursions. A lot of my machines have kind of bottomed out while we've been busy. I'd like to keep these working if possible. Just don't take all of it. We definitely need these to keep working. Iron. Yes, please make me more gears. What's going on with these red lights? I like the mod that gives me the red lights. Oh, I'm out of wood again. Ugh, friggin' wood. This one seems to be working. Oh no, out of automation course. Okay, well, we knew that would happen. Maybe that should be enough. I probably have enough resources here, as long as we're not interrupted, to finish the next military science. And that should make things a little bit safer for our turret. Should just be a little bit more powerful. That should make a difference. Pretty good difference. Alright, I was going to check this, and I didn't get there. Also, technically speaking, a meteor could just land on our base and destroy a bunch of our stuff. That would suck. So, we did get attacked over here, but it looks like, as long as they run into one of these turret walls, we seem to be doing just fine. I think 2 layers of wall is more than we need, but that should future-proof it for a little bit longer. I have to keep an eye on them to make sure they don't run out of ammunition, because, you know, once they run out of ammunition, they don't do anything. I didn't get to my simple motors. I didn't get to my electricity. There we go. That's a nice stack of walls. Although now I think I feel a little bit more safe. What I'd like to do soon is to start connecting a perimeter wall around the outside of my base, so there's less chance of them sneaking in and destroying stuff again, because that was kind of annoying. But I'll need a lot of stone and stone bricks to get that going. Speaking of which, they snuck past my defenses. Straight into my... How did they... Get out of there! Oh, that's an upgraded biter too. That's a normal biter and a stronger biter, whatever they're called. That sucked. I thought my northern defense line would catch that, but I apparently messed up placement. Or there's just more bases. At least on the plus side, most of the stuff they're destroying is very cheap. It's not like we're losing a lot of value here. It's more just annoying rebuilding stuff. Like the stuff that I still haven't rebuilt. It's fine. We're still progressing. Science is coming. Our bullets will be stronger. We'll shoot faster. We will defeat the biters. We'll push them back. We'll fight them in their homes. Take their land. Oops. That was not what I wanted to do. Alright. Keep the iron working. So yeah, what I was thinking then is... It looks like they did attack this base, but some of them just overflowed and went to my my iron mine instead. Like they probably just came down this route. So if I just extend that wall a bit, I can probably catch them and lure them over to the turrets better. But yeah, walls. I don't remember walls being quite so expensive. I don't know if this is the same as vanilla, but it feels like walls just require so much stone right now that I can't even catch up with it. Because 14, like, that's not very far. Okay. So walls, I guess, is that my biggest bottleneck right now? Is I need more walls, I guess. So let's just increase our stone production. Most of these buildings are cheap. It's not like I can't afford a bunch of these anyway. Alright. Should speed it up a little bit, at least. Where are they even coming from at this point? Oh, my friend is still here. Okay, I'm gonna rebuild this. I'm gonna stay here. It's like they're sneaking. Oh boy. How's this one doing? Strong enough, but not by much. Sheesh. We just finished our weapon tech upgrade. So that's good. I'm glad I didn't increase the strength of the biters any higher than I did. Let's just say I'm glad we didn't go any further than what we set. I wasn't sure at the beginning, like, I don't know if this is gonna be too easy. No, this is okay. So I am losing a fair amount of coal every time they destroy these, because I'm stacking these up with coal every time, and then when they delete them, the internal inventories get defeated or deleted. Yeah. Okay. We're not getting our wind power either, so that's kind of annoying. You guys need wood? Oh yeah, wood. Okay, so shooting speed, let's just have a quick look at that. So my gun now shoots at 1.5 per second, or, well, a total of 9 per second, I guess, instead of 7.5. So that's faster bullets. And the gun turrets get the same upgrade, I think. So they don't get, like, the double 10%, like, for damage, but they still, you know, they get a nice upgrade. I don't know where that, biter bait. Oh, here we go. So they're coming right down the middle in between my turrets. It's just amazing. All right. Haha. Hilarious. Need more engines. Hold on. I'll put some defenses there as well then. We gotta stop losing materials is what I'm thinking. Oh, like, oh, I got tons of engines. I don't need any more engines. Remember that when I said that? That was a good time. I do have a fair number of stock. Alright, keep building me stuff. Build me all the things. Give me those bullets. I'm impressed by my defensive biter. He's really earning his paycheck, you know. Wonder how does it show how many he's killed? No. For most of your turrets, right? They show you how many kills they've had, how much damage they've dealt. Killed the first medium biter. Oh, medium biters already? Yeah. So the enemies are evolving and getting stronger. I feel like I'm not right now. I'm not evolving, which is not good for me. What did I set? What were my settings at the beginning? I feel like I did like 200% or something. Maybe 200% is too many. Or maybe we'll be fine. Who knows? I mean, this side's looking pretty well defended. How's the stone throughput here? I mean, I have significantly increased my stone income. That's worth a lot of walls. That means I'm going to also start to need to build more repair packs because we're spending more time repairing as well. It did look like, even though there's stronger biters, we were able to, the double wall, I mean, I don't think they've destroyed a single tile of wall yet. So, double wall is still more than we need. I'm gonna make a totally safe little trip over here. You can see some biters down here, right? We're gonna deal with them. Right, walls. Hurry up. I want to have 4 turrets. That's all I want. I think this base is just, this biter base is just too close to my home. I think we need to do something about it a little bit earlier than maybe we're comfortable with. All right, that should be enough for a temporary outpost. So my goal here is just to have enough turrets that I can fall back to in between waves here. Because they're going to keep generating... Oh, I don't have any bullets on me, of course. You know, I need them to shoot the biters while I take out these bases, basically. So I don't get surrounded. Because they spawn pretty fast. And until I destroy a base, we haven't really done any real damage. Alright, 1. And I do have a bunch of medkits. I was good for that. There are better guns for this that we'll be researching as soon as I'm able. Okay. This base is going down. Too close. Can I reach? Yeah, I can reach this one from here too. It's kind of nice having these little cliffs here because I can shoot over them and they can't walk over them. Alright, but it's much more under control now. Instead of 4 bases, it's just the one. And hey, we've cleared our first biter base. Good job, everybody. Thanks for hanging in there. Now, one thing that I didn't know how to do... Good thing I built that. Good timing. This is taking some damage. One thing I didn't know how you could do when I first played the Krastorio Space Engineer mod, 2 different mods, is there's this little shovel button. You really, really should do this after you clear out a base. Because you're going to need this stuff. You actually will have, like, kind of a soft lock if you don't pick any up. So that's just biomatter, and it cleans it up. And, yeah. Just make sure you pick that stuff up when you find it. Alright, let's head back home for a second here. Oh, wait, hold on. I don't need to leave my turrets here. Well, we could leave... Let's just leave... You know what? We're sending them a message. This is our territory now. Get out of here. It's a little bit further away than I was anticipating to leave a base, but that's fine. We'll want to move out eventually further anyway. I need to check my southern defense station here because I know it got attacked. And maybe it's... I mean, maybe this is a good moment to go clear out some nearby bases. It might actually save us a lot of trouble if we just clear these out and stop the attack. Because they only really attack if they're in range of your pollution. And if you push out far enough, you know, they won't attack. I think. Maybe. The full 8-hour job mod pack? I don't think this is as bad as some mods. This is a big one for sure, but it's not nearly as complex as some of the other mods I've played with for the production chains and stuff. The difficulty right now is really all my own fault for adding a lot of biter strength. But it's all good. Okay. Keep building walls. Hopefully get some electricity going. Is there any other military tech that would help? I mean, I'd like to get real... Let's just get real automation going. I should be researching stuff in the background. Actually, we're going to go trees first. I need all these things. I need auto trees. I need better... electric assemblers. I need electric mining. And we need electricity. We don't even have electricity right now, really. Like, I'm too busy on getting my base secured. But I can upgrade these assemblers soon. Let's see. So I was trying to get simple motors done last time when we got attacked. Let's try to keep these working. Definitely keep this working. Ammunition is still pretty short. Those... I need some more of these. We need the iron beams for our turrets. Okay, so I had this cool plan, and then it got rudely interrupted by a biter attack. And now I kind of forget even what I was doing. I need bricks for sure. It was a relatively simple setup to get... these guys, small electric motors, because we're going to need a lot of those soon. and I just wanted a little basic setup to get those building in the background. And if I hadn't been rudely interrupted, we'd be done by now. Yeah, it's not Long War or X Division. This could take quite a while. Like, I don't know how many streams or hours it will take to get through. Depends on my pacing and stuff. You know, there's obviously much quicker and slower ways to play these games. So we'll see. Was it gears? Yeah. Okay. So I had like a pretty simple setup that I wanted to do. It's going to be that way, that way, that way, that way, and that way. And we're just going to go... It just needs iron. Once we put iron plates and copper plates in here, everything should work. Basically. We need some coal as well, I suppose. But actually, can we... That's a question. Oh, I didn't know that would work like that. That's very nice. So all we need to do is put coal, iron, and copper in here. That's actually a really nice feature. I wasn't sure it would work like that. We can just load this chest up with the components, and we should end up... It'll take a while, but we are automating electric motors. So that's not very complicated. Totally fine for a temporary solution. And that way, we'll get some production in the background while we're busy defending our base, at least. I just need to remember to put some, you know, basic components in here every now and then, and that'll work. Good. Are we running out of... Yeah, some of these other ones are not as set up. I mean, it's fair. I have been pretty rudely interrupted in the recent history. Sticks. Need coal. Need copper. I need to get my electricity going. I'm not sure. So one of the things I was interrupted for was I was trying to decide if I was going to bother with... let's just rejigger this a little bit here. I don't want to get... I still... Let's just move all these. I'm still annoyed that my coal mine is overlapping the iron mine. It makes a lot of these simple builds not as easy because you can't sort them. If you mine the wrong thing, it just messes up your whole production chain. Okay, that should get us going. I'll just... Well, whatever. Let's not be lazy. Let's get them all working and then clear them out. Okay, so coal's working, stone's working, mostly. If only we had... That's just... All of our coal just got eaten up by those guys. If only we had more electricity figured out. We are about to get the potential for wood automation, but we needed more wood to get the wood automated. Isn't that just ironic? Ah, the other reason I wanted the coal, I missed it again. I need iron. Iron's run out. Let's give them... Take most of their coal, and then give them 40 each. That's fair. You don't get 100 each. We're not that rich. Sure, whatever. Okay. Alright, alright. Resources looking fine. We should have small electric motors coming, right? We got 19. It's not fast, but we're getting them. We need the wood to finish the tech to get more wood. So, yes. I really dislike having to go chop down trees manually for science. This is, we need to get past... Maybe this is, like, the most important thing for me is to get out of this must chop down random trees to tech, because, this sucks. So we'll pick up another 100 or so. Actually, I'm going to go for Maybe a little bit more than 100, because I do happen to know, spoilers alert, that to make a greenhouse, you need wood to craft it. So you need wood to research wood, and you need wood to build wood. So make sure you have enough wood. But then, in theory, we don't have to chop down any more trees after this is done. Maybe. Then we can just unleash the flamethrowers and burn them all down like we should. Oh, I should put... Like, I picked up some stuff when we killed the enemy biter base, the first one. I'll just clear out this last little batch of trees and I should be done. I should also make, like, a storage chest somewhere in the middle by my turrets that I can leave important stuff. So I don't have the potential of losing it if I die. And I definitely need to make sure I keep my walls. They're starting to bite through one layer. Yeah, the medium biters, I think, can hit through a layer of walls. That's the other reason we leave a double layer, is so that they can't hit you through a single layer. We still have 27 ammo in all of those. No problem. We've got 14, 20. That's fine. Yeah, we're really heavily defended, I think, on this side. I put the defenses over here, but killed the base, so we're probably not going to be attacked on the left too much. I know this southern one has been hit once. So if anything, I want to probably expand more turrets to the south next time I think about it. So we'll get there. Alright, finish that science off. Iron plates. Keep that going. Those, give me those. Stickman. Right, so I was gonna put a chest over here somewhere. Let's just make a super protected chest behind the wall. I'll just leave stuff that I don't really know what I'm doing with right now in here, that I have no particularly use for. There's not a lot of that, to be honest, but I don't really want to lose the biomass or anything. So, things I'm not planning to build with, I'll just leave it there. Cleans up my inventory a little bit. Okay, we're getting some electric motors, not a lot. We just finished greenhouses, so that's good. The next science will be maybe forest? I don't even know how this works. Oh, it's like advanced. It's like advanced wood. Is it? No, I don't know. Does it build forests? Artificial nature. I guess it maybe it does. Maybe it gives you like placeable trees so you can actually reforest if you want to. Like, you know, the way the pollution is spreading, if I built like a really thick forest over here, it wouldn't be as bad. I'm not interested in doing that right now. But maybe that's how that works. I'll look into it later. For now, I mean, optics is always nice when you're streaming so people can see at night. Steel, eventually. Tool belt is nice. Shelter, doesn't matter. Electric mining would be okay. Multi-cylinder engine unlocks trains. I don't care about that stuff. I think getting... Well, we need electricity, so I think I was supposed to be going... Did I get my boilers? I don't even... I think I got completely derailed around that point. We've got the greenhouse here, which needs glass. We don't have glass. So we can make wood. We're not gonna have enough power for this. Well, power was the other thing that I was saying I needed. How do we want to tackle this next? I'm going to take a short break. Nothing very long. I'm just going to get up, get a drink and a stretch. Pause it, because we'll probably get murdered while we're away. But yeah, a little stretch break. We've been streaming for a couple hours now. 3 hours. Jeez, I should have took a break earlier. When we come back, we're going to figure out a little bit more power production and wood, power and wood, and then we can get the red science going a little bit more seriously. But we got a little bit sidetracked the last hour or so dealing with biters, so I'll be back in a little bit. All right, live tubers. Should be continuing here in just a second. Hopefully, I was trying to decide how far I want to get on this first stream. My goal is to probably clear like most of red science if possible and get started on the third science on the first stream. At least like that's a pretty good amount of progress, I would say. But it's tricky. It's tricky. All right, let's get back in there and see what's going on. So, oh, I still have that scroller on. Let me turn that off. Drink o'clock. Yeah, definitely need to hydrate. I think defenses are secure for the moment. Temporarily. Resource income is okay. Automation is not as strong as it could be. And most of the things that I want to do next, like greenhouse, needs stuff like glass. And I believe the only way to make glass is through sand. And sand requires using the big thing that we did build one of, but I didn't really have the power to run it. So a small demonstration, a test location here, just to get the very... I'll put it near the stone, actually. So what we're going to do here is we're going to pump in regular stone with power. One of those things we don't really have much of. Let's start building a bit of a power grid here, at least. We don't have the... I don't think we have the... I mean, it's working. We barely have the capacity to run it right now. But technically we can turn stone into sand. And I'll throw in... I don't know how many it's going to need. It can chug through an awful lot. We'll do a little trick like this, so they combine on both sides. So I only need like one inserter, maybe. I'm not sure if the inserter can keep up. The inserter still needs coal, because of course it does. And the miners also, of course, need coal. So we need to get out of this coal era, but working on it. And then, so it makes the sand. Now, we can turn sand into... There's a couple things we can do with it. One of them is to cook it and turn it into glass. And we definitely need some glass, so we have to get at least some of this going. Actually, I'm going to make this a little differently. Put that there. We're going to have 2 inserters inputting... Because I know this crusher works really quickly. Like, it makes... it cooks fast, let's just say. And then we need a chest. And theoretically, with that, and a little bit of help from our friends, we will have some sort of automated glass. Which will let us make some... tree thingers, greenhouses. You know, the thing with the trees inside it. You all know. But yeah, this is a pretty slow process. 16 sand to 8 glass. It's not going to be quick. I could double up on it maybe, but I don't know if I care that much. As long as some of it's happening, I can't really afford to power this much anyway. But then we need a greenhouse, right? So we need 20 glass to build that. We can almost afford it. Well, we'll be able to afford it in a little bit. What was I saying? How's my turret situation? I'm worried we're going to get attacked, so I'm going to build another stack, or another 10 pack of turrets. Power. We're under attack immediately as soon as I say it. Okay, that's a lot. But we actually lost some walls on that attack. That might be the first time a Biter Wave has actually destroyed a wall. So that makes me a little bit concerned. Unless I forgot to repair it or something in between. This was quite a lot of them. So that would suggest that there's probably a base south of here that we're going to want to deal with soon. Or we could just expand our walls and turrets a little bit more. You know, walls are pretty cheap. We could build more turrets. Make sure they don't run out of ammo. But that's holding for now. And we can make 2 greenhouses with the glass we've got. So let's start that. We're out of wood for automation, right? Like, this is the problem with wood, isn't it? I mean, I have some wood. I think I'm gonna hold on to enough for 2 more of these. So what I'm gonna do here leave 3 spaces. Something like that. And these one of the things, again, this uses more power, so we're gonna be running out of power real quick. I'd like to like put more green, like I'm gonna need, like, greenhouses work real slow. There's 2 recipes. There's only water into wood, but it takes 2 minutes to get 20 wood. That's terrible. We can use the include sand recipe, which doesn't use that much sand, honestly. But you get 40 wood every 60 seconds. That's 4 times as powerful. So we definitely want to use that recipe if we can. And we have to make the sand to even make the glass to make the greenhouse, so we already have some sand. We might as well use it. Barely, anyway. But I think the recipe, because it's like 4 times as efficient, I think you'd be a little bit foolish not to use the sand recipe, basically. Now, you know, there's other concerns. There's power. There's the fact that all these inserters technically need coal. And, of course, water, which we haven't even started. We haven't really been attacked from this side yet, so I'm going to try to do it over here. Water's, like, honestly, normally free, but we do need a couple things. We need an offshore pump, which needs pipes, and I'm going to need a bunch of pipes. So the pump itself is simple. You just put it next to the water, no big deal. Now, it does need power. I don't remember in vanilla. I feel like the last time I played it didn't need electricity to run, but you know, it does now. So that's great. And we're gonna need those pipes. So let's hook up the power first. Make sure I've got enough power cables. Then we're gonna build a bunch of pipes. I'm gonna, you know, automate a lot of this stuff. Any second now, we're gonna automate all that stuff. For power cables, you can just click and drag. It's pretty convenient. And they just auto-place them in a sensible location. Of course, we are, again, we're making enough power, but not by much. All right. Right here. And there's a ton of stone here, so, like, we have, like, infinite sand all nicely connected. Like, this is, like, a pretty good space for our stone to sand to tree area, because we got water, we got stone. That's all you need. So that's a good spot for it anyway, if we expand here in the future. Pipes, you know, you drag pipes. They use for liquids, no big deal, easy peasy. What we usually want to run, though, is the underground pipes. It's 10 normal pipes and some iron to make an underground pipe, but they're almost the same price as a normal pipe. But then, actually, they might even go more than 10 tiles. I think this is longer than they used to be. Because, like, that's more than 10 tiles. Let me just see here. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 21 tiles. For 10 pipes, you get 21 pipes of distance. And 1 iron plate makes 1 pipe. So even if you include that, it's 15 iron for 21 tiles. So if you're using the maximum range on these underground pipes, you're actually saving iron and pipes overall. So yeah, definitely do that. I thought it was 10 to 1 in the old days, but either they changed it or the mod changed it or something. Anyway, much less likely to trip over them when they're underground. And we're going to want to go up about here. Now, you will lose some efficiency when you don't have the full 21, sure, but can't do corners underground either, if you're wondering. Yeah, just like that. I didn't quite line it up. You know what? We're gonna fix that. Someone will appreciate this. Now it just lines right up here. Oops. There. So now we've got water making it to the greenhouse. Which means we should start getting wood out of it eventually, as we get more sand into it. First, let's give it excess, and then let's power these up. Also, we're not going to need, like, infinite glass. 4 stacks of glass is probably lots. Let's connect up. It's going to be probably a while before I want to run 2 at the same time, but it is pretty slow. Even with the more efficient recipe, we're still only getting, well, less than 1 wood per second, right? 60 seconds to get 40, so, like, 2/3 of 1 wood per second. It's not a speedy process. And also, you might be thinking, well, Blue, how are you even going to get it out of there? It's, you know... Well, we did unlock red inserters. Now, they use electricity. Everything's going to use electricity soon enough. So, I mean, I have to deal with electricity soon. Because I can't keep... My current power grid is not going to support this for very long. We're maxing it out a little bit. You know, we're demanding 570 and producing 440. So it's anytime you're overdrawing, things slow down. Everything on the grid slows down. So instead of taking 60 seconds, it will take longer. And that's just, this thing uses a lot of power, and not much I can do about it. And to be honest, 200 kilowatts, 233 kilowatts, these things use a fair amount. But, hey look, free wood, I didn't have to go chop it down. It's automated. We're gonna automate it. This is a prequel of what's to come as more automation becomes accessible. I'm actually not even sure if I have enough belts for this. I'll probably have to craft a bunch of belts. You know, things I want to automate. Belts. Oh, it doesn't go far enough. We'll make more regular belts go a long way. This is, you know, I'm sure we're going to burn all this down and rebuild it later better. I just need something that's, like, a little bit temporary and not totally trash. And we'll do that. We'll use that for a while. And honestly, I already hate my burner inserters so much that I'm going to start upgrading them. I need those small electric motors and the automation cores, and I have been secretly in the background saving some up. So we're gonna try to use these here to make some regular inserters. Yeah, I'm not going to automate all the regular inserters, but at least the subcomponents are sort of automated. So it's not nearly as bad as if you had to do everything manually. Alright, and with that... Yeah, it's just down to power. And those inserters will now work without coal, or at least the ones I replace. But they're going to always be drawing a little bit of power. Also, we didn't have enough copper cables either, of course. Let's change this section. While I'm here, let's change this whole block to electric inserters. One of the other downsides is we kind of have, like, not amazing electric poles. Oh boy, I need to expand down there next. Jeez. So our electric coverage is pretty weak. Yeah, I'm gonna go expand my southern defense right now. As soon as I'm done here. It's an interesting balance. One of the things I like about Factorio, unless you turn the biters off, is it is kind of an interesting balance of, like, just peacefully working on your base, progressing, and the, oh no, we're under attack, we're all going to die, gotta increase our military. So, oh boy. Okay, that side, okay, we have 2 sides of our base that are under attack. They both might need some expansion. Let's see how this side did. We lost 1 block of wall, maybe? Given the direction that we were attacked from down here, I'm going to add 4 more to the left of where we've already got turrets. Oops. That's a 40% increase in defensiveness on the left, or on the south side. And we're definitely going to make sure we keep a triple thick wall on the side that's getting pummeled. So we'll see how that works. They should have lots of ammunition, so this should hold. You know, it was holding, and now it's a little stronger, so it can hold a little longer. We actually have a pretty good amount of bricks stocked up after the last couple excursions. I am always running out of coal. We've got sand, we've got glass, we've got a little bit of wood, so our tech should be automating a little bit better now. That's good. We ran out of copper cables again for red tech, so let's try to keep that working. I gotta check my northern turrets here in a second. Running out of iron again. Just running out of stuff, you know. As you do. Automation cores are pretty good. Small electric motors are doing pretty good too, actually. That's nice. I have to restock all these soon, but I got tons of stone now. This is the first time I've really been like abundantly full of stone. And our tech is finally working again. So hey, congratulations. We finished automation, which means we can get away from the burner assemblers and switch over to electric assemblers, which is all nice and fun, but we don't really have electricity. We don't even have enough electricity right now. So as soon as we're done patching up this wall, maybe adding a few more turrets here, I'm going to start expanding electricity for sure. And I'd say this side did take some damage, so I'll start putting in a third layer on the side that the enemies seem to attack from, at least. I definitely need some more bullets as well. Just have some bullets in the background. You do not need to have 100, though. Okay. Okay, we don't have any more tech. We don't have any more like military tech that will upgrade our turret damage right now, although that would be nice. We could kind of see like where to go to get more bullet damage. We only have like 1 tier of ballistics upgrade. The next one requires green science, so we're not going to be able to get this for a while. And that'd be another, technically 2 more 10% to our gun turrets, which would just help, you know, cut through stuff more efficiently. But we're not ready for that anytime too soon. Got to get that electricity running. All right, so speaking of electricity, we kind of have a choice. This is hanging on by a thread here. We could try to move into steam power, which is what I normally do, or we could try to invest in wind, which I'm kind of curious about. Obviously can build a bunch of these. Maybe I set up kind of like my, you know, one of my sort of pseudo-temporary ones, like similar to how I'm making the electric motors. Maybe I set up a little baby wind turbine construction facility, let's say. It doesn't need anything super complicated. Iron beams, iron gears, and copper cables. It's like reasonably cheap. And if I automated it, we'd probably end up with a fair amount while I was busy fighting biters. Because if I have this crafting in the background, I don't really have to worry too much about the coal and pollution. I can just defend my base while it's going. So that seems like it might be worth it. I don't know how many assembly machines I want to use electric assembly machines. I believe they're more efficient than the burners anyway. Like, for one, you don't need the coal. And I mean, I'm going to be making clean energy out of them, so I should be using electricity to make them, right? Rather than dirty. But yeah, I believe... Just put one down here for a second. No, they've got the same crafting speed, but they do less pollution, 4 per minute instead of 10. They don't need to use coal, they use electricity instead, and technically less kilowatts in electricity than a coal one does. Yeah, so it's the same speed, but, you know, electricity. So the way we'll do this, I haven't really planned this one out either, but shouldn't be too complicated. Let's put one there. We want to make wind turbines. I want to have one chest where I put iron to make gears and bar beams, and then plates end up in here. So it's kind of similar to how that works. Need a couple chests. And some more electric inserters. So I want my wind turbines here. I'm just going to have one machine working on them for starters. And we stack up maybe a couple stacks of completed ones. So we're going to need two machines for gears and, well, 3. Yeah. What I could probably do is... We are under attack on the north, but they're doing just fine. I can relax. We're not an immediate threat. Think, Blue. Think. If we put... Oh, this doesn't quite work. I was trying to put iron in here and then have it come down, but I don't... I think I could do it. I just have to use the red inserters instead of the yellow ones. Because they have a little bit more space to work with. And then I could put these ones here. Yeah, hey Pixel. Nothing too crazy, just space exploration and Krastorio. But a little bit of modding. Yeah. Alright, so one side needs to be gears, other side needs to be beams. Then we put the iron in here once we have some. That gives us 3 out of 4 materials, although honestly this is probably going to be a little bit slow on its own, but actually no, it won't. This thing takes forever to build. But we don't have the copper cable, so... This is still fine. What I can do is have the copper cable machine here. I was hoping to have just one box that I filled up with materials to make everything run. But that's a little bit too much, so we're just going to have... an iron box and a copper box. And then the copper cables. Now, there's some potential for bottlenecks eventually if I really ignored this for too long. Basically, by setting it up like this, the copper cables will also be in the iron plate box. So you could theoretically fill this up with iron cables to the point where iron plates didn't fit, and then it would be stuck. Or you could put too many iron plates in here and then the cable. But I think the chances of that are pretty slim. So honestly, all I need to do is fill up as much iron and copper into the system as I'd like, and I will get, eventually, wind turbines out of it. And I do need power, so right now it's probably slow. Very, very slow. Now that'll speed up as we place these down slowly. For now, I've kind of got a little row of turbines. I think... fit 2 between those. You know, that'll work. But we're going to need a fair number of those to balance the power, because they're not very efficient. They're not very energy producing. But that, you know, I normally go to steam power, because that's the vanilla first step, is steam power. And I will certainly get to steam power soon, but because my coal start sucks, I have to get a second coal resource node. And this one's not that amazing either. You know, 250,000, 250,000, that sounds good, but a lot of the starting packs can be like 1 million or 2 million. So having like 250,000 is actually a little bit on the weak side. And I'll need to be doing some exploring to really figure out where we're expanding. Yeah, I hadn't played Factorio in a long time either. I just got reading a bit and saw that it had some cool mods. While we have a slight pause here, I want my grapple gun. So we're going to go to that right now. Getting around, if we're going to go exploring, which is maybe the next step, I'm thinking of adding a couple more turrets here as well. Just turrets everywhere. That was too many. Having the grapple gun will make our exploration a lot easier. Also, I might want one more military tech to get one more new weapon, because if we're going to be clearing bases, my tech is pretty low for stuff like that. I don't really have a lot of cool weapons yet. Oops. Just lock myself in the wall. Good, good, good. And I'll add a third layer here, because if I'm gone for a long time, I don't want this to fall down while I'm away. Still haven't gotten quite to the point where I'm comfortable like walling off my whole base. I just have like, defensive positions right now. So we can make steel. I don't really need steel for much yet. It's actually quite intensive to produce, energy intensive. Steel requires a lot of iron and coke. You have to cook the iron into iron plates, then you have to cook it again with coke. And coke requires more stupid trees, so then you have to make sure you got more trees, and we don't really have a lot of those right now. But then we can make steel gears and steel beams, which is good for higher tech stuff. I might need to make a couple. Nah, well, I need a few steel plates to make my grapple gun, but that's fine, so no problem. Grapple gun is where we're going. We can have a little baby steel. Make a little bit. I'll just do it manually because I don't really... I'm not trying to go hard on it right now. I just want to have the basics just a little bit. Just enough to make the gun. So we need steel. Steel. We need to fuel those up. And then we need to actually use some iron. Oh, no, there's more than that. I also need the coke, right? The coke makes it even more annoying. You make it coke by cooking. So we need, like, it's an extra step. Ugh. Yeah, we're not going to be doing industrial size steel production anytime soon. So we can put coal. And then we need wood. And wood, right? Of course. The easiest resource to get. I'm not... Well, I know we can't afford the power, but I'm going to try to double my wood production. But it's not going to really double it because we don't have enough power for this, so it's not going to actually work. But I know we need more. I'm going to steal this wood before the research can take it. I need the grappling gun, yes, but I also need to steal. And we're under attack on the south, but it looks like we held, so that's fine. Alright, that's going to slowly start filling up. Yeah, the power is not enough. We need those solar plants. Or, not solar, wind. Wind power is just kind of a long version solar power anyway, right? It's fine. What was I doing? I was in the middle of something and then I got... Oh, steel. I was in the middle of something and then... so we do need... How much is it? What's the ratio? 6 wood for 6 coke. So I put like 100 in there. That should turn into 100 wood would turn into 100 coke, and 100 coke would turn into 3 to 5, so 100 something. 150 probably, I think. of steel, which is what we want. So eventually there'll be some steel in here. We just have to refill the iron manually and the wood and the coal, everything manually. But eventually we'll have some steel. That was the whole job. Also, my temporary cable manufacturing stopped. My temporary gears stopped. Engines, we also need more of these. Steel beams. Look, like we're just everything stopped. This is the problem with my pseudo-automation. Pseudo-automation is it's not real automation because as soon as you get sidetracked and delayed, everything just stops working. So, you know, do better, basically. We've got lots of automation cores. Let's just hook up a little bit more. Keep going. We've got some inserter parts ready to go. We'll put, and no gears. Oh, right, gears. We don't need the gears. We need the... I could steal these gears to go in there as well, actually, now that I'm thinking. Because I could combine two systems, you know, that would be crazy. It's like we mostly just ran out of copper. I never really made a lot of copper, copper mines. That was my bad. I thought I have enough, but... Okay, at least it's working, and we are still producing... We got 22 wind turbines. We can probably, like, more than double our wind power just like that. I'm definitely going to need a lot more resources, though. Once you... I think maybe one of the downsides of wind power is that it uses... It's pretty expensive in terms of construction costs for what you get out of it. I obviously have not done the math at this point, but because you only get like 20 kilowatts per wind turbine, I don't know. I'd have to think about it because normally with because it's free, like it's just once you build it, it's done. It's not even like solar where you have half the day on, half the day off, and you need some sort of accumulator batteries to run it when it's down. Once you put these down, they just work 100% of the time. I think just forever, as long as they don't get eaten by biters. I'm gonna wall these guys off. They're expensive enough. I don't want to lose them. And then we begin walling in our base a little bit at this point. But yeah, it's gonna take a while to get enough power. Basically, is what I'm trying to say. If we don't go steam. Yeah, automating one thing. I mean, this is why I like my pseudo-automation, right? I like these little cores, right? Like, I need a lot of automation cores, haha. But one machine, if I stock it, I'm still manually stocking it, so it's hard to say this is manual, or this is automatic. But, you know, I can save a lot of time, and it also lets me learn the recipes better by seeing them in front of me like this, so. There's, like, halfway steps before having, like, a full base where you mine all this iron, process all the iron, and then you've got an iron line that you can take off of and make a whole bunch of gears and stuff, and then belt those over to where they need to be. You know, like it's going to be a while before we get there. I could have started that already, surely, but I wanted to get the electricity going because it's going to be like the burner inserters just suck. We don't want to be using burner miners and burner stuff. We want some electricity. Now the question, there is some. I'm not sure if wind is my solution for any time at all. Like this has not been a quick expansion into power. Usually, I think with steam power, it doesn't take much to get quite a boost in power output. And maybe I should just do that, right? Like build a couple. In fact, now that I'm thinking about it, I think we would get more power in less time. Way less time if I just build a couple steam generators. Not that having the background wind is bad. I mean, this is, at the moment, 41 wind turbines. That's 820 kilowatts of power, and that's just passive forever. That's like one steam turbine, give or take. But we'll never need to burn coal or oil or anything to generate that. But I think trying to expand only with that would be probably a terrible mistake. So let's build the stuff we need to get a little bit of steam going. We need water. Actually, we might already have the water from the trees. But we do need some steam turbines and a couple... Oh, man, I need gears. I think I'm going to go with 4 off the bat. That should be enough to do me for a while. There's some pretty simple ratios for Steam that I'm pretty sure I understand. It's Steam. I actually think Steam used to be more complicated in the base game. I think it's even simpler now than it used to be. So we actually have water right here, and coal right here. So, you know, don't be lazy is probably the actual lesson here. This would have been easier to set up than the wind. So all you need for steam power is the water, which we already have. You need boilers. Or wait, did I build the wrong thing? These are the wrong things. We need... I made burner turbines. That's the wrong thing. I need boilers. Click the wrong button. So we need these guys. They just need water and coal. And you can do an awful lot of them from one water pump. I think one water pump makes like 1,000 water a second. And these things use like 20 water a second. That's nothing. Yeah, blueprints and robots to place them down quickly. You also would need a lot of space, so you're going to have to clear out a lot of biter bases and have some deserts and stuff for solar. Well, it's the same thing with solar, but yeah. Wind and... I think it's just nice to supplement. Like, you can get an awful lot of pollution by going hard on steam. It can overwhelm you a little bit if you just get all your electricity and start really assembling like crazy. But yeah, basically it's just 2 steam turbines. It used to be like 9 to 3 or something. Like each water pump could run 3 boilers and each of them could run, I think, 9 steam turbines. There was some weird ratio that the game used to use. It doesn't do that anymore, so don't worry about it. It's much simpler now. Where's my power cables? I know I ran power cables, yeah, right there, to the water pump. And also, just for the record, I kind of hate these small power poles. I do not like them. Because they have such a short connection range that you have to drop them everywhere. So I don't really enjoy them very much. Oh yeah, the water at the end, yeah. I would have maybe remembered eventually. Whenever I see an odd number of ground pipes, then I know I missed one, basically. Alright, so coal. Keep those running for backups. I definitely need to change these to electric as soon as we can. But I think even a couple of them will be enough to run for a little while to get our power going, basically. Just built this. It's really, like, surprisingly close. Like, this is what I mean. Like, I should have just done this in the first place, realizing how close all this was together. And, of course, my power poles are not long enough to reach there. Okay, they're all connected. Okay, and with that, as soon as I put the belts down correctly, these guys start working, and they do go through a fair amount of coal, but he can heat 20 water per second into steam at 100 degrees Celsius, and each steam engine will consume at most 10 heated steam per second. So 20, 10, 10, although only when you need the power. So at the moment, they're not actually going to burn that much steam because there's no need for the power. They're smart boilers. There's a little power engineer in there that's, balancing the load or something. And this is one of the reasons why having the passive power is good. It means, like, at the moment, we're only using 400 kilowatts, which means we're not using any coal at all, actually. We're getting all of our power from wind, but the steam will turn on when we need it, which will be anytime these guys want to run. Actually, no, we 200, 200. If all 3 of these, yeah. But anyway, we can get there pretty quick. Oh yeah, no, I mean I appreciate some catches from chat. Honestly, it's all good. We're gonna stack up a little bit more glass now that that's filled up. Let that keep filling. But yeah, our power should be good for a while. Our power should be good enough now that we can switch over mostly to electric and expand this as we need. Yeah, you can store steam now. I don't think I've got the tech for it, but steam is just treated as a liquid. So the same pipes and storage tanks that you can use for water and oil, you can use for steam. And in one of the mods, there's also advanced boilers that use higher temperature steam. Although I don't exactly know how that works, but steam comes out at, I think I said 100, I was wrong. It's 165. So the steam comes out at 165 Celsius, but I know the higher tech boilers work at like 500 Celsius or something. So there's more to learn about that once we get there. Okay. We actually haven't been attacked in a while, which is pretty cool. Kind of nice little break from being killed by biters. I was considering going to attack some more bases, but this is good. Oh, I want that grapple gun. Right, so what am I missing? Why is my tech not working, right? Oh, well, I would like electric labs. That would be an improvement. We need to upgrade everything to... we need to upgrade everything to electric. Maybe that's what we focus on now. Start using the electricity. I believe most of the changes that I'm not familiar with are from the mods. I don't think vanilla... I don't know the exact difference, because even the vanilla game has a few things in it that I didn't have the last time I played. I believe there's nuclear power plants that are in vanilla now, as well as an advanced vehicle beyond a tank that just didn't exist the last time I played Factorio, modded or otherwise. Okay, so what's going on with our tech? We ran out of iron, of course. By process of not actually automating things correctly, things are not actually automated entirely. We should have, like, I don't know what you want to call it, but mostly automated yellow and red science right now, so we shouldn't need to worry about it. I just have to make sure this chest doesn't run out, the wood doesn't stop coming, and I just have to share my cables, I guess. So I need to do a little bit of moving around, but it's moderately... Yeah, that's... I don't know when they added them, but I guess I just didn't play Factorio for very long. Like, I played it when it came out, or, well, whatever version, one of the really early versions I played. And then I played some mods like Bobs and Angels back in the day, but I just haven't kept up with it as they released their final version. Yeah, we already ran out of iron. So I think those wind turbines are probably good to have building in the background. They do use quite a lot of resources, and early game, it's hard to produce enough, I think, to make a lot of wind turbines to power your base. I think you can see here, I mean, it's only 16, I mean, that's cheap, really. 16 iron plates and 3 copper, that's not even that much. Oh, there might be high-end tech turbines in vanilla. Yeah, I don't know. They weren't there the last time I played. Oh, we got spitters. Yeah, so the enemies are getting stronger. We can't forget, as we're doing things here, they've evolved medium-sized biters and spitters now. I need that grappling gun, and then we're going to go start clearing out a bit. Yeah, spider tanks. Yeah, I've seen them. I've never had one because, you know, they didn't exist. Just some more free power while I'm out and about. You know, honestly, we're making, I would say, just that little baby wind turbine factory. We're making a decent number of wind turbines. Like, I think the meta is definitely get your steam power going first so you can run stuff, but then start filling in wind power in the background to lighten the load on coal and steam. Because we've got 56 of them, 20 kilowatts each, so we can make 1.1 megawatt in wind just for free always. Each steam turbine is 750, so we've already got like 1.5 steam turbines for free. And that's, you know, it's not enough to power your whole base, but that's it comes first too. Like they use that power before they use the steam. So, good. Oh, and I needed that steel, right? So I got my steel, not a ton, but a basic first run of steel. I need way more iron. This is a great iron deposit. We just need to get expanding. I can be building right now, or replacing assembling machines. Let's start doing that. Actually, this will increase our science production. Just very straightforward. Well, no, it won't. It just means we're not using coal. It's yeah. I keep forgetting that, like, usually there's a tier 2 assembly machine that's faster than tier 1. But because the mod adds a tier 0 assembly machine, so to speak, there's no speed increase. You just don't waste coal. So this section is all electric now. I also need more electric power poles. I should probably automate power poles at some point. Remote controlled spider tanks. That sounds pretty cool. Yeah, they definitely didn't have spider tanks the first time I played. Or the last time I played. Oh, we ran out of automation cores. Okay. The automation is not automated enough. Gears. Just temporarily, yeah, back when I said this was all automated. We've got lots of blank tech cards. Okay. You know, I had a ton of automation cores in my inventory. I think I meant to put them in a long time ago and I forgot. That's probably what happened. Classic. All right, let's start upgrading more. Trying to upgrade more of our inserters as well. Let's get off of that coal-powered stuff. Oops, wrong way. It does mean we'll need to be putting down lots of those power poles that I just made, but that's fine. You know, the whole base is going to be covered in small power poles at some point. That's just how it always goes. Yeah, I feel like my actual bottleneck over here is raw resources, which is... I didn't think I was going to run out of raw resources so fast, but that's apparently what's happened here. I thought I was making enough iron to get through the early pre-electric mine bit. This was not enough. I'm not going to expand it now because we're very close to electric miners, but yeah, I would say 2, 4, 6, 8, 10 burner miners. No, need like 20. Well, with this mod, I think to continue building outposts, you're going to have to travel through space to a new planet. So we do have something to look forward to in the late game space exploration. I'm going to put these dumb things I accidentally built away. Just filling up my inventory space. So burner turbines are... They use electricity to make steam, but you technically lose some efficiency. So I'm not sure what we would use these for right now. At the moment, they'd be useless, because we'd spend coal to make steam, and then the steam turns into electricity. We could instead take electricity to make steam, but we have nothing to do with steam other than turning it into electricity, and then we'd lose 15% every time. So, pointless. But I'm sure there's a reason for it later on. Alright. Try and upgrade these basic inserters. Just automation cores. No way to speed this up right now, right? Well, not without some work. Well, we got lots of copper. I just missed that. We actually, I think I expanded my stone enough that we actually have lots of pretty good stock of stone at the moment. I'll just craft my own inserters. That's great. I've been trying to avoid manually crafting everything. I could definitely see, once I understand how the mods work better, I could definitely see myself doing like a minimal or no manual crafting run, because I don't like manual crafting by default, and actually trying to do like none of it would be kind of an interesting challenge. But you wouldn't want to do it first time with a new mod, because there's a lot of mechanics to learn at the same time. Well, yeah, normal outposts are different than space outposts. What's wrong with these? Why is it red? Oh, it's just waiting for more. Oh, it's just right. So the furnaces are burning quicker than they're getting filled by the stone. I think in vanilla it's pretty equivalent. Like one burner drill fills up a furnace about the same time as it takes to burn it. But yeah, there is some kind of achievement, I believe. Yeah. But again, in vanilla, I could see. In modded, I don't know. No guarantee that there's the same relationship there with. I'm gonna go repair that. My grappling gun should be ready to go. Hopefully by the time I'm done fixing this wall. And then we can head either north or south and try to clear out a base, I think. And if we're lucky, it'll be daytime as well. But. One thing I really always appreciate is once you get at least the basic construction logistic bot set up and they can do this repair work for you on the walls. Oh, man. That's when you know you've succeeded in life. Alright. Ammunition still looks pretty good. Oh, there's a little biter base right there. Maybe we'll do this one first. Because I can't see the one to the north, and this one's actually very close to my base. So, as soon as we get that grapple gun, we'll give that a shot. Also, I have literally no rifle ammunition, so 1 second. I'm also gonna get rid of my pistol. There's really no reason to hold on to that pistol. It's not a good weapon. I'll hold on to the shotgun though. Okay, grapple gun. This is the best of them. We need steel plates and iron stuff, which is fine. We should have that. Bam. Build me my grapple gun, and then we need at least some grapple ammunition, which isn't that expensive. We'll build like 25 of it. That should be good. Grab some ammo, regular rifle ammo, build a few more while we go. I've got some turrets, I've got some walls. We'll build a few more walls on the way. If I need to set up a base. We're also being attacked up north by spitters. So it's long range fighting here, but it looks like we're doing... Yeah, it's a pretty big wave. I'm gonna do the south side first, and then we're gonna go north. We're gonna shoot some enemies. While we're away, let's continue some basic research. I would like to have... I mean, more inventory space is nice. Electric mines, yeah. That's what I'm missing. Then I can upgrade the mines and start doing a little bit more bulk belting of stuff. I'll feel a lot better once I have my mines automated and electric, and I can have all the coal. I mean, I'm gonna have to expand for coal like instantly anyway. So, oh, by the way, what is this thing? Grapple gun means boom. Ah, you're gonna catch me? No, you can't catch me. Yeah, it's great. The other thing that's really nice early on, obviously, is what's it called? Grenades, which we don't have. So we just got to fight our way through some of these guys. Dang tanky biters in there. That's a medium something or rather. That's starting to tech a little bit high. So why don't we... Oh, they got worms in defense. Oh no. Also, the AI is really dumb because the base game doesn't have cool things like grapple guns. So the biters don't really know what to do when you sort of teleport. Yeah, okay, those are medium biters. That's going to be a little bit hard to kill without some turret. So we're going to have to do a little bit of work here. Just want to get as close as I can without aggroing them. Throw down some turrets. We need some ammo right now. Kill them all, please. I don't have time to put a wall up. Lost one, but technically all good. We're good until we run out of ammo now, basically. Although I will definitely still wall them off. And our ammo is 40. That'll last quite a while. Good. Now I can focus on taking down some bases. I really need a better gun. But this base is so close to us, I think we should really take this up first. Also, I'm not sure how I'm going to deal with the worms right now. You see these little guys poking up. They're kind of scary. Alright, well, that's 3 out of 6. How do we want to do this? Oh, right. They leave little... I don't know if this is in the vanilla game. They leave little acid patches, which, you know, makes life miserable. Let's move some turrets around a little bit here. Oh, I think they're too close. Okay, that's just out of range of the worms. That's how close we can get. Actually not. Dang, worms. So the worms outrange the turrets. Great. I wasn't sure, but now we know. See you later, Pixel. So how do we take these guys out? I'm not actually sure if I've got a good solution to worms right now. Can't outrange them. I mean, we could try to out-heal for a while. Oops, 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 oops. They're pretty tanky. At least they don't rebuild while we're fighting them. Ah, they're not as tanky as I remembered. I think if it wasn't for the medium biters, this probably wouldn't be too bad. Okay, we'll be able to clear this place without too much more work. Then I'm going to check my north side of my base because I feel like I'm missing a lot of these shots here. Maybe this corner is a bit better. Finished our mining drills, so we'll have some prizes or some presents to go back when we get to base. Uh-oh, uh-oh. Dang it! I got stuck. Dang, the dang biters cornered me and I couldn't move. Anything Anything else we could research that will help us in our endeavors here? The military stuff, I think the next tier of military, we need to get green science. If we want to rush green science, we go electronics. I mean, rush at this point. It's far from rush. But that's what we need anyway. And then we can look at the recipe and see how hard it would be. Because what I want mostly is a new gun. And I'm pretty sure just the next military, general military tech with a little bit of green science is what we really need to destroy these bases from safety. Because right now there's a little bit touch and go. Also better armor. Like, I only have light armor right now. Medium biters hit pretty hard with practically no armor. Alright, there's one thing left. I'm gonna take it real slow. Put down another round of turrets. A little bit closer here. Now I'll destroy the old ones and move up. It's the old StarCraft siege tank crawl. The siege tank push where you sort of secure a zone of control like this with some stationary defenses, and then build another one closer and keep moving up like that. It's classic. Alright, dealt with. And once again, we've got to clean up the mess. So that was more of a fight than I was expecting. South side was not an easy clear. Didn't know if they'd have worms this early, but, you know. Well, that was quick. Well, you missed it. We cleared the base with turrets and not much else. All right, so I'm happy to have cleared that. Now, I actually think there is a reason to leave a small defensive outpost in these kinds of scenarios, because they don't... If I remember correctly, and I could be not, but if I remember correctly, biters won't create new bases within a certain radius of any construction that you put down. And if the construction you put down is turrets, I mean, they'll have a hard time clearing that out, basically, rather than leaving some power poles for them to destroy. I forget exactly how the mechanic works, but if I sort of claim this territory, there's sort of a radius where I don't think they'll be able to spawn new bases. And maybe that'll be outside of the range of the pollution, so they'll leave me alone a little bit longer. But I don't exactly remember how that works. But I do know that I want to go north, because we're getting hit really hard on that side as well. So we want to do at least one more push. I'll need more ammunition when we get back. We need to restock. That should take the pressure off of this turret line too. So it's another reason I could push this down and start expanding my territory a bit. I'm not too worried about that at the moment. But one of the reasons for doing this is expansion. I did not make any bullets while I was away because I ran out of iron. Awesome. I need a lot of bullets. We're under attack. Yeah, like I said, north side is taking a hit, so we're gonna move up there next. Tech is continuing at home. We can continue building others. Oh yeah, the electric lab. That's another thing I wanted to get. Replace these stinky burning labs, or we could go for green tech. There's not much that you need. Like, if we wanted to specifically focus on some specific, like, if we wanted to skip some red tech and go straight to green, it's not really that much harder to make green science. It's actually probably easier than vanilla, honestly. This is simple. This should unlock some relevant military tech, like this one here. And with this one, we could get a new type of gun. Yeah, there you go. That's the good never build anything achievement. I would like to have an anti-material rifle. And it's only 20 green science. Like, that's hardly anything. I think that's what we do. I think, given the aggressiveness on the biters and our need to push them back, I think that's worth the deep dive, so to speak. Before we leave base, let's make sure everything's repaired. And reasonably stocked on ammo. I am going to begin using, as the resource for it becomes cheap, and I'll eventually set up an auto-assembler. The grappling gun is just so convenient for getting around, until you get, like, all the leg mods to go fast or stuff. It's just so much faster for traveling that this is how we're going to move, basically. It's not free. You do spend a bit of resources doing that. But, not that expensive. And you can escape enemies. Alright, so we need to clear this base for sure. That's pretty close. We'll do the same kind of trick we did last time. Seemed to work. Oh, hold on. Let me put up some walls. Think I got it? Not by much, but we got it. Are you seriously getting shot? Oh, it's a worm. Dang worms. It's alright. As long as I've got the turret cover, I'm fairly safe. Wouldn't want to do this without some turret covers for sure, though. The medium biters. Wow. Light armor, medium biter. Might be behind the tech curve a little bit. I need to keep making ammo as much as we can. And because this is difficult right now, I'm just gonna turret push. It's actually pretty easy to stay behind the turrets and repair them as long as they're not taking a ton of damage. Which, of course, the worms. Green worms. Oh, I'm dead. Don't die. You know what? I may have lost a turret or two, but they took the hits for me. They took the aggro from the worms. Have a train path at least 1,000 tiles. Yeah, I never really liked using trains in Factorio. I mean, I've done it enough that I know I can build myself a train station and the basic logistics for not having them crash into each other. Trains just tend to take a ton of time and energy. Alright, let's clear these out. We're going to clear this one out, then we're going to go back to base, get a little bit of green science, and then I'm going to get my gun. I'm not going to clear any more bases out until I get a better gun. Because this is not enough. Not enough power. Alright, let's clear out this stuff. I've mentioned this before, but if you've never played, I think it's Krastorio, might be space, one of these mods. You absolutely must collect biomass early game, like that. And if you don't know about it, it's easy to miss, because you normally don't have a weird shovel button in the base game. And you absolutely must do that or you'll be locked out of some tech. Not too far away from now, honestly. Once we're done green science, we will want biomass for new science. Okay, these things have like lots of I'm actually gonna put a low ground wall just in case some spitters. I think walls block ranged enemy attacks now. I think they didn't used to, but put up a little station up here. There's probably another base over here and over here maybe, but we have science. We have science to do. Alright, everything in base has stopped because we've been away for so long. Let's pick some of this up a little bit. So the only thing I really care about that requires green is getting this military tech. And we only need 50 or 20 greens. That's nothing. So to get 20 greens, what do we need? We need blank tech cards. Oh, look. We got hundreds of them. We need iron gears. Well, we don't have hundreds, but, you know, we can make iron gear. No problem. I mean, I say no problem. I really need some iron. Yeah, I know trains... well, it depends on your resource settings, I guess. But yeah. You know, if you have infinite resource deposits that have like 50 million in them, you're not going to need trains for a very, very long time. I'm sure you could launch a rocket without ever using a train if you just want to beat the game. But on minimal richness settings, then, you know, for sure. Yeah. Okay, green science. So all I need is electronic circuits. That's what we're missing. How do we make those? Electric drills, that'd be nice. Okay, here we go. Wood and cable, or stone and cable. Well, we'll use the wood, and we have cable, so that's easy. We have wood right here. We have cable right there. Oh, isn't that convenient? I didn't actually know. I didn't do this on purpose. I promise this was not actually on purpose, but boy, is that convenient. That. We can also do something like this. And we will have circuits just like that. Bam, wham, bam. And then I can put another one of these down right beside. I just need like a little bit of green science. This is a super temporary solution. Oh, wait, that's the... that's fine. Can't quite do everything super efficiently, but... alright, we've got it. Wood's coming in. Cable's coming in. We'll need way more cables, obviously, for any significant production. This will get us... we need gears. So I need another box. So, I wasn't going to talk about it too much with the mod, but there's actually a good chance with this mod... mod pack, whatever you want to call it, that you literally never need to use trains. I'll show that off as soon as I get this set up a little bit. Steal a bunch of these. Put those in there. No. Fail. Try again. Those there, and then gears. It's a good spot. So actually, that's more than I need. So I only need like 15 of these. This is going to make more than that. I'll have to manually, for now, fill the like this is terrible long term. This is very annoying. But we're rushing military tech a little early rather than doing all the tech in order and getting my base built. I'm rushing some guns. But this will get me... I need, what did I say, 15 of those? 20 of those, hardly anything. Okay, while that's working, and, you know, life goes on, let me show you the thing that bypasses trains. Where is it? Yeah, these things here. So, this one. I've got a few of these. It's a core seam. That's crazy. So there's going to be a fair number of these. We had 2 within our spawning zone, and I think there's pretty much always 1 with mod settings the way they are. What can you do with these? Well. I did look into this. Is when I decided I definitely wanted to make a let's play of this mod. It's not too far away in the tech tree. If we go back to the drills, we should be able to find the thing we need. I'll show it off. Where's my electric drill? It's not like in order. Yeah, okay. Yeah, it's literally 1 tech away already. So for one, we've got cool things like Mark II mining drills, which make your electric drills better, which is nice. I love stuff like that. But also there's this core mining drill. We need green science to get it, so we could technically get it right now, sorta. And then we can build this thing, the core mining drill. You just need some steel, some concrete, some circuits. Also fairly easy to make. Nothing we couldn't do right now with a little bit of work. And this thing produces core fragments automatically. There's other things you can do with it, but the main thing is core fragments. And it will produce, I believe, one of these. I forget the exact 100 per second. No, it's like, I think it's like one yellow belt worth or something. I don't think it's actually 100 per second, but it basically makes one full yellow belt of core fragments. Now, you have to send these to a pulverizer to get them processed, but you get copper, iron, coal, stone, uranium, raw metal, crude oil, mineral water, water, and pyroflux, some mod items in there, forever. This never stops. It's mining the core of the planet, and it does take more setup than a typical miner, and a lot of power, to be fair, like lots of megawatts. But then you have all the resources forever, and you don't have to train it in. So we've got basically 2 of these right at the side of our base that we can have making all those resources honestly pretty quick if we wanted. I think you need to make a pretty significant steam turbine expansion to power it. But yeah, that's something I don't know if we'll get to tonight, but that's something I definitely want to show off as soon as we can. A little bit busy, you know, not dying to biters right now, but I generally intend to do the standard mining layout and, you know, smelting and all that stuff, because that's the standard Factorio experience. But the core drill, that does give you some options. We're up to 10 of these. This guy... Oh, not enough cables. Right. Should have moved those over first. Yeah, it's... Because mining's a little bit weird. It doesn't work kind of like normal mining, right? Like, I forget exactly how the calculations for miners work, because they do have a speed. Like, this is 0.25 quarter per second. The electric miners are, I think, double that. 0.5 per second. Technically, the Mark II miners, I think, are 0.75 per second or something. But then it kind of takes into effect the ore itself's mining time, and different ores can be different difficulties, right? Technically, iron is harder to mine than copper by a 10%. And coal is actually easier to mine, 90%, and stone doesn't even get a number, so I don't even know. But yeah, so there's some difference in ore types. I don't know how it works. And then because the core miner is different still, mining time 1,425%, and maybe the yield, because it works more like an oil output, right? Like it's got like a yield and stuff. I don't know exactly how it works, but basically you get a lot, and I'm pretty sure it's just infinite, or nearly infinite anyway. So you don't need to expand. You don't need to train. You can just build this right here and supply your base for a very long time. Which is bad for people who like trains, but good for people who are playing with lots of biters. Yeah, my stones... Oh, I got actually too much stones. Let's queue up some more walls, and then we're gonna leave most of my stone behind. My inventory's full of this stuff. I don't need that much. I guess you don't actually use very much stone to make. It's five stone per wall, so you use a fair amount, but yeah, once you've got lots, you've got tons. More than I need. Cool. Yeah, the automation is lacking. It's definitely time to start thinking about a more permanent solution to some of our early game problems. I didn't even pick up my copper. Yeah, these things have all fallen behind. How's my engines? Yeah, we got a fair number of electric engines. That's good. That's good. Another 8. Oh, that's terrible. Eight windmills out of all that time. That's kind of pathetic. Oops. That's the problem sometimes when I'm control shifting to pick up all my iron in this specific setup. It's very easy to accidentally take all the coal out of the miners, and then that messes with stuff. Oh, right, the biomass. Right, so I picked this up from the last couple biter attacks. We don't need to drag it around. We'll save that here for later. All right. How are we doing? We're looking for science. This is what I've been trying to get going. Actually, we already have more than enough. This is fine. Let's just spread this out. Such a handy mod. This is the what's it called? Even distribution mod. Oh, it's great. It's not perfect. There's no. I think it only takes half of your stack and then spreads it around the way I'm doing it. Maybe there's a way to do it better than that. I'd like to just pick up a stack and then shift over, like control click over everything and have it just distribute through them all rather than half of my stack. But I don't know. I don't know how to do that if there's a way. Anyway, military tech just like that. Bam. And if we wanted to, we could save up 200 and have another passive bonus to our damage, but those are pretty expensive. This unlocks grenades. That's another classic early game solver, but what we really want is those that rifle. So I'll show these off here. I mean, 2 submachine guns, which needs some copper. We're gonna... I know I didn't even really use the shotgun. I don't think the shotgun's great until you have the combat shotgun. The basic shotgun I find just kind of shoots too slow to really help you. Whereas this thing that we're making... vanilla nuclear power, 40 megawatts. Alright, so yeah, they're using the high temperature steam already in the base game then. Yeah, that's good to know. I wasn't sure how they figured that. Now, we also have the option of making more powerful armor-piercing rifle magazines. These are honestly not usually a huge priority to make, I find, in my old experience playing. You usually don't want to rush armor-piercing. Then again, the biters might be evolving quick enough that we want to switch over to that soon, but all I need right now is a few of these anti-material rounds, and we will be laughing. Do I get the armor? No. Where's the armor upgrade? That's the other thing I was thinking would be nice to have before we go out. Not even modular armor. Where's just like better armor? This one? Heavy armor. Okay, we could have done this a long time ago. I just missed it. Steam turbines make 5.8 megawatts. Using 6 times the steam at higher temperatures. Interesting. That's cool. Now, there are... I mean, I can show it while we're researching here. Let's see, fluid handling... Where was it? Steam engine. I don't think this is part of vanilla, but yes, steam turbine. So there's like the steam engine and the steam turbine as the expanded, I'm assuming from the mod item. This guy consumes 50 per second, can do 100 or higher. I just never made the higher steam when I was looking at it. Higher temperature steam, but it can make 10 megawatts, so that seems pretty good. I'm not sure if there's anything more than that. Fluid isothermic generator. Wow, that's fun. What does that do? Max temperature 1000. Uses liquid fuel. Oh, that's cool. This is more like a fuel generator than a steam generator. Condenser turbine. Yeah, there's all kinds of cool stuff. Yeah, I've almost died from picking up uranium. There's no uranium close to our base. Sometimes there's little green patches. You'd see them, but... Alright, I'm gonna get my heavy armor. Anti-material. I'll show off... Wait, what? Oh, did I make... Dang it. Clicked the wrong one. I made a second... I made a second grappling gun instead of a anti-material rifle. We don't need two grapples. Yeah, different stats. So that's part of the balance then. So that's cool. I mean, like I said, I haven't played the late game vanilla in a long time. So it's cool that they've added a lot of those things anyway. Just makes it so the modders don't have to invent quite as much. This whole setup is not going to last. Alright, heavy armor, good. All that does is give me better protection, which is what I wanted. We've got a new gun, lots of ammunition, old gun, lots of ammunition, grappling gun, make a bit of ammunition. Oh, I forgot to unequip my light armor first. Yeah, if you because you use one armor to make the next tier, but if it's equipped, you can't switch it over. But yeah, we're going from physical is what we're taking most of our damage from, 20% and I think -3 to 30% and -6, which means like small biters basically can't hurt you. We do have more acid defense, which helps against the worms. You know, so basically, you know, twice as durable maybe. I am a little bit low on first aid kits, so maybe that's one more thing I could craft up here. I still don't like hunting for fish. I'm pretty sure the mod's gonna add some better medkit recipes, let's say, than hunting for fish. I mean, the grapple hook getting around is still great. Like, if you're gonna go fish hunting around the water, this is still the way to do it. All right, so that gave me a bunch of fish. Let's. Of course, we need wood. I could be putting this wood in a box, but usually I don't need much wood. I'm glad we automated a little bit, basically. All right, so make some med kits. We got some turrets. I'll make another stack of turrets, just in case, emergency use only. Stack of turrets. That puts us at 12. Actually, makes it a little bit more. Let's repair. Pick up the bullets. Make sure that keeps working, because we're going to burn a lot of bullets. I could, for personal use, craft up some armor-piercing bullets. Actually, I think that's worth it. I don't really want to put them in the turrets unless I have to. But for my use, shooting down bases and stuff, having better turrets, or better ammunition, stronger ammunition might be worth it, worth the trouble. Need the wood. We'll get a little bit more steel while we're out, and all that stuff. Okay. I wish I had radar. Radar tech is still a ways away. It's a lot easier to figure out where you're going, you know, when the radar is revealing tiles so you can see in advance. So the difference is the armor-piercing stuff. I don't know if it's in vanilla, actually, but you do get, like, a shooting speed bonus with regular ammo, 125%. So you do shoot quicker with normal ammo, I think. But the armor-piercing has better stats. So 14 base damage instead of 10. And when you're fighting enemies with a lot of defense, like if they're taking -5 damage per hit or something, that's more important to have a higher base damage, basically. But like I said, the turrets get like double your bonuses. So the turrets are doing 12 damage instead of 10 or 11. So they get even more value out of the armor piercing, I suppose. But also they don't need it as much. So let's go see if I can find a little base, and I'll show you my cool anti-material rifle, which I'm assuming is not in the vanilla game, but who knows? Maybe it is. All right, look, biters. That's a big base. That's a big base. Let's prepare carefully. A little bit of defensive turret line should be good. I should be in range. Because the anti-material rifle, if you've been looking closely, has a range of 70 instead of 30. And does 88 damage per shot. So, worm. Dead. Oh no! Biters coming to get me! I maybe should have put down more turrets, in hindsight. Get off me. Dang biters. Okay, these guys... Medium snappers. Wow. I haven't looked at the stats on them, but they got a lot of defense. I actually almost lost one of my turrets. Okay, we'll upgrade the turrets. That's fine. I thought 4 turrets would be fine. This is the largest biter outpost we've dealt with so far. Maybe 4 regular turrets is not enough. I did build more turrets, so... Of course, it's dark now, so my apologies if you can barely see, but I don't think it's too bad. We could... I wish I brought more steel, but I don't really have much. I could have, like, 1 turret that uses the armor-piercing stuff. Like, I could put the armor-piercing one at the back so that it doesn't waste its ammunition on the little biters that the normal guys chew through, but it's too much work right now. I don't want to do that. This is a pretty big base. That's a lot of... See if our wall holds. Looks like 8 was the right number. I just need to get to the point where they can defend me while I take out these bases from range. That's 1. Every one I take out reduces their spawning a bit, so... I think once you prove you can take 1 of these bases out, you pretty much can take them all out, generally. Unless you have a tank and you just drive right through them. Though. And also, this has now effectively trivialized worms because we can outrange them. Is this fair? I don't know. The other thing you could have done, and maybe I should have, is just made grenades. We're getting through it. Hope I have enough ammunition. This base is bigger than I was expecting. Alright, here we go. Hold. Yeah, we held. I'm all covered in acid. I guess I should take the good med kit when you're poisoned or something. As long as they can't rebuild the same wave in the time it takes me to repair the wall, we're fine. How are we doing here? They haven't done anything. I remember doing I think a vanilla run a long time ago back when I first played it, first streamed it. And I think I had whatever the settings were back then. I think I had the biters on max size and distribution. And I remember just having my base surrounded by a wall of bases, basically. And I remember, like, the only way I could push through was to have, like, fully upgraded logistic bots and a power grid that could support it that just automatically deployed just walls of laser turrets and walls in front of them just constantly as we tried to push forward. I really wish I'd made some grenades. Yeah, there's more of these than I. The waves are bigger than I expected. Oh, those are rocks. Blue, why are you shooting rocks? Alright, I'm actually not even sure I have enough ammo. Well, I think I've got enough ammo to take down another base, another building. And I might need to take down the worms next, just so I can get closer. There's a lot of worms up here. But the crazy range on this this rifle sure makes the job a lot easier. Yeah, we're running out of ammo here. I'm gonna have to go restock. I wonder if I could push. I wonder if I've done enough damage that I could make a quick push with. I don't know. And this is my good ammo, which chews through them pretty quickly, but yeah, I'm running out. I think what I'll do is try to lure them over to my turrets. Oh boy. Still a lot of worms. We could do a real cheese strat where you just warp over, warp out. I don't know if that's very effective. I just want to destroy like one more base before I leave. So close. Can't quite get it. Alright, we got it. Well, there's 4 left plus half a dozen worms. I don't think they'll spawn enough to cause too much trouble for my turrets. As long as they don't take too long here. Oops, where am I even going? You do travel a lot faster with grapple gun shoot shots, so I love it. Running out of coal again. I would also say by this point in the game, I'm almost always switched to electric drills. So we're sticking in burner age a lot longer than originally planned. Probably not great. You need just wood, right? All right, we'll have some steel ready next time when we come back. We've got another 80 green science that we could use. So we can pick something here. We don't have like hundreds of green science to do those expensive ones, but if there's something that was worth it in green, we could take it early. I mean, having haven't even really got my regular mining smelting line set up, but we could start going for better furnaces. We start going for better power. I actually maybe we'll do that. Oh, that's tempting. Oh, I wanted the electric lab, so let's get that out of the way. We should have a reasonable amount of red science stacked up now. Automation cores are good for a while. Need more copper cables though. Alright, that should be good for a fair while. Oh, what's the plan? I gotta finish that base off, I think. So I'm making 100 anti-material rounds. And then I'm gonna queue up about 50 armor-piercing ones. And then just some restocking for the some regular rifles for the turrets. And we should be good for a while. I'm okay for grapple ammo. Gotta keep an eye on your grapple ammo. Don't want to run out. But let's go try to clear out that base. We almost had it, I think. One more down. 3 to go. Coming for me. But the turret line does its job. The heavy armor we're carrying also helps significantly. We're taking a lot less damage per hit, so this is much more sustainable. So this is certainly not quick. And destroying biter bases does have some downsides in that I believe it helps them evolve to be stronger the more bases you kill. So this is not always net benefit. Sometimes it's better just to let them exist and consume pollution and send units to you, I think. Oh, I see a problem. Do you? We've definitely burned through a lot of ammo to clear this, though. Like, that's not free either. Like, I have kind of an iron shortage, so to speak, because I haven't really set up proper iron mining yet. And going through hundreds of iron to clear a base, I don't know. Maybe that's not the right play. But that is one dead base. And while we're away... Oh, yeah, let's get fast inserters while we're away. Those are nice. This is tons of biomass, so once we want to do, you know, biomass research, we are ready to go for that. One of the advantages of having higher difficulties, you get more of this stuff. Alright. So I think just like last time, I'm probably... I'm thinking I'm just gonna leave these turrets here as like a... It's right on the edge of my pollution border at the moment. And maybe I kill one more little base because I can see it. I think the next place would be up in this sort of top left area. I haven't been attacked at home in a while, so we've been clearing out the nearby bases and kind of claiming the area. I'm not sure how much further we should really go. But I want to check this base out to the south here, see if it's huge. Oh, that's pretty big. I don't know if I want to do these bases right now. Those bases are relatively huge. We could... No, probably about the same as the last one. We could do it eventually. But but it might be better to leave them alone. Let's do a little... While we got the grappling hook, we can scout a bit quicker. Let's see what the borders of our world look like, because we don't have radar or anything, and we can just zip around pretty safely at this point. Maybe we'll find some resources while we're out. Maybe we'll find where the most dangerous area of... Oh, there's the uranium. The most dangerous biter concentration is. Oh, I missed a tile. Can't miss a square. These guys aren't too scary on this side. Man, grapple hook is the best. Hey, we found maybe an ocean? That's kind of nice. I like to make my base boundaries around natural barriers. Like, this is a... Biters can't swim, so we could use this as a wall without having to defend it with turrets and stuff. So honestly, the north side's not that bad. There's still some bases up here, but... That barely even counts. Alright. Just gonna do one more loop back and see if this water all connects along. Because this might be... Long-term, my strategy might be to clear this north section out. Using the water as a bit of a choke point. Or something like that. Boundaries. Well, it doesn't connect quite as much as I hoped. Hopefully this is like a dead end. No. I mean, it's reasonably narrow, so you can defend the point in the middle of the sort of land bridge, and that would work, but... Alright, well, good scout. Probably something you should do as soon as you got something like a grapple hook. Makes scouting a lot faster and safer. I mean, way faster. Alright. You look at the map. Yeah. That gives us a much better picture of what's going on. I still think this is a good, probably like, northwest wall, north wall. I didn't see a lot of natural barriers to the south, but we could, you know, start considering where our borders will be on that side. Could just use this lake as kind of a... You could maybe go like straight line, you know, ocean to lake, up this way. That's a pretty large amount of territory for a first factory. Could do something like that. Maybe. But we've got a lot of work to do at home. Definitely, that we've been postponing, and the little... I mean, we had to defend our base, and I think, you know, we've pushed most of the closer bases. We might want to get rid of this one, because it's pretty close. Also, it's defending some oil, so if we want the crude oil, this is probably the closest way to get it. So we'll need to expand southwest. But until our pollution gets worse, you know, we might not have too many more terrible attacks. So, what do we want to prioritize at home here? We can do some quick techs to get them out of the way. I mean, get the lights going. I think... I'm just trying to decide how much I want to invest in current tech or wait till next tech for some stuff. Obviously, optics doesn't take very much work. These might as well get the trees out of the way because it's quick and easy. I think I gotta start upgrading some electric miners. Oh yeah, the electric labs too. Yeah, some of that. I gotta get some more electricity stuff going. So I gotta just like focus on. Yeah, we're gonna need to expand the coal as well. Like, there's lots of things to expand. But, like, basic resources, basic production change, so I can build the upgrades. Because, like, I'm gonna need a lot of automation cores and stuff, and they're not being built right now properly, so... Let's try to fix some of these chains up. We have 22 more windmills we could use, or wind generators. We're actually not using hardly any power at all right now. I was a little bit excited about getting more power, and I'm barely using it. Because, well, I haven't, I just haven't upgraded stuff yet. I need to pick up some glass, and then I can make those labs, so let's do that. Got lots of glass. I should have some steel now as well for other easy upgrades. Yep. I think maybe getting more iron production is maybe the next priority. Once we get like the basic upgrades going, we definitely need the iron. Alright. 10 labs. We did not have enough. Hold on. Oh, because it's making the burner labs first. Let's not rebuild the burner labs. That's silly. Still don't have enough automation cores. Still don't have enough, but close. So these are the regular vanilla labs. This is what you start with normally. And we just had the burners for the super early game. And then, yeah, I'll have to put the science back into the green science. This is still not a great long-term setup because we only have one belt in the middle. You'd probably want 2 belts in the middle eventually so you can have 4 types of science because there's actually 5, 6. You need a way of getting all that science in there. Automatically. Auto-magic. Oops. It's probably not evenly distributed, but I tried. Okay, so that gives us a pretty respectable amount. I should put these in too. Pretty respectable amount of science stacked up in advance. So we should be able to queue up some research quick. Priorities. I could build my own sentinels. Landfills are neat because you can fill in water and make your own smooth land. Medium electric pole, it's probably worth it just for. I don't want to. If I research the pole now, before we start building the upgrades, I won't have to worry so much about stupid small poles getting in the way. And I mean, nobody likes small poles. Queue up a bunch of electric miners. I might try to get the steel furnace as well early. And might not make it too much further tonight. Just trying to think of what's simple. Let's get those wind turbines down. We got power just sitting in our inventory, not even using it. Wasteful. Alright. Actually, we've got big stack more. Might as well get those put down. I know we're encroaching on my iron mine, but everything is temporary. Oh man, that's the worst. Doesn't even match it. Unsubscribed. OCD failure. You can make like neat little patterns out of those or something. Alright, so power generation, we're up to 86 of these wind turbines, getting close to 2 megawatts of clean energy. Steam engines are running, producing some as time's going on. The electric labs are using 200 kilowatts each, so we're using almost, I mean, basically all the wind power just to run the research, honestly. So, you know, if that's good or bad, I don't know. Just what we're doing. Let's make sure we don't run out. Like, the burner mining drills will shut off eventually. Let's make sure we don't lose our steam power by putting better electric drills down. And honestly, 2's probably enough for now. Hey there, Huzzle. Yeah, I've been streaming for a few hours now. I'm not sure how much longer we'll make it, but I was hoping to get a bit more done in the time we had. Now I'm regretting keeping this map, because this coal iron setup is just so annoying, but... Nuclear missiles. Look, we're not ready for nuclear missiles yet. Gotta hold off on the crazy. I don't even have normal missiles. But yes, I could imagine that will rid you of all your resources that you've been stacking up. I mean, I used to remember putting stuff I didn't want in a chest and then just like shooting it so it gets destroyed, all the stuff inside of it. I don't know if that still works, but that was always my hack for the I'm tired of carrying you around garbage. Usually stacks of wood, I believe. Alright, medium pole, good. We've got some electric drills. Haven't gotten very far on that. I should probably just keep upgrading the assembling machines to not burning. Other tech that would be very useful. I mean, we could get better assembling machines, but that's a lot of green science we don't really have. Red belts we don't really need. More damage, you know, like, it would be nice, but concrete circuits. We don't care about logic yet. It's not a logical stream. But yeah, if we could get steel furnaces, that makes the design of iron smelting a lot easier. These are like twice as effective as stone, so, but that's assuming I can keep. I need enough steel to build the dang thing, so. What I'll do here, seeing as this is probably about the time to do a little bit better automation. I really need to get a mine, like a line of actual income. But for now, can help get a little bit more steel by having the wood split into it. Still needs coal. I don't have to pick up the wood anymore, so I can put the coal in here instead. And then that will be halfway automated coke. And some steel out of it. And not even halfway automated steel. But, you know, we need the resources to build stuff. And we're trying to get rid of these old burner inserters that suck. Upgrading them when we get them. Any dirigible. We're getting closer to all electric. And our power is still looking pretty good. This guy needs some gears. I can't really help you with that. Take some sticks. Take some engines. We need more resources to get windmills. We haven't been attacked. This is giving me lots of time to fix my base, so I like that. These are really all just temporary construction things, but let's start upgrading away from burning. Because you need to start with a burner assembler to upgrade it to a proper assembler anyway. So there's no point making duplicates. Why did YouTube eat your message? I don't know. I can't even see it. We're also going to need a lot more. So I do have the ability to make medium electric poles, which I prefer vastly to small electric poles. It's not even close. I feel like I can design much nicer setups with the mediums. You know, substations are nice and all, but you don't really need them. But But small electric poles are garbage. Look how much easier it is to hook everything up. One pole, bam. You don't get this gross connection of crisscross wires. Ugh, gross. Who wants this? You want one connector that powers everything. Let's see here. Keep replacing those. Keep replacing these. Not getting enough sub-constructions. But that was all those. Shouldn't be using coal anymore. My walls got stopped because the miners ran out of stone. I said that would never happen, and then it just totally happened. These stone mines just weren't very good, I guess. Not a lot of stone in them to work with. Okay, well, now I got a ton of stone I need to care. Mostly just needed that for the wall shortage of a couple hours ago. Meteors? Oh, maybe you destroyed some of the biters if you're lucky. Good. Take that, biters. Glass. Good. We got lots of glass. The glass is fine. Wood is, you know, coming along. We ran out of green science. Because I ran out of cables. Classic. I mean, to be fair, I probably started this up without having enough green science queued, but I think we'll manage. Got to get the iron going here. How's our power? We got not much. Sorry, yeah, the bots have kind of fallen apart a bit. I have 8 electric miners. Let's see if I can make a few more. Let's just, okay, it's time for iron. Iron o'clock. I'm done with this. We're gonna have no iron income for a bit. I'm fixing things. We're gonna upgrade. Oh, I need the gears. I don't have enough gears. Not enough iron to make the gears. Just gonna make a real simple basic, like, hey, here's some iron. Let's not be efficient. There you go. You got some iron. I can't do it. We don't have enough iron to upgrade the iron. So this gives me a bit of a problem. Why won't you? Did I click the wrong thing? I did click the wrong thing. Dang it. Okay, there we go. Okay, we're just gonna focus on iron here for a second. Maybe repair some busted smelters. I'm gonna try to convert all of my iron ore that I've got sitting around into iron plates, and hopefully that gives me enough plates to finish constructing proper iron line 101. But I don't know. All right. Should be cooking lots of iron. It's still pretty slow, unfortunately. We have some steel. Great. I don't have enough belts to do what I was going to do, of course. That was the main problem there. Not enough belts to do anything. Oh, I'm just... I have failed to plan ahead. I do not have enough resources to do the stuff I want to do. It sucks. I did not think I was going to be quite so short on all this stuff. But I should have known. I didn't build it up very well at the beginning. I don't need this to be that long. If we get enough green science, we can skip one small phase here. You got it in eventually, Pixel. Yeah, you had to work hard to get through YouTube's filters. Yeah. I do have... I'm going to steal half those. I need those cores. I can build stuff out of them. I need them. I also need some engines. Gears. Sticks, probably. Just need all the stuff. Alright, we managed to finish one of the techs. I have got a couple hundred iron. Let's get the power connected. I can't really afford to make new, better power cables because why would I be able to afford those? I can barely afford belts. There's no coal up here. Right, so this is finished. We have access to the better furnaces, which I definitely prefer, given the option. I don't even know. I don't think I'll even need 8. They're super efficient. Let's just put down like 4 of them or something. So one of the problems with this map, and it's not just me and how I've been playing, there really isn't very much coal, and close to my base, which really makes it hard to plan out some of the early game stuff. Alright, that should be... Actually, I don't know if these regular inserters can actually even keep up with us iron furnace. We're gonna find out. I'm gonna test it. Because we need 20 iron ore every 40. I'm pretty sure they can do 20 in 48 seconds. Just want to watch one cycle here, make sure it works. Yeah, we're 10 at halfway, so one regular inserter is fast enough. Good. I don't need to worry about that. Waste some steel. I don't need steel. Alright. The coal... We don't have coal, really. Like, really, we don't have coal. I still have to move coal manually. But... I can now expand quite easily... to a fairly large amount of iron, as long as I can keep the coal. Like, I don't have electric furnaces. If I had electric furnaces, you know, but we don't, so don't worry about that. And once we get some coal up here, we will have a reasonably good automated iron income. At least an early game reasonable quantity. It's not that amazing. Trust me, I know. It's hardly anything. But, you know, it's better than what we used to have. Also, I think they'll be producing iron faster than one belt can pull. So my typical solution is to just do a little little loop-de-loop. And fill up that one chest. That should be enough to keep up with 8, maybe. Alright. Good. Now let's see how much coal I can carefully extract. Unfortunately, you know, like I've been saying, stupid mix here is going to make my life difficult. I probably should have just restarted the map until I had a pure, at least one small iron, coal, stone, copper patch all independent. Because you'll see why this is annoying. I want coal. I do not want iron and coal, because if I get them both on the same belt, I can't really sort them right now. So I have to place, like, I have to give up on a lot of, like, anywhere that the 4x4 covers, I can't really use. Which puts a pretty big limit on how much coal we're going to get out of here. Now, this will still last us a fair while, surely, but it's not ideal. Okay, we'll start like that. 2 for power and the rest for whatever. Just to get some basic operations going. I'll probably need to check my power income, like, right now. We're still okay for the moment. So now with the... If I had enough belts... We never have enough belts. Buy more belts. Just automate your belts. Probably is the solution here. I'm going to have one split to go power the copper foundries. And then this one's going to... Just gonna follow these for a bit because we're gonna be expanding the power plant soon. We're gonna have to go the long way. A little bit of spaghetti. You can't play Factorio without spaghetti though, so it's all good. Right? Remember when I said I need a lot of belts? As soon as I get the iron stuff sorted out, though, then we can automate a lot of cheap iron stuff without having to worry too much about running out. Like actual automation incoming, guys. We're almost actually automating. For real. Until the patches dry out, but that takes a while. Alright, and this is the other main reason I like the better... I got nothing. I like the better poles here, because you can't power both sides of these with... You have to put a... You can put a gap in between them and put the power in between them, but if you want to have a nice solid row of furnaces... You can't have 2 inputs on the same side like this, and the medium electric pole solves that problem. There. Much cleaner, and now I can throw in a couple of these, and my iron should be automated. Then I need to do stuff with that iron, but still. Even just having it, like, fill up a chest with iron will be very helpful right now. Even just this, except faster. And forever. Of course, we're probably going to be polluting like crazy, so... It is good that we cleared out some biters first, I think. I still think that was smart. And I did unlock... I can barely construct these things, but I did unlock faster filters, faster inserters, which are the other solution to this. Well, there's a couple ways of doing this. So I'm actually not sure about the throughput. I'm not sure... Looks like all the mines... Well, all but a couple are green lights. You could do some math here and be like, each mine is like half an ore per second, maybe. And each of these is using 20 every 40, so like 20... A little bit less than half a second, except that it's double speed. So I think it's probably 2 mines per steel furnace. 20 ore every actually 24 seconds because double speed. Actually, no, it's 4 mines per smelter. So we probably don't have enough electric mines actually for this many smelters. If we could get the full throughput going. Yeah, we need a lot of inserters, but this, you know, hey, we finally have like actual good iron income. And we could, you know, this is the reason I built it this way, is we can expand this pretty easily. The Factorio gods deemed fit to give us a big iron mine near our base. We should use it. Yeah, so I think we were only making enough iron mines, like enough iron ore to run about 6 out of 8 of the smelters once we actually caught up. Well, let's see how far we get. We'll add a few more here. So that was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Maybe it was 12 for 6. And then 14... 18... 6... Sorry, 12 for 6, 16 for 8, maybe? If it is 2 each. I mean, they're all green light now, and it actually looks pretty... pretty much full use. I think we don't actually need this line here of extra things. So we got an iron plate builder, and I'm gonna just a couple things that I know we're gonna need right now. Oh, this is gonna be a mess to clean up. The alerts, you have to hover over each single one to get rid of them. We know there's some things that we're always running out of that are really easy to make, and I can just... they're not really easy to make. Belts need engines. Great. Fine. The really easy to make things are not quite belts, but... gears. You know, I'm always running out of gears, right? Let's just throw in... Again, we're still not, like, fully automating right now, because I just don't have the energy to do the full build, but as a temporary solution, we need engines. All right. We will have a box that just fills up with iron gears in a reasonably quick pace. Sadly, looks like one inserter can't actually keep up with one of these, so 2 inserters to keep up with 1 iron gear machine. How's the power doing? Still doing. I think this yellow belt could hold more, so we could add like 4 more mines and a couple more smelters if we wanted. Coal will be fine for a long time. So that's one of the obvious iron users. What's one of the other components that we're always running out of? I mean, gears plus we could make cylinders here too. Just 2 levels. Sticks, you know, we do need some sticks, not as many probably as the others. So I don't think I run out of sticks as often. Take that out. Have a stick. I think it's going to need a fast inserter to get those out on time. And then probably, again, 2 inserters to keep it running full speed. Okay. So that's going to fill up a lot quicker than our old setups. Good, good, good. While we're being clever and stuff, I do think I'm going to make a automated single cylinder engine, and I'm just going to do it with a 2-step. Again, kind of cheap trick. Lazy strat, let's just call it. We'll do gear, dedicated gear into dedicated cylinder. And now you could do some math to see if they actually sync up like this. I don't know if they do. But this is easy to set up. And I feel like we're just having... I have such a shortage in so many things that I just want to get some of these automated a little bit better. At all, really. Because, like, I've been suffering. Alright, so we got another gear maker, just making gears for this. Looks like we get gears at exactly the same speed as we produce engines, which is perfect. Looks like we get iron at the same speed as we use it. This one is perfectly balanced. Excellent. I don't know how many sticks I actually want at once, so put a cap on some of these. Yeah, we don't need like infinity of these right now. Okay. Move these over. Any other simple iron products that we should automate? Got gears, sticks, single cylinder engines. We don't have anything else that's more complicated. I could put beams. Is there anything else that's... Oh, I could do pipes. I should definitely get pipes started, actually. Yep. We're not going to use them too soon, but having these automated will save me time later. Gives me something to do with my iron line. What I really need is like automated inserters or something, but inserters and belts are more complicated to make than they used to be with the mod expansions again. So, also poles would be nice to automate. I need sticks and cables, but okay, we're no longer in this protection of our walls, so I probably want to change that a little bit. So it'll probably just fill up the underground pipes first, because this will consume all the regular pipes. But then this will have a chance to fill up once this is done, or something like that. And, I mean, to be fair, the pushbacks on the bases that we did have stopped. We haven't been attacked since we did those base pushbacks. Now, we're going to start producing more pollution. I'll need to push them further. But I think it was worth the time we put into it. Iron check. We're going to need to get copper going next. I mean, we need cables for a lot of things. I could also... I mean, I've got some... It would be nice to have a little bit of steel as well. But steel is really, really hungry on iron. I definitely want that iron storage chest, though. At the end of the line. Alright, we'll say that's good. Probably... I'm going to expand this and try to get... I'm going to run some more steel furnaces on the south side and try to get steel out of them, basically. So we make iron, plate, and then the coke we'll have to figure out to turn it into steel. Okay, this shouldn't take too long to get basic steel. Seeing as we have wood, or at least some wood. Well, now that I'm looking at it, where's the wood at? Excuse me? We're not... Oh, the freaking burners. They burned me! Ran out of coal in one of my inserters, and that stopped all my wood production. Yep, I thought I was replacing all the ones, but I definitely missed that one. That's what happens. That's why I hate them. Need more engines. I should be getting some of these engines now. Oh yeah, we're getting actually that was full already. Oh, that's beautiful. We're gonna get a whole line of those. They build pretty quick when you're not looking. That's great. The automation, yeah, this is so much better than it used to be. We're getting there. We're getting there. Actual decent speed of construction. All right, now the trick is we actually need coke to make steel, which we need the wood and coal first. So we need this wood to start speeding up. If the power was good, we might want to double up on we might want to double up on these guys. We could throw a couple more in there, a couple more up here maybe. But the wood's starting to come. Science. Doing this for a while, fixing our iron and stuff. Maybe should have done copper before steel, I suppose. But we're very close to having it just work here, sort of smoothly. Let's see. If I ran a bit of coal here, I don't know if I have quite enough space. Let's burn these down. Don't need them. Oh no, we could... But it would share a line with the iron then. That's not what we want. No, this is fine. This is fine. We'll use... Actually, this is perfect. The spacing just happens to work out. Oh no, we're gonna need a space there. We're gonna have to use the power in between because we're gonna need 2 in, 2 out. But I think totally unplanned, this is just going to happen to position itself just perfectly. We need to split off some coal here. We're going to need a whole bunch more belts. You know, I've got those iron plate single cylinder engines. Maybe I should have just added before the... I could put an automatic belt constructor right next to here, assuming we had enough iron, which questionable. Maybe that's something to look into in a second too. Probably not making. I mean, we're definitely not making enough wood, so we'll need to address that. It's all just bottlenecks down. All the way down, bottlenecks. Alright, so like I said, we're going to use all the inputs and output slots on this one to make this work. But it's actually... one power pole still connects them all. That's still beautiful as far as I'm concerned. We're not going to have enough wood. We're going to be running into iron shortages here literally already. So let's just mass produce iron. And you can see how far we get barely even touching copper though. Like iron is the main thing for sure. All right. We will... For now, we're just storing the steel. I'm not going to worry too much about what else we're doing with it. We need the coke. Oh, wait. No, I still did it wrong. I missed a step. Yeah. Pardon me. I just combined them in my head. We actually still need to turn it into coke first. Otherwise... Correct. Oh, you know what that means? That means... You know, this is still pretty nice. I don't need the odd space thing. We can expand normally now. We can share the line with iron and coke. And I will... There's a little bit shared space with the regular iron. I know, because regular iron goes up, steel stuff's on the bottom. I mean, that's not too bad. I might need... because I'm taking two things off the same line, I might need the blue ones, the fast inserters. Maybe. But I honestly don't want to make tons of steel. I need a little bit of steel production for later. But it doesn't need to be crazy. And for now, we'll just say that that's enough. Okay. Hopefully, the wood still might be the bottleneck. I haven't done the ratios for iron to coke to steel. We'll see how this looks, but basically, some production is better than literally nothing. And I have decided I changed my mind on my belts, because we're going to be making belts for the whole game. And although I definitely need the pipes as well, belts has priority. And it was really easy to add them in, and I just didn't think of it when I was coming through. Because it's just iron plus the cylinders. Just like that. Easy as pie. And honestly, let's just make a whole line of belts. We might as well just have them. Okay. What's the slow part? We're not getting enough iron. Okay. That's not a huge surprise. The iron ore seems to be good. I mean, I might be running out of power. Not out of power yet. Not out of power yet. It's quite possible that I'll be hitting the throughput limit of the yellow belt delivering ore, though, which would put a cap on our current expanse, but we'll see. All right. Hungry. The furnaces grow ever larger. This is what we really wanted. And I have to rebuild my pipes again, because we still do want to stock those up. We have now mostly run out of our copper products to continue this plan, but we might have enough to finish this. Not quite. And we need a second inserter anyway to speed that up. Okay, we're not getting enough iron ore. Cool. Are we... There's still some gaps. We can put maybe a couple more iron mines on this line. It's not quite at the throughput limit, or else they'd be backing up here and turning yellow. But I gotta get some copper, because I'm running out. And... I want these to keep running. I've actually got lots of single-cylinder engines, thanks. Small electric motors is what I ran out of. And I'm not making any, because we ran out of copper. Yep. That'll do it. Alright, well, we'll have some of those building. And we should have gears now. Just didn't pick any up. This one. Oh yeah, we're good for gears now. No problem. The gears of war are finally working. Okay, keep those running. Not going to automate. Anything that needs copper automation is going to be a little bit off. It's going to take a little bit longer. We don't need this at all anymore. I mean, this is an assembler, permanent assembler, but we're just going to start getting rid of these now. We don't need that one or this one, because we got permanent replacements. And... well, I know we need a lot more iron copper cables, so get something there. Let's see. Right, so I was trying to make more inserters to finish this bit off. But then I ran out of, yeah, the electric ones. This one doesn't get enough iron plates either, technically. For maximum. But yeah, now we're getting the free belts. That's much better. This one needs a way to extract them. I don't really need to be carrying around a ton of these right now, so we can store some. We'll say 100 underground pipes is good, and one line of those. I'm not saving engines right now, just turning them into belts. And I think we're bottlenecked by inserters a little bit, and maybe iron plates. So iron plates, Fair enough. This is probably going to be about the throughput limit for the belt without upgrading to red belts. Give it a little bit, but I have a feeling once everything catches up, we might not have any last spaces to fit iron into at this point. But it should go a little bit further. Interesting. We'll have a pretty good idea of iron mines to steel smelters at this point. Alright, yeah, we gotta build those things. So I've got automated belts. Automated inserters would be the next most useful craft, but it needs all the motors and stuff. Like that's a multi-step process, and it needs a lot of copper. So we have to get copper. And this is honestly not a very good copper mine, unfortunately. It's not very big. So it is kind of temporary even here. We've got problems. Clean that up. Let's figure out spacing for copper production. It would be nice to have the copper somewhere heading this direction so I could combine it with iron, or at least to the right. So maybe I'll smelt it south of here. But it doesn't need to be quite as extravagant as the iron one. I don't think we'll need quite as much. Those cylinders are killing me. So that'll be a somewhat respectable amount of copper. Power, we need more power once again. The quickest, cheapest way to do that at this point is just to expand the steam a little bit, which is fine. We can literally just double it for almost free. Not literally free, we'll run out of coal eventually, but this is pretty easy. Start upgrading those burner miners too. Get that junk out of my inventory. Alright, so we want boiler, and then I gotta reconnect the underground. We need fuel, power. We probably have to move these. I'm not sure why I had those there. Just kind of lazy positioning. And with that, basically doubled our steam generation. Once again, power is good. This is obviously the easy solution. It's a bit dirty in the sense that it does consume coal that will run out, and we only have so much coal, and it does cause more pollution. But much easier to set up than millions of wind turbines. And at this point, we just added 3 megawatts in, a minute. The wind turbines, you would need, for 3 megawatts, you would need 100 is 20 megawatts. You need 150 wind turbines, which we could fit 150 wind turbines. It's not like space is that tight. We could certainly do it, but it would cost a lot of resources. And I'm not sure it's worth it, at least not yet, because our resources are going into making building stuff easier. Let's check, yeah, the iron. Looks like I missed a belt at the top. So the trick is, like, does this machine always have space to put iron onto the belt? If so, then it's not full throughput yet. 2, 4, 6, 8, 10, 12, 14, 16, 18, 20, 22, 24, 26. That's a lot. But I still don't think we're making enough iron. Even just for our little baby project. Heck, we're not even making enough for the steel. We need more iron mines to feed the steel furnaces. We're getting enough coke. So I didn't run out of wood. I thought I'd run out of wood, but nope. Anyway, that's fine. We'll get a line of steel or so. And these will slow down. Like, as these boxes fill up, it'll back up because there's less demand for its inputs. And then this guy will have a chance to catch up. But it's looking pretty good. I just wanted this line to be as full as I could. And there's still furnaces not running. So I could still add more miners, technically. But well, I'd have to start looping around or something, but not really interested at the moment. So, copper. I think that'll be the last thing I do for tonight, is get some basic copper set up. So my base is at least somewhat functional when we come back next stream. Hey, yeah, yo. We'll have the basic electricity, the basic iron and subsidiaries, and copper. And we know we've got some temporary complicated constructions, but we'll be hooking these up properly once the copper's done. In theory, anyway. So, we're going to need, I don't know how many steel furnaces, but some. We'll use this coal line, and I think we can probably just fit this all in pretty compactly. Come on. If I put coal there and copper here, this stuff doesn't need to be here. It was just convenient at the time. When we really needed the walls, that was when we were going hard on getting these stone bricks. But we haven't been attacked in a while, so I'm not really so worried about massive stone construction at the moment. Or wall construction. We'll keep them going a bit, but it should be fun. I do need enough stone to keep the sand running, but other than that, this doesn't... Wow, it's already backed up, so it'll be fine for a while. Alright, so that gives us a little bit more space. And that stone, I mean, this is our starting stone. We do have a pretty good stone. I thought I saw a second stone. We've got a big copper nearby, which will have, like, this little copper won't last very long. We'll have to expand there. We will need the coal before very long. And we will need a stone. I thought there was a big stone one nearby. I'm just missing it. Yeah, right here. It's not even very far away. There's tons of stone right there. So this doesn't matter if we don't use it too much. Sorry about that, J. Joe. Yeah, I've been streaming for about almost 6 hours. Yeah, pretty long stream, honestly. And we got really sidetracked with biter attacks early on, and we cleared out some of the closer bases, and they've slowed them down a lot. But that really put a hint, put a crimp in my plan there for a while. I've kind of, you know, I'm not really teching right now. I could be, but I put a little pause in it because I don't want to get. I'm behind construction. You know, let's see. So 8, 10 mines. I bet you 5 furnaces is enough, but we'll test it out. I don't have anywhere near enough inserters. I hate making those. I think I've maybe saved up a few by now. There you go, 61 of those. That's considerably quicker. We're running out of automation components. We also should have some of those built. This one. 4. We ran out of sticks, of course. The old temporary automation lines didn't do a great job. Alright, that'll do for now. Gotta get this working. Once this is hooked up, we'll have a much more long-term, well, not long-term, but a mid-term kind of income of copper we can do what we want with. Doesn't take very long to set up. I would prefer, in fact, I need to use medium poles here. I endeavor to never use a small pole again, but we're not quite ready for that. And I do need to select the recipe. Alright. So, yeah, the question once is does this keep the backup, or do we need to add more smelters? I should maybe just fill in this entire block of copper while we're here. Just to get it all consumed so it doesn't leave a big hole in the middle. Probably need a couple more miners. And this should certainly allow us to add a couple more smelters. Alright, so we're looking at 10, 17 or so mines. I don't know. I mean, obviously, I don't know in this mod the ratio, but let's go with 8 for now, see how that works. Assuming I can make enough inserters. Well, we're getting pretty much the end of the inserters. That's fine. And I do have a bunch of copper that I don't want to carry around, so let's front load them a little bit. That'll give the mines a chance to fill up as well, and then figure out what we want to do. So now with copper, for instance, like we're gonna want to route most of this copper up towards the iron lines anyway. But in the very short term, the only thing I think that is straight out of copper and only copper is the cables. And I mean, everything uses cables. Like, cables are used in just so much stuff. And they're kind of not the best item to belt around because you get 2 cables per plate. So generally, I generally transport the copper plates around and make local assembly machines to turn copper plates into copper cables for the machines that need copper cables. That's generally how I do it because they're not very dense. However, we're doing a lot of manual crafting, and I think even just having like 2 as a sort of temporary ease of construction here, we'll probably need fast inserters, which needs copper. I mean, we have copper right now. We probably can do this. It's going to be a real pain to construct, but I think we definitely need the fast inserters on the output. So, yeah, our stock of inserters is terrible. So that, I just want to see how these run, if it's efficient or not. But we're getting enough copper in to run this full time, and that will fill us up pretty quick. So that will give us access to cables for construction. What a strange JRPG. I mean, there's robots and mechas and stuff. And you're playing the role of it, you know. I also want, early on, until I figure out what I'm doing with all this stuff, a copper plate chest. And this will help us test the throughput of our furnaces, because we need this belt to be clear to see if we're actually using it fast enough. And these 2 guys should catch up pretty quickly. So what we want to see is the full throughput here. Yeah, it's been a while. I've been having a very low motivation, high cost of energy sort of last couple months. It's very hard for me trying to keep my YouTube channel stuff working. It's a bit discouraging. But anyway, I'm always trying to get back into it. It's been going on for the last couple of years at this point. But at least we're streaming tonight, you know, something. And I really do enjoy Factorio. And the mods are fun. They add a lot to it. So this might take up a slot for a while. Maybe not as long as Xenonauts or anything, but something to do that should keep me going for a while. All right, I think. Oh, they've got a lot of. They got a backlog to empty out. So until these inserters can catch up, we won't know if we're getting enough copper. They need to all turn green, which means they all need to empty out their output. Oh, also, I did notice. I gotta go get some automation cores. Automate those automation cores. I missed a inserter that's exporting. An exporter? Alright. Let's leave that alone for a second. We're eventually gonna belt that copper up this direction. We've got a pretty good supply of iron up here now. We've got some steel. Got like the basic iron products. We don't have an automatic iron beam yet. We do have iron sticks. Gears. Okay, I've got a stick chest up here. Good. I don't need that one down here then. Trying to clean up my temporary stuff down here. I will need iron stick to gear to inserter part. So that's an iron one. I could do that right now on the iron line. I was waiting for that because the only reason you make inserter parts is to make inserters. So I need just iron to make inserter parts, but then I also need the single cylinder, which is also iron. So you can make a burner inserter with only iron, just like multiple layers of iron. But then we need electric motors and automation cores to make the ones I don't really care about the burner inserters, but I do care about real inserters, and I'd like to automate that step to there. We can't make these guys without copper, copper to cable plus iron and iron gears. So you need iron for gears and plates and copper for cables to make the motors. And then for the automation cores, we will also want to automate this. We need more iron sticks, more iron gears, and just basic copper plates. Both of these two, all of this stuff here basically will turn into inserter. That's probably the next thing to automate. Automating the windmill, wind machines, whatever, not as important. Automating bullets, nice, but not as important. Then, of course, there's science, which we haven't automated yet. We've got the wood. We'll need more cables over here to automate the basic science. And then red science needs iron plus cable plus those automation cores again. And then green science requires more of these cards, the simple one. Electronic circuits are more wood plus iron cables. Actually quite cheap. I think this is cheaper than vanilla, honestly. Electronic circuit boards are like practically free right now. Just a tiny bit, like 1.5 copper and the mostly free wood. And then those just combine with some more gears and you get the green science. And if we had fully those 3 sciences automated, at that point I'd go back to the research screen and start banging this stuff out. But I've been kind of putting this on pause because we picked out the sciences that we really needed to streamline this. The medium poles, the steel furnaces, all that kind of stuff. I also got some of my military tech so I could clear out those biters. But the rest of the green science isn't like pressingly important. Sure, more damage and stuff would be nice. But we're not under attack. I'll pick up the better axe. It's basically free. But, the more research you do, the more pollution you tend to cause, so careful with that. I will need to expand the wood production, I think. 2 of these is probably not enough. But, I'll have to make sure I get enough stone for that. While I've been talking, just keeping an eye on my copper a little bit, it looks like all my furnaces are running. Which means I should probably add one more furnace. Probably. It's hard to know for sure, but... Because what I optimally want is enough furnaces to eat all of the ore from the mines consistently, so that this belt is basically empty and all the furnaces are on, except whichever is the last one sort of flickers on and off as it uses the last of the ore that comes through. Because I don't want it to back up technically. So like, honestly, and also this is useful because it gives me a bit more of the ratio. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 furnaces, steel furnaces for 10, 17. It might be 18 to 9, and I'll have an extra one now or something like that, but yeah, that's all good. Good old Xenonauts. I mean, finishing that Xenonauts playlist, the X Division mod, like that's an endeavor. Okay, copper just needs to be belted over. We've got, I wouldn't say infinite belts, but we've got lots of belts. I suppose the other thing we might be running out on is space. We probably want to push our turret walls forward a little bit. I could push this over to here, because we've actually got like a front defense up in this spot. And we're kind of hitting trees again. Like, the trees are really nice, because that's where the pollution gets eaten. Whereas the pollution is getting eaten by these bases on the north. I think what we'll be doing next stream is pushing to this choke point, making a wall, blocking that up. Pushing up here, clearing 3 bases, blocking that up. Probably destroying that base. Maybe just making a line around here so that the forest can help catch the pollution. And then we will need to destroy this base because this is where my oil is. And maybe we'll do like a southern wall. That way we have 1, 2, 3, 4 fronts. One really long one, a couple small ones, and a medium one. That's better than having, you know, every direction. Yeah, we'll just do some of the cheap researches just to get them out of the way. It's fine. Let's move this forward while I'm kind of planning on expanding the copper in this area, so a bit of space here will be beneficial. Yeah, if you showed up at this point in the stream, you kind of missed out on the big battles early on. Although I'm sure we'll be attacked again anytime. As soon as I take these turrets down. Let's just pick up another real easy research. Stuff that barely matters. I'm gonna put... yeah, right here seems like a pretty good spot for my turret line. Oops, missed one. Recover a little bit of the ammo. They don't need to be super well stocked. And then we'll just do the walls again. And this time we can make the walls right down to the water barrier. Just so they can't sneak around or anything clever. You might even save a little bit of stone by not having to circle them off. Although I will say... there's a chance these guys went this way, but they're probably going to head towards the main pollution. And that would hit this base and then these bases down there. But I will just expand this up north a little bit. Ah, hey, look, there's a natural barrier. That's beautiful. Yeah, I need to clear this one. I do have a forward turret here and a backup turret here. It's a little bit hard to see because I don't have radar or anything, but these guys are at least 2x4 turrets. So anything from here will get caught by both of those for sure. And I also have one little one here and here. And there's a bunch of cliffs along here, which makes the pathing a bit tricky. But if anything here moves up, it's kind of got 2 layers around the lake. If it comes down this way, they'll get caught by here. I should probably extend that wall out too. But we're not quite polluting them. But this one will probably attack soonish. Honestly, these guys or these guys. That would certainly be next. But they haven't attacked in the last few minutes, so I'll say this is fine for now. Let's head back. That was just a space expansion more than anything. I should probably take my tool belt upgrade. That's an easy one, obviously. Let me just double check these. Oh, it's only a 4x1. It's actually not a 2x4. I could clear this out. Maybe one last thing for the stream. I don't know. I probably shouldn't go too much later. It's getting a little bit late. Almost midnight. Let's just restock on some gear, and then I'll do one last little base clear. Now that our basic smelting is going in the background, we can stack up on quite a lot of these basic resources. In fact, I'll do a double stack of copper cables. You need a ton of copper. In fact, I will let it go all the way to 3 lines for now, because we need tons of cables for future construction. Make sure these things are appropriately stocked. That'll fill up. That's full. Lots of cables once I get to... actually, we'll expand these to 4 once I get to oil, which is coming up soon. Need those. Belts. Let that grow a bit more. Sticks. Don't matter much. More gears. Probably good. Just let those things fill up a little bit more while we're away. Steel, that's... We barely use the steel right now. Although I could... It looks like I'm actually not making enough iron for the steel ratio, or not quite enough by the looks of it. I'm not going to worry about it, but I could add a couple more furnaces there. Anyway, let's... I got lots of ammo. Do I have lots of ammo? 200 more. I should probably keep these going while I'm away. All we do is put iron and copper in here, and you come back with bullets. Alright, inventory slots. Fluid handling, this is like... Oh, storage tanks. Yeah, if we want to do oil, you definitely want storage tanks. Not familiar with all the mods. Yeah, let's see. Blue jackhammer signs. Like the stuff down here? Or what are we looking at? Oh, these things. Right, yeah. That's, technically, that's just, you can make these, those are tags, technically. So it's just map add-ons, you can add them. These ones are automatically generated because this is a core seam. And it's going to be a little while. Technically, we could already be rushing to it, but it's probably balanced for you not jumping onto this until you're a little bit more down the tech tree. But you put a mine on this, which is... we could use one of our other mods, the recipe book. This is a core mining drill. So we'll build this core mining drill eventually. It does use like 25 megawatts, so it's pretty power heavy, and it will mine core seam, basically, this stuff here. And you'll get core fragments out of it. And so it's like a super fast, super expensive drill that has like infinite pull, kind of like a non-depleting oil resource. And then the core fragments get processed at another machine that we probably don't have yet. The pulverizer, again, this is all green science, so we could technically rush this right now if we really wanted. And when you break it down in the pulverizer, you get like all the basic resources plus some of the mod stuff. So iron, copper, coal, stone, uranium. Well, a percentage of uranium, like not very much of it, but sometimes. And oil, mineral water, which is kind of useless, and pyroflux, which I haven't talked about yet, but is kind of broken. But then you take all those and you just have sort of infinite resources. It's just a lot of work to sort them out, so I'd need filter inserters, pulverizers, a bunch of power, the drill, some way of storing all this stuff. Don't have to, there's a bunch of stuff you have to handle. Which, again, we could probably rush it pretty early on. Like, honestly, we could have skipped the main iron copper mines and just gone straight to this if we really wanted, but I don't think you're really meant to. So, we'll get there. And there's a few of those. Apparently, they're diminishing returns, so every one slows down the rate of the next one. And hey, look, there's 3 and 4. But honestly, 1 would be enough to power our base resources for really long time. It's not an early game tech, and we could get it pretty early. So, but you know, I'm not trying to rush it. So we're just getting some simple stuff in the background here, like bigger containers. That sounds useful when I'm expanding. I've also got like a grapple gun. That's what's letting me move around. It does cost a bit of ammo, which I should make a little bit more of. But yeah, this is like the best game. For all the early game mods, I don't think anything beats the grapple gun, man. Just getting through forests and stuff. Oh. Alright. A base. Reasonable size. Not too crazy. We've got, I think, medium biters and medium spitters and snappers. There should be some worms. I think there's still just... Oh, no, there's medium worms in there, not just small worms. So this is pretty dangerous with just heavy armor and regular guns. As always, you know, the wall of turrets does a good job. But we're going to do a little bit better than wall of turrets. You know, like... I don't know how much they'll skim around the back, but just in case. And I'm going to make one special turret. A little bit back. This is the turret that gets armor-piercing ammo. But he's the only one. Because armor-piercing ammo is pretty expensive. I should have brought some steel, and I could have made some more. But at the moment, armor-piercing ammo is pretty expensive. And I'll give him some special protection. If this guy got destroyed, that would be very unfortunate. Alright, so... safety position ready. Unfortunately, it's night. I don't know what the command is. I'll be back in the morning. I want you guys to be able to see it. I'm gonna go grab some steel while wait. Not like it with this small a base. Not like it takes very long with a grapple gun to get around. It's such a good mod. Grab some basic resources so I can craft in the field if I need to. Oh, I think I've got Coke. Not Coca-Cola, but Coke rather than coal. I do not need both in my inventory. Ran out of iron again. Make some bullets while I'm away. We do have stone tablets. I don't care about that. I don't even remember where we got those. Make some more junk chests temporarily. Just the never-ending, expanding junk chest line. I'm sure no one else ever does that. We just throw a chest down and put garbage in it and forget about it. And just never sort it. Alright, we'll have some more engines when we come back. This is one of our bottlenecks. This is one of our other bottlenecks. Just getting automation cores and engines at the background, in the background. So I'll just stack that up a little bit better. And then we'll go fight that base. I do try, it's hard sometimes to get it all queued up properly, but I try to make sure that while I'm away clearing biters, there's something productive happening back at base. And we probably, if we really want to be efficient here, should be using fast inserters for these kinds of chests. We don't have stack inserters, so we're still just moving one item at a time. So it can be a little bit hard to keep up with some of these. If you're really paying attention, you want them to be green all the time. Yeah, like this guy's not getting enough. I'm getting sidetracked here again. He's not getting copper fast enough to make cables fast enough to keep this machine running. And it's probably the same with the iron gears, honestly, but whatever. That's good enough for now. You can spend all day optimizing. All week. All month. You just never stop optimizing. Alright, here we go. So, let's, I should have made some grenades. That would be nice as well, but for now, let's just retreat. So anything big that doesn't get shredded by the regular turrets will get a bit closer, and like medium biters and, heaven forbid, heavy biters, or large biters will be taken out by the armor-piercing turret. Just a little bit more efficient. And we happen to have this lovely sniper rifle. They're pretty aggressive. But the turret wall can handle them. So my priority is still taking down the bases first. The sooner we kill bases, the less enemies keep respawning. I don't need to kill the worms. I actually outranged the worms. I think it's actually a little bit... I don't know if I'd say unbalanced or overpowered, but it's definitely a little different than the vanilla design to have a weapon that outranges the enemy worms. Because I think, at least in the early game, there's nothing you can possibly do about the worms other than tank a couple hits and charge in there, right? I think this rifle has such long range, it actually sort of messes with the AI. You can see they're not actually attacking. They're grouping up for a base assault, but they're not actually charging me until they've planned an attack. I mean, maybe they're being smart. I don't know. Let me take a minute here to prepare. Don't want to lose anything. But we've made a pretty good dent already. Yeah, with just a couple bases left, they won't be able to outspawn us. So, like, this strategy will still only really work with, like, medium-sized bases. I'm gonna need to have a more aggressive base clearing plan as the bases get out of control, or the enemy spawners get out of control. Those medium worms take a lot of hits to go down. They're very tanky. Heck, we don't even have cars yet, let alone tanks. So, I guess, like, maybe those poison capsules I remember kind of being useful at taking out worms. I don't know how well they work in this mod, necessarily, but I believe I remember that being pretty effective. Throwing down a poison cloud that kills the worms. But I'm not sure if it works on medium worms very well. They're, well, 1,400 hit points or health. They do not resist, poison, though, so that's, I think, maybe the idea. That's it. All the base is done. All the spawners done. Just some little babies left to kill. That's it. So, yeah. And, I mean, I'm saying this every time I do it in case someone shows up to a random part of the stream. But if you're playing Krastorio, don't skip the creep collector button or Alt-C. You absolutely need to collect some of this biomass. It sticks around if you don't, but you cannot proceed in tech without this. Beyond approximately green science. Alright, so like that was a pretty easy clear. Nothing too crazy. I mean, there's more bases nearby that we could continue to push for. I think what I do is I leave this fortification here, mostly. And delete the one behind it, maybe, as it's probably... I don't think we need to leave the 9th turret down here. We can leave the walls. I think we just leave these guys, maybe throw a little bit more ammo for long term. It probably won't get attacked, or, well, it might get attacked. Eventually. But, we should be able to connect westward pretty quickly. Like, again, this is just long-term planning, but it should be pretty easy to have a line here outside the forest, where the forest consumes most of the pollution, and then we've got a much larger area to work on our base. We'd probably need to clear this out. But it looks pretty good, so I'll leave it like that. And I'll say my previous mini expansion is probably not helping. I think this was to clear a different base earlier, but no longer needed. All right, always clean up after yourself. And I'll still keep my close to base defenses. I'm not going to delete my original protection lines until I've got like a full wall, because the worst is for some dirty biters to sneak around these things and not get picked up by one of these turrets and then get into your mining line or something. At least now, if they get too close, there's some nearby turrets that will probably pick them up. I was saying earlier that I should probably wall this a bit better because I didn't do this at all. Something like that. It's not actually in range of the turrets unless they, but they can't, you know, they can't come in from this angle. They're going to come from this angle. So the only chance would be that they were moving this way and totally bypassed it. I don't think it's very likely. But there was an attack while we were out. So, you know, if you want to be proactive, it's probably another time to think, I should probably go clear that other base out. Stop them from spawning on us. But okay, I think I'm going to call this a stream and say, hey, we actually have a starter base. This is a pretty good point to break it up. I could blast through quite a lot of tech right now, I'm sure. Well, there's some things I need to fix. You know, we ran out of copper cables again. But, like, at this point... Oh, it's literally because we... Yeah. It's my own poor design, right? Like, it needs a separate bin for copper because now the wood is taking up all the spots. But, you know, we have copper cables now mass-produced. So this kind of cheap tech goes real quick, real easy. We can get that infinitely without much work. The red tech isn't much more complicated. It's a little bit more, but I need to get the automation cores running to get more red tech. We don't have too much to spare. And then the green tech is... Yeah, there's some. So that'll be probably the next thing is come back, connect up the copper and coal, copper and iron, get some more of the basics automated like inserters, some more of these intermediate parts, and then the basic 3 techs. Because once those 3 techs are done, we can start looking at a lot more interesting stuff. Because we'll have, you know, oils coming up, always fun. All the modular armor, the core miners, eventually military tech. This is the one, not to spoil it, but you need the biomatter for. So if you didn't have biomatter, you couldn't do military tech. But it is pretty easy to unlock. You just you need a way to get those military cards. But we are prepared for that because we've got I'd say a good starting supply of biomass already. And yeah, there's lots of things to expand. It is Factorio after all. We always need more of these, more of these, more of those, more of that. It's just the way it is. Anyway, I will call that a stream here. Thanks for watching. It's sorry, apologies, of course, for taking a bit of a break, and it's a bit hard getting back into it. But I'm going to try to be somewhat consistent. I can't promise anything. I'm going to try to be a bit more regular streaming with this game now that I've got one that should take a few streams to get through. And we'll see if we can get a bit of the regulars back and a bit of a routine, a schedule, so to speak. So look forward to more Factorio probably in the next couple days, hopefully. For the future tuber types, I'm not splitting these into hour-long episodes or anything. We're just going to let the VODs go public once they're done publishing after the stream. So there'll just be large gameplay footage VODs, one way or the other. I don't know if that's better or worse, but it's less work for me. I don't have to worry about a bunch of extra steps. So, for now, at least, I'm just trying to keep things simple because I don't have a lot of spare time to do more of that. YouTube processing time and energy has been at a very low lately, so I can find some time to play the game and stream and hang out, but keeping the other stuff easy on me is probably for the best. So yeah, I think that's all for today. Save game. I'll show you the title screen because it's oops, I actually didn't even make a proper save all this time. One real game. The title screen does show you some future tech to look forward to, like building spaceships and traveling between places and fighting things. Isn't it crazy the kind of stuff that you can build in these games? Pretty crazy. Anyway, that's all for now. Thanks for watching, folks. Hope you guys have enjoyed. I think next time we come back, I'm going to play some music in the background, some out-of-game music. The soundtrack for Factorio is very atmospheric and tone setting, but I like to play a little bit of music. So probably next round we'll have probably some other video game music like I've done before. Maybe OC remix, Overclock remix, you know, Final Fantasy stuff. You know, this standard channel fare. I think that'll help keep the energy up a bit. Anyway, that's all for now. Thanks for watching, and have a great day.